Quest Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of My Neighbour's Affair by Daniel Hurst, narrated by Penny Scott Andrews and Andy Cresswell. Prologue. My bare feet pad across the soft new carpet, and the red wine swills a little in my glass as I leave the bedroom and enter the upstairs hallway. As I go, I'm well aware that I'm not just leaving a bed behind. I'm leaving a naked man in bed behind, a gorgeous, toned man who I have just had my wicked way with. I assume he's feeling satisfied about what just happened, judging by the peaceful sigh he let out just after I told him I was on my way down to the kitchen to get more wine. I'm certainly satisfied, because that was everything I imagined it would be, and more. He was a great lover. Much better than my husband. As I move down the hallway, guided by the light coming from the bedroom on what is otherwise a very dark night, I pass the bathroom and catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror on the wall. What I see looking back is a dark-haired woman, wearing a lot of makeup, and not much else. I did think about putting my dressing gown on before going downstairs, but there is something more exhilarating about walking around a house naked, especially when it is somebody else's house. As I reach the top of the staircase, I see framed photos on the wall, but none of them feature me. Rather, they show the man I just slept with, and his wife. There she is, the terrific Tanya, with the locks of blonde hair and the satisfied smirk, standing beside her man and somehow managing to annoy me even in photographic form. Their teenage son is alongside them too, this family trio looking happy for the camera. But something tells me things won't quite be as happy for them anymore. I make my way down the stairs, passing more family pictures and being careful not to spill the last of my wine on this lovely carpet. And by the time I reach the bottom, I've finished what is in my glass. It's time for a top-up, and I locate the open bottle of wine where my lover initially left it, before we lost ourselves in the throes of passion. It's on the kitchen countertop, the expensive marble one that I would love in my kitchen, but my husband says it's too expensive. Never mind. We've got bigger problems than deciding what to do with our kitchen now. I pour myself another glass, whilst making sure I leave enough in the bottle for my man upstairs. I don't want him to go without, and the extra alcohol we both take in will surely only fuel whatever mischief we get up to next. With my full glass in one hand and the bottle in the other, I prepare to head back to the bedroom. But just before I go, I glance out of the kitchen window at the light in the distance. It's the light coming from an upstairs room at the house next door. It's my house, and that light is on in my bedroom. I stare at it, knowing exactly why it is on and who is currently in there. I turned that light on, and I did so because my husband is in there now. I wanted him to be able to see things while I was out, rather than be left in the dark, because I knew I'd be leaving him for a while. But he can't see me here, because his current vantage point doesn't afford him that view. Only my lover in this house is getting to see my true form tonight. I also see that my bedroom window is open, but that's only because I opened it before I came here, wanting my husband to potentially hear what was going on at his neighbour's house. Not that he would have appreciated such a gesture. But this is a very quiet neighbourhood, and it's a very quiet night, so there is every chance he has heard the noises that I've been making over here. Smiling as I seductively swagger out of the kitchen and back to the stairs, my thoughts are on all the fun I'm about to have in the next half an hour. Maybe I'll suggest that my new man and I take things out of the bedroom and try another one of these rooms. We might as well make the most of having the house to ourselves. His wife won't be back for hours, and his son is with her, so the coast is clear for us to do whatever we want here. I don't have to be back at my house for a while either, so the night is ours to do whatever we want with it. Nothing can interrupt us. At least, that's what I think until I hear something that stops me in my tracks. It's the sound of a man crying for help. I freeze on the bottom step of the stairs and wonder if I really just heard correctly or whether I just imagined it. But there it is again. It's definitely a man calling for help. But it's not the man upstairs in the bedroom. It's the man in the bedroom next door. It's my husband. I rush back into the kitchen and look out to see my bedroom window again, and when I do, I notice that the light has been turned off. The window is still open, which is how I was able to hear my husband's cries, but I can't see anything else. I can't see what just caused him to make such an excruciating noise, a noise that sounded like he was afraid for his life. My plans for the rest of this evening are suddenly thrown into disarray because I can't just go back upstairs now. I have to find out what just happened next door. So I go into the hallway and find a coat hanging on a hook. It belongs to the wife of the man I've just slept with, but I need to put something on, so I cover most of my naked body with it before opening the front door and peering out. As always, my street is silent, and nothing seems untoward out here. Until I see a dark shape running from my house. "Hey!" I call out, desperate to know who it is, but unable to see their face because they don't turn back. They just keep running until they are out of sight, disappearing into the darkness and potentially getting away with whatever they just did. But what did they do? I'll have to go back to my house to find out. When I get there, I'll make the most shocking discovery of my life. Before that night. Chapter 1. Clover. I'm working from home all by myself, and the suburban silence that seems to surround me in all directions is starting to give me a headache. I need to make some noise to hear something, anything that will snap me out of this malaise. I could put some music on to cut through the quietness, though I usually find it trickier to work when I do. I suppose I could go downstairs and boil the kettle and make myself a cup of tea, or put the washing machine on and listen to that rumbling away in my kitchen. Is there a sleepier suburban sound than a washing machine going through a spin cycle? I get my answer a moment later when I hear something outside that trumps it. Something even more suburban than a washing machine. A lawnmower. Letting out a bored sigh that encapsulates the entirety of my almost 20-year career working in legal administration, I get up from my desk and go to my office window, although this isn't really an office. It's just a spare room that I fashioned into an office ever since my employer said we could all do the same jobs at home that we were doing in our expensive office in the city centre. Gazing out the window on this sunny weekday afternoon, I see my next-door neighbour's gardener cutting the lush green lawn beneath a cloudless blue sky. I watch the man work for a moment, not because he's particularly attractive, because he isn't. This is not the type of gardener you see in those TV shows where the bored housewives are lusting over the muscular guy with the hedge clippers. This particular gardener is more realistic, and by that I mean he looks pretty ordinary, covered in soil and sweat, and I doubt he smells much better either, given he's toiling away outside all day beneath a hot sun while surrounded by grass clippings. He cuts the lawn in a quick and neat fashion before getting to work on the flower beds, turning the soil and tending to a few blossoms that have wilted a little in the recent summer heat. The water he provides should have them looking healthier soon, and the cup of tea he is furnished with a moment later to quench his own thirst seems to improve his mood as well. I watch as my neighbour, Tanya, hands him that drink, and the pair chat for a moment in the middle of the immaculate lawn. Unlike the gardener, who is aging and has the grey beard and extra weight around his waist to prove it, Tanya is showing no signs of succumbing to the ravages of time herself. She's 41, just a year older than me, but she looks younger than I do. I could put it down to good genetics, Or maybe it's the fact that while I have to spend 40 hours a week sat at a desk, she gets to do Pilates, yoga, and several more age-defying activities. She doesn't have to work like I do, so there's more time for applying skin creams, cooking healthy meals, getting better sleep, and all sorts of other things that keep her looking as good as she does. But her fantastic appearance isn't why I hate her. No, that would be far too superficial and envious of me. I hate her for a more substantial reason. I hate her because of her personality. There's no other way to say it. My neighbour Tanya is a bitch. I discovered that fact very quickly after my husband and I had moved into this house. It was 6 years ago now, and we came to this street because we were upsizing. One, because we were both earning more money, so a bigger house felt like the logical next step. And two, because we presumed we'd have children one day. However, the kids haven't materialised, not for a lack of trying, just bad luck. But this house is still lovely, and I'm glad of the extra space regardless. The only problem is the woman we live next door to. I first met Tanya when I stepped out into my new back garden on the first day we got the keys to this property. I didn't realise it at first, but she was in her garden too, and when I saw her head above the bordering fence, I offered her a friendly wave and prepared to get to know my new neighbour. But instead of waving back, Tanya simply gave me a look of disdain before muttering something under her breath that I was shocked to hear. This street used to be exclusive, but look at it now. Of course, I was stunned and thought I must have misheard her. This stranger hadn't just made a disparaging comment about me without getting to know me first, had she? She hadn't just made out like the neighbourhood had suddenly been devalued by my arrival in it, right? I hope not, which is why I laughed before saying, "Excuse me," giving Tanya the opportunity to repeat what she had said so that I could hear that she hadn't said anything distasteful at all. But she didn't do that. She just shook her head and went back inside her house, leaving me to realise that I'd heard her right the first time. That was my original interaction with Tanya, and as bad as it was, I wish it had been my last. Alas, over these past 6 years that we've lived next to each other, there have been several more examples of times when the two of us have failed to get along. She rudely objects whenever we have family or friends over for barbecues in the summer, even if I make sure we keep the noise down. She complains to me or my husband when we take the bins out in the morning instead of the night before because it wakes her up, although I try to tell her that sometimes we're simply too busy to remember to do it the night before. And she gets very irritated when the postman accidentally takes something of hers to our house by mistake, or vice versa, which happens fairly often because we live at number 205A and she lives at 205B. I really wish the people who designed the street just gave our homes different numbers like a normal street, but it wasn't meant to be. So there are many times one of us has to go to the other's house with a package delivered to the wrong address. It's never great when you don't get along with a neighbour, and I certainly don't get along with Tanya. I gave up making an effort with her a long time ago, and now we're at the point where we don't speak to each other when we see one another, unless it is to complain about something the other one has done. I've never been bothered by other people's lives until I moved here, but now I've become a little like Tanya, always snooping and seeing what's going on over my fence, almost as if I'm desperate to have something to complain about myself. Or maybe I've just been working from home for too long, and I'm bored. Either way, I hate that woman next door, and as I watch her go back inside while her gardener returns to the flower beds, I say a silent prayer that she will soon decide to move out of her house and allow me to have a new neighbour instead. Sadly, I don't think that's going to happen because she's lived in her home for almost 2 decades and her son grew up in that house, so all those memories are tied up there. Plus, I suspect they paid the mortgage off a while ago, so why take on new debt if they don't have to? Basically, I'm stuck with them. Although it's only really Tanya that I feel stuck with. That's because her husband isn't so bad. His name is Joe, and he's nothing like his wife. Okay, he is in so much as he is attractive, but in terms of personality, he's very different. He's pleasant, friendly, charming, and while our interactions have always been brief and limited, he's made me feel welcome on this street, which is far more than can be said for the woman he's married to. I know opposites attract, but Joe really could do better than Tanya, although that's none of my business, I suppose. I don't mind their son either. Ethan is 16 and always gives me a smile when he sees me, although I suspect it's because he has a bit of a crush on me. I'm no supermodel, but I don't need to be to get the attention of a hormonal teen, and at Ethan's point in life, I assume he fancies almost every member of the opposite sex who is his age or older. I return to my desk and lose myself in some work for half an hour before I hear an engine outside. I guess it's the gardener leaving in his van, his work next door now complete, and he'll be off to provide his green-fingered services for another customer. I've thought about hiring him for our garden, but my hubby likes to keep on top of the outdoor chores himself. And as I gaze at a photo of my partner that sits on my desk, I smile and look forward to when he gets home. But that won't be for another 3 hours yet, so for now it's just me sitting in this spare bedroom that I thought might have been used by one of our children one day. I try not to dwell on the fact that I'm 40 and on the rebound from yet another failed round of IVF treatment, but it's not easy. Not with this damn silence. I wish the lawnmower was still being used, but it's back to being eerily quiet again, despite it being the middle of the day. So I need to do something. Leaving my desk, I go into the kitchen and make myself a bit of lunch. Nothing amazing, just a cheese sandwich. I put the radio on as I work and listen to it while I eat, hearing the latest news bulletin as well as a few songs from the late 90s and early noughties that remind me of being very young and full of energy. Oh, to go back to that period when all that seemed to matter was if Ross and Rachel would end up together, or if all those new websites that were popping up on that new thing called the internet were going to make messaging friends and potential lovers easier. I can't remember the last time I was truly able to escape into a good bit of television drama, and these days all I use a computer for is boring admin tasks, not contacting people I want to hang out with. I finish my sandwich and turn off the nostalgic music coming from the radio, but quickly fill the silence by putting the dishwasher on. I'm just about to go back upstairs when I notice that the kitchen bin is full. Taking bags of waste outside is usually a blue job rather than a pink one, which is how my husband and I stereotypically categorize household chores between our genders. But with him at work, I decide to just do it myself. Pulling the heavy bag full of trash out, I carry it to the back door and go outside, feeling the heat from the summer sun as I briefly pass under its rays. I have no idea how that gardener works in these temperatures, but I'm glad I don't have to. And I'm just about to get rid of the trash and get back inside where it's cool when I hear something. It's Tanya. I can hear her voice on the other side of the fence, though I can't see her and she can't see me. I listen for a moment before realizing she seems to be talking to somebody on the phone, because I can only hear her voice followed by several brief pauses. I know I probably shouldn't eavesdrop, but I linger for long enough to hear something that surprises me greatly. "Listen to me. This has to stop. It never should have started in the first place." I'm intrigued as to what she might be talking about, as well as why she sounds so stressed, and if only I could hear the other end of the conversation. Then she speaks again. "We're both married, and we could ruin our families if we keep doing this," Tanya says next, and I almost drop the bin bag when I hear that, because I think I've just figured out what is going on. My neighbour, the one I hate, and the one who seemed to have her life in perfect order, has a secret. She's having an affair. Chapter 2. Clover. I dare not move a muscle for fear of Tanya hearing me and realizing that I'm on the other side of the fence to her, so I stay as still as I possibly can until she ends her call. When she does end it, she does so by reiterating her point that this needs to stop, before she goes back into her house, slamming her door on the way. With the peace resuming, I quickly finish my errand, depositing the rubbish bag in the bin before going back inside my own house. And as I close the door, I take a deep breath. So much for sleepy suburbia. How's that for a juicy piece of gossip? I can't believe it. Tanya is having an affair. Tanya, the woman who looks like she has it all. The husband, the son, the big house, the freedom not to have to work, and the gardener and his noisy lawnmower. She's risking her marriage and everything she has by being involved with somebody else, who is also married by the sounds of it. Who is he? Who has tempted her to stray? God, I'd love to know. It must be someone even hunkier than her husband, if that's even possible. How could she be bored of Joe? And how could she go about her life on this street acting as if she's better than everybody else if it turns out that she actually isn't? She's worse than us, certainly worse than me. I've never been unfaithful to my husband, and I've never made frantic phone calls to try and keep my sordid little secrets quiet. This is just too much. The woman I hate has a big secret. Now I know it. I have to tell somebody. My first port of call would usually be Spencer, but I know he'll be busy working and probably won't be able to answer my call because of whatever meetings he'll be sitting in. I'll just have to wait until he gets home to give him the news. My next port of call would be my best friend, who just so happens to be my sister too. That's Lily, and I eagerly put my mobile to my ear as I pray that she's going to pick up and give me the opportunity to spill the beans about my devious next-door neighbour. Alas, there is no answer from Lily, and I'm left feeling frustrated. I could call Mum and tell her, but she's more likely to tell me not to gossip. I could call Dad, but he's hardly going to be thrilled at the news either. The problem with mentioning such a thing as an affair to them is it is a little close to home. That's because Mum had an affair once, and it almost blew my parents' marriage apart. The excitement I feel about learning that Tanya is having illicit liaisons with somebody she shouldn't be is tempered by the knowledge that my mother strayed in the past, and it broke my dad's heart. It broke their children's heart too, and Lily and I genuinely thought they were going to get divorced. We couldn't have blamed Dad if that was what he chose to do, not with the way Mum treated him. She had been sleeping with a man she used to go to school with. They'd reconnected on some website where old friends can link back up, and I know it's not the first time such a website has caused problems for marriages all around the world. For some reason, people reuniting with those they used to have a crush on at school has caused problems. Who would have thought? Mum fell into the trap of talking to one of the guys she liked at school, and the next thing that happened was they were sleeping together behind my poor Dad's back. The affair came out when Dad noticed Mum was making more of an effort with her appearance, and in particular was wearing full makeup to what was supposedly a coffee morning with friends in town. He followed her and saw that she wasn't meeting a group of ladies, but a single man, and when he watched them go into a hotel together, he knew it wasn't right. Give Mum her credit. She admitted to it all when she was confronted by Dad, before telling him that she made a terrible mistake and wanted to know if he could forgive her for the sake of their marriage and for us as a family. Lily and I were grown adults at this point, so a divorce wouldn't have been quite as devastating as if we were kids, but we still didn't want to see them separate, and I could tell Dad didn't want that either. He was hurt, but he still loved Mum. And because he did, Lily and I decided to speak to him about it. We told him that if he could find it in his heart to forgive Mum, we were happy to forgive too, and we could try and go back to how things were before. Unsurprisingly, Mum was thrilled when her affair did not result in her being kicked out of the family home, or the family in general, and she's endeavoured to make it up to all of us every day since then. My parents seem happy now, so I'm glad they stayed together. And if I am to call them and tell them the gossip about my neighbour's affair, I fear it might dredge up some old memories. So maybe I'll leave it. I have a few friends I could call, but I don't know if they'll be as excited at this news as me, probably because they have enough drama going on in their lives already, what with kids to raise and all the effort that comes with that. Maybe I'd be less amped up about this news if I had more to distract me, like a son or daughter who demanded my constant attention. But I don't have that. Just a boring work-from-home job, so this is easily the highlight of my week, maybe even my month. I text Lily and tell her to call me when she's free. Then I do my best to forget about what I just heard and go back to work. But it's impossible because, try as I might, I just cannot find editing legal documents anywhere near as interesting as thinking about the ramifications of my neighbour's affair. What if the person Tanya was talking to doesn't listen to her? She clearly wants to end it before it gets out, but what if they don't let her? What if this mysterious other person is in love with Tanya and refuses to let her go back to her husband? What if he insists on keeping the affair alive? And what if Tanya can't resist? So many questions, and no answers. Not yet, anyway. But I might get some one day because people can't keep a secret forever, can they? Tanya's secret is already out. She just doesn't know it. Should I tell her that I know? Take the higher ground and be Mrs. Morality while she tries to tell me that it's not what I think. She really does love her husband and it's just complicated. I could revel a little in her misfortune, really watch her squirm. It sure would make up for the snide comments and looks she has given me ever since I moved in here. She'd absolutely hate it that I had something over her, especially something so powerful as the ability to destroy her family with one word to her husband about what she's been up to behind his back. Oh, the power I could yield over that bitch. If I didn't hate her before, I certainly do now, especially when I think of Joe and Ethan and the hurt they would feel if the truth came out. But I can't say anything to her, can I? It would be risky, for one. I have no idea how she would react, how desperate she might be to keep her secret safe. She could try and silence me. Who knows? Desperate people do desperate things. I also don't want her husband or son to get hurt, because they've never done anything bad to me, unlike her, so they don't deserve to suffer heartache, at least not at my hand. If the truth comes out one day through some other means, so be it, but I won't be the one to expose it. I will, however, share what I know with my husband and my sister as soon as I get the chance to speak to them. Gossip is still gossip at the end of the day, isn't it? My one overpowering thought, as I struggle in vain to complete my working day, is that some people are never happy with what they have. They always want more, even if it hurts others. Tanya wanted more, and it sounds like she got it, although it also sounds like she regrets it now. I'm glad I'm not like that. I'm happy with what I've got. And I know my husband is too.
Chapter 3. Spencer. I always found it very boring to put a tie on. Ever since my father taught me how to do it as a teenager, I've considered it more of a chore than a way for a man to make himself look presentable. The fact that I grew up and got an office job means a tie features in my life 5 days a week. But hey, at least I only have to put it on once in the morning, right? Wrong. I'm having to put my tie on for the second time today, although at least I'm in a considerably better mood than I was when I did it earlier. Unlike this morning, when I was getting dressed because I had to go to work, this time I'm getting dressed because I've just made love to a beautiful woman. And with the fun stuff complete, I am redressing whilst basking in the warm afterglow of all that sex. Letting out a satisfied sigh as I straighten up my tie in my mistress's bedroom mirror, I check my appearance before turning to the undressed woman in the bed. How do I look? Like a man who just did something he shouldn't have, comes the sultry reply, and I smile whilst wishing I could tear off this tie, as well as the shirt and trousers that accompany it, and dive back under the duvet. If I could, I'd get to spend the rest of this afternoon having even more fun, but alas, it is not to be. I have other responsibilities besides my affair, like keeping my employment, and after that, going home to my wife and keeping my marriage going too. However, out of the two of them, the job is the only one I want to keep long term. As I look at the gorgeous brunette in the bed before me, the one who is 3 years younger than my wife and better than her in almost every other way, I consider suggesting what has been on my mind for a while now. That would be that I don't just want this to be a secretive affair forever. I want this to become something more. I'm willing to leave my wife for my mistress. But I hesitate, because maybe it's not the right time. Or maybe saying such a thing will ruin the magic that we have here, and I don't want that. I certainly don't want to lose out on an illicit rendezvous like this, which is the only highlight in what is an otherwise very average week. I'd better get back to work, I say, whilst hoping my mistress will try and change my mind by lifting up the duvet and showing me what is hiding underneath. But she doesn't do that. She just picks up her phone from the bedside table to check the time before looking surprised. "What is it?" I ask, as I look around to make sure I haven't left anything behind. "My sister's phoned me," Lily replies, "and she's messaged. Sounds like she needs to talk about something." The pair of us share a concerned look before I try and laugh it off with a bad joke. "Do you think she knows about us?" I ask in jest. But Lily doesn't find it funny. "Don't say that. You know it's my worst nightmare." I am well aware of that fact, because Lily mentions it at least once every time we are together, and by together I mean in bed. Lily loves Clover, her elder sibling, despite the fact she is currently sleeping with her husband. I know how worried Lily is that Clover will find out what is going on between us, and I'm worried too, though not quite as much. If everything was to come out, maybe it would just speed up the process of Lily and I getting together in the long term, because, let's face it, my marriage to Clover is nothing more than a sham now. At least on my part, anyway. But Lily doesn't see it quite as simply as that. She fears losing her sister and the love of her parents if the truth comes out. She worries that she'll be exiled from her family, and even if she still has me at the end of it all, she won't be happy if it has come at the expense of her loved ones. I can see why it would be difficult for her, just like I can see why she has so much fear etched on her face now she has seen that her sister has been calling her while she has been with me. "Call her back, see what she wants. I bet it's nothing major," I say calmly. "Probably just some family gossip." I bet I'm right, and Lily probably knows I am too, but that doesn't mean her paranoia is letting her relax yet. It won't until she actually makes the call to Clover to find out what is going on. "I can wait here for a minute if you like," I suggest. "Make sure it really is nothing before I go back to work." Lily nods her head. "Thanks," she says, before making the call. I take a seat on the edge of the bed as Lily sits up and waits for Clover to answer. In the brief silence, I tell myself that my wife has no idea what the pair of us have been up to here, because if she really did know, she wouldn't have phoned ahead to warn us. She'd simply have turned up and caught us in the act. That thought makes me feel better, although it's quickly replaced by a vision of Clover attacking my parked car outside before storming into her sister's place and attacking both me and her. "Hey, C, how's it going? Everything okay?" Lily asks Clover with her familiar greeting when she picks up. I study Lily's face as she listens to her phone, and when I don't see any signs of panic, I guess it's not bad news for us after all. I get confirmation of that when Lily's shoulders relax a second later, and I see all the worry wash out of her body. "Your neighbour?" she asks, and I frown, because Clover's neighbour is obviously my neighbour, so whatever news there is surrounding the people who live next door to us would interest me as well. But I can't get any news until Lily comes off the phone, so I have to stay quiet. "Are you sure? You might have misunderstood," Lily says then, and I frown, eager to know what's going on. But Lily can't say a word to me because I'm not supposed to be here. I should be at my desk in an office 5 miles away. My boss will be expecting me back by now. My wife won't have expected me to leave there at all. I'm just a bit busy at the moment, sis. Can I call you back? Lily asks her sibling. No, it's not that it's not interesting, because it is. I'll call you later and you can tell me more then, okay? Lily has to wait a few more seconds before she gets the chance to end the call, but not before she has to sign off with her customary goodbye. Love you too, sis. Lily puts down her phone then, the call at an end, and I smile because I guess everything's all right. But Lily doesn't look happy. I hate this, she says to me. I'm such a bitch. No, you're not, I say, reaching out to reassure her, but she brushes me off. Yes, I am. I just told my sister I love her. But how can I when I'm with you? Lily's having another one of her guilty episodes, and I know that I always need to nip these in the bud quickly or risk her suggesting we end this affair, and I really do not want that to happen. Hey, come on. You're not a bad person. Neither am I. It's just unlucky that we didn't meet before I met your sister. Then we'd be together and there would be no need for any of this secrecy. Lily doesn't look very reassured, so I try and change the subject. What was the call about? What did Clover say about my neighbour? Lily wipes away a small tear before telling me. She says she overheard your neighbour on the phone, and it sounded like they were having an affair, or trying to end an affair. Well, I never knew he had it in him, the cheeky devil. Who do you mean? Lily asks, looking confused. Joe, my neighbour. I mean, I guess he's a good-looking guy, but still, he seems so plain. So vanilla. He's not the type to do anything like that anyway. It's not Joe, it's Tanya, Lily informs me. Tanya's having the affair? I cry, even more surprised. Wow, no wonder Clover wanted to tell somebody. She hates that woman. I shake my head, but chuckle too, because it seems my neighbours have the same problems that I do. But Lily isn't showing any signs that she's relaxed. I don't know how long I can keep doing this, she tells me then, which quickly wipes the smile off my face. Hey, come on. We're good together, you know we are, I say, before moving closer to her on the bed and trying to kiss her. Lily initially resists, but I'm persistent, and as always, Lily soon gives in. I can't resist her, but I know she can't resist me either, and I use that to my advantage to keep her under my spell. I really need to go back to work, but 10 more minutes wouldn't do any harm, and I'll just work late to make it up to my boss. He won't mind, and I'm sure Clover won't mind if I get home late either. It sounds like she has enough to occupy her there anyway.
Chapter 4. Clover. Of all the nights for Spencer to work late, he chooses tonight, when I have such a juicy piece of gossip to give him. He messaged me earlier to tell me that he had to stay later in the office, but it was not what I wanted to hear because I just want to get to the part where I tell him about Tanya. I know he'll be entertained by the news, and I want to give it to him in person rather than via a text message so I can see his face when he hears it. That means I'm waiting impatiently for him to get back. But there's still no sign of my husband's car arriving onto the street, although there has been a little activity next door. I saw Joe come home an hour ago. I watched him parking his car on the driveway and get out from behind the wheel, wearing what looked like a very smart suit. He's well groomed, his stylish fashion choices complementing his neatly trimmed blonde hair. And after he took out his leather briefcase from the back seat of his vehicle, he strode into his house looking like he didn't have a care in the world. But he should have a care, and he would if he knew what his wife was up to. I wonder if Tanya greeted him with a kiss and a hug in the hallway when he got in. I ponder whether she told him that she'd missed him before asking about his day. Maybe she offered him a glass of wine to help him decompress while she put the finishing touches on dinner, making his evening a lot easier than his day had been. If so, Joe could be forgiven for thinking that he has a fantastic wife and that everything is perfect in his marriage, though he would only be being fooled. But I'm not fooled any longer. My eyes are wide open to what is going on in Tanya's life, and considering nothing exciting ever happens in my life, I'm more than entertained by the thought of what is going on in my neighbours. But I want to share this with my husband, so where the hell are you, Spencer? Come home and let's gossip. Maybe my eagerness to tell him is fueled somewhat by the fact that I already told somebody else this secret, but they were very underwhelmed by it. I got to speak to Lily after she finally phoned me back, but when I told her about my neighbour, she didn't seem particularly enthused. I would have thought my sister would have wanted to know all the gory details about Tanya and what she might be up to, because she's just like me and loves a bit of mystery and intrigue. We both watch and enjoy all the same types of shows on television. The trashy reality ones where the cameras go into a family's home and all the drama that goes on there plays out on screen. We also love fictional stories in which people have affairs and keep all sorts of other secrets, and we are gripped as we watch each episode to see when all the secrets are exposed and the chaos that ensues after it. But none of that is real life, not even the reality shows, because so much of that is staged and scripted. But this, right here, Tanya and her affair is very real. There are no cameras here. Just normal people doing things they shouldn't be. Sadly, Lily didn't seem excited about the news I gave her, which is very out of character for her, and I ended the call wondering if something was wrong in her personal life. Thankfully, she phoned me back an hour later and sounded much happier, although she still didn't seem to want to spend any time gossiping about other people's private lives. Just stay out of it, was Lily's warning to me when I asked her if I should go and tell Joe what I heard Tanya talking about on the phone while he was at work. Try and mind your own business, she'd added. I thought that was strange, not least because Lily spent a lot of time in her youth speculating over other people's relationships. But then she told me that she was young and had done some growing up since then. I got the insinuation in her voice when she said that, which was that I should do some growing up too. And considering I'm older than Lily, maybe she was right. I decided to change the subject then, and we chatted for 30 minutes more before I told her I had to go because I needed to do a few things around the house before Spencer got home. She didn't ask me how he was, not that she always does, but I made sure to ask her about the man in her life. She has a boyfriend, or at least she did, but Lily told me that it ended a while ago, and she didn't really have time for relationships at the moment. I still think something's not quite right with my sister, but I left it there, and since that call, I've been busy tidying up while waiting for my husband to arrive. Wait, what's that I can hear? It's the sound of a car outside. I rush back to the window and smile when I see Spencer parking on our driveway. He spots me at the window and I give him a wave before rushing to the front door to speed up the process of getting him inside. The sooner he's in, the sooner the gossiping can begin. Finally! I was beginning to think that you were going to be out all night, I say, as I welcome Spencer in, though he doesn't look quite as pleased to see me as I am him. Why are you always at the window? The neighbours will think you're snooping on them all day, he moans as he closes the front door behind him. Ha! The neighbours! Let me tell you about them. You're not going to believe what I heard today. Okay, so I'm a little giddy and energetic because I might have opened a bottle of wine after I finish work, and I'm 2 glasses into it already, so I should probably calm down a little. But it's hard to when I know Spencer is going to be giddy in a moment as well. I went to the bin earlier today because you'd forgotten to take the rubbish out before you went to work, but don't worry, it doesn't matter about that. I'm glad I had to do it because I heard something incredible while I was out there. I heard Tanya on the phone, and guess what she was saying? I'm waiting for Spencer to stop and give me his undivided attention because this story warrants it, but he's too busy taking off his coat and shoes. Guess what she was saying? I repeat. And he finally stops and looks at me. What? He asks wearily. She was trying to end an affair. She said, we can't keep doing this because we're both married. Oh my God, can you believe it? Tanya is cheating on Joe. This should be the moment that Spencer joins me in the land of mischief and mayhem, but he doesn't seem that bothered at all. Are you sure? I doubt she's having an affair, he says, before heading into the kitchen. She is, I know it, I cry, following him in and then picking up the open wine bottle. Do you want a drink? We have a lot to discuss. Discuss? Yes, Tanya's affair. What do I do about it? Do I tell Joe because he has a right to know? Do I tell her that I overheard her and see what she says? I have to do something, right? I pour Spencer a glass and then hand it to him as he notes how much is left in the bottle and correctly figures that I already made a good start on it without him. Calm down, my man advises me. This is none of our business, and you certainly can't be going telling anybody. Definitely don't tell Joe. It's his marriage, and whatever Tanya is doing is up to her. We stay out of it. Stay out of it. That's exactly the advice Lily gave me earlier. What's going on with everybody? Why can't they find this as shocking and interesting as I do? Don't you think it's crazy? I never would have guessed she would have had an affair, would you? I mean, she's always so prim and proper. She looks down on me as if I'm not good enough to grace this street, yet she's the one with skeletons in her closet. It's just so, what's the word? Ironic or hypocritical. Both of those things at the same time. Spencer shakes his head as he takes a seat at the kitchen table and downs half of his wine in one glug. You know, I've warned you about working from home, he says. I said you'll eventually go crazy if you're stuck here all day by yourself, just spying or eavesdropping on the neighbours. You'll start seeing or hearing things that aren't really there if you try hard enough. I didn't imagine this, I cry, defending my hearing. I heard it clearly, crystal clear. Tanya was worried, and she was trying to end an affair. Maybe you should see if you can go back to the office. Just 1 or 2 days a week would be something. I think it would help. It would certainly reduce the time you spend standing at the window looking out onto the street and conjuring up stories in your head about other people's lives. Conjuring up stories? Spencer must be joking. His response to our neighbour having an affair is for me to go back to the office, as if I've somehow made all this up in my imagination out of sheer boredom. Shall I make a start on cooking dinner, or have you got something in mind? He asks me then, which reminds me that I was supposed to be making us a shepherd's pie, but completely forgot to do the prep work for that in all the excitement of today. But screw that. Let's just get a takeaway, I say, not wanting to waste time cooking when I could be discussing important things. But any attempts I make at getting Spencer to engage with me about Tanya and her extramarital dalliances are quickly shot down to the point where I realise I have to change the subject, or Spencer is going to want to eat his takeaway alone when it arrives. We order Chinese, and while we wait for it, I give him the other piece of news from my day, which came towards the end of my most recent phone call with my sister. We're having a barbecue this weekend, I tell him. I invited my family over. Is that okay? Spencer stops looking at his phone and frowns. What? A family meal. It's been a while, and I said we'd host. Family? Who's coming? My family. Mum, Dad, and Lily. Same as always. That okay? I don't know. I wish you'd asked me first. Have you already invited them? Yeah. What's the problem? We're not doing anything this weekend, and the weather looks nice, so I thought it'd be fun. We should make the most of summer while it's still here. Plus, I can't remember the last time we all got together. Dad can help you with the barbecue. Mum will give me a hand with all the other prep, and Lily can do what she does best and bring the alcohol. I laugh then, but Spencer doesn't, probably because he wouldn't be the first guy to be disappointed at the prospect of spending part of his weekend with his in-laws rather than relaxing by himself. Hey, it'll be fun, I say to him. Besides, I think something might be going on with Lily, so it'll be good to talk to her properly and not just over the phone. What's going on with her? He asks then, furrowing his brow. I don't know. That's why I want to see her. That cool with you? Spencer still seems unsure, but I'm not cancelling the family barbecue, so he has no choice but to accept it and move on. Thankfully, the arrival of the delivery driver with our takeaway 40 minutes later helps expedite that process, and by the time we're tucking into our food, his mood seems better. though we don't talk much more during our meal. Spencer puts on a movie and has a beer while I finish the wine and think about Tanya again. It's hard being the only one who seems to care that she's cheating on her husband. But it's even harder feeling like my own husband is bored in my company.
Chapter 5. Spencer. There's no doubt about this. The family barbecue set for this weekend is going to be awkward. Then again, it won't be different to any other time I'm in the presence of both my wife and my mistress. Lily and I have a secret that Clover doesn't know about. At least Clover is too busy obsessing over somebody else's secret to worry about the one staring her right in the face. It was irritating to have to listen to my wife harping on about Tanya and whatever she might be doing next door. I couldn't care less, if I'm honest, but the one bright side to it is that it is distracting my wife. She's far less likely to worry about her husband cheating if she is thinking about the husband next door and how his wife is cheating on him instead. After a long night of listening to Clover, mixed in with a delicious takeaway that lifted my mood a little, I've come upstairs to shower, while my wife finishes watching something downstairs before joining me up here. I don't actually need a shower because I had one at Lily's just before getting dressed and going back to work, but I have to keep up appearances here, and Clover knows I always shower at night, so I better stick to my normal routine. As I wash myself, I think ahead to the impending barbecue and try to envisage how it will go. It's great that I'm getting to see Lily again so soon, though not so great that I won't be able to do any of the things I usually do when I am with her. There will be no opportunity to grab her and kiss her or tell her how wild she drives me, not with Clover and her parents around. The best I'll get to do is look at Lily and admire whatever summer dress she is wearing from a safe distance, as well as make small talk with her and pretend like we're just two people who simply get along because we were brought together by our association with Clover. My affair with my wife's sister began in my imagination well before it began in real life. I was attracted to Lily as soon as I saw her. It makes sense, as she looks very much like Clover, so if I fancy her, I'd probably fancy her sister too, right? But the differences in them became apparent the more I got to know Lily. She is much calmer than Clover, certainly not as prone to getting overexcited or overdramatic about silly little things. She's more worldly, more mature, even though she's younger, and I was drawn to her personality as well as her looks quickly. But fancying somebody is a giant leap away from actually sleeping with them, isn't it? After meeting Lily whilst dating Clover, I never expected to embark on an affair. I definitely didn't expect to have any kind of affair once I married Clover, and as the years went by, I felt like I was happy enough. But unlike some pretty woman I might see on the street or on a train or even on television who could tempt me if their presence in my life wasn't so fleeting, Lily was around regularly. Part of marriage is spending time with your other half's family, and that meant seeing Lily often. Maybe it was just a matter of time, and I was powerless to prevent it, but eventually, after such a long time of seeing her at my house or at various family events, I got drunk in her presence once and had a go at flirting with her. Rather than ignore me or just politely humour me for the sake of her sister, Lily flirted back. Quite hard, in fact, and suddenly I felt more alive than I had in all my time with Clover. That was it. I went from fancying Lily to almost obsessing over her. My stomach would do somersaults whenever Clover told me that her sister was coming to visit, and I found myself making an extra effort with my appearance whenever I knew I was going to see her. Every brief moment the pair of us got alone together was an opportunity to flirt further, until it got to the point where it was painfully obvious to the pair of us that we wanted one another. But it would still take something crazy happening to get me to sleep with my wife's sister. That crazy thing occurred just 3 months ago, when, after another failed attempt at conceiving a child with Clover, my wife spurned my advances in the bedroom. She said she was tired, fed up, or any one of a million excuses she sometimes gave me. I can't recall exactly because I was so tired and fed up myself. All I know is that I argued with Clover, and she stormed out of the house to give us both some space. I presumed she had gone to her sister's. They were close, and I figured she'd be going to confide in Lily, telling her what a useless husband I was, which angered me because I hated the idea of Lily thinking that. But Clover hadn't gone to see her sister, and I realized that when Lily turned up at our house only 10 minutes after Clover left it. Lily said she was just dropping off some vases that her sister had asked for, and I invited her in despite her sister being out. We chatted for a while, which quickly became flirting, before I took a chance. Did Lily want a drink? I had some wine that I could open. How about it? Lily initially said no, but then I told her I really needed some alcohol, so I went into the kitchen to help myself. I didn't know if she would leave, but she followed me in, and when I poured her a glass, she took it and drank from it. We didn't speak then. We just stared at each other, as if we knew what the other was thinking. We both like one another. The house is empty. Nobody has to know. We only kissed that night. Seconds after our lips met, Lily put down her glass of wine and left the house, telling me that she couldn't do this, and it wasn't fair on Clover. I was disappointed, but figured she was right. Then we saw each other again, and when we had a moment alone, I told her I couldn't stop thinking about her. She said the same. We shared another kiss. This time, Lily didn't run away or feel guilty about her sister. She just told me that she would be home alone the following day, and that I could call by. Our affair has been underway ever since I visited her that day, and as far as I'm concerned, it's only just beginning. I envisage things between us getting stronger, not weakening, and so what if we are playing with fire? We only live once, and sometimes we have to remind ourselves we're actually alive. Tanya seems to understand that, if the rumours about her are true. I leave the shower and quickly dry off before entering the bedroom and finding Clover under the duvet reading a book. It's the same book she's been reading for the past week, and I absent-mindedly ask her about it before not listening to her answer as I pull on a pair of boxer shorts and a t-shirt. Once I'm in bed beside my wife, I use my phone to check some messages. And despite Clover telling me for the umpteenth time that I'd sleep better if I read before lights out instead of using an electronic device, I don't take her advice. What I do is send Lily a message to say that I know about the barbecue on Saturday and that I'm looking forward to seeing her there. Then, before she has a chance to respond, I cheekily suggest which dress she should wear for the occasion. The one I have in mind is a red and white flowery one. It's a dress I've seen her wearing in a photo on her social media pages. She wore it on a night out with friends recently, and she looked fantastic in it. But I haven't had the pleasure of seeing her wearing it for me. I noticed it hanging up in her wardrobe while I was getting dressed in her bedroom earlier, and now all I can think about is how great she will look if she wears it this weekend. I'll get to look at her in it for several long hours, while we all eat lots of sizzling meats and drink lots of cool wine on what the forecast says is going to be a sweltering summer's day. As Clover turns the pages of her book beside me, her sister replies to my message and says she is nervous about the barbecue because it's another event where she has to be fake and pretend like nothing is going on between us in the presence of other people. But I tell her to look at the positives. I get to cook for her while she gets to dress up for me, and the effort that we will make for each other will only be known by us and no one else. Then I ask her to wear the dress again. This time, Lily agrees.
Chapter 6. Clover. The sun is shining, and it's a perfect day for a barbecue. Is there anything better to do on a hot summer's day than spend time outdoors with loved ones, eating well and catching up beneath a clear blue sky? I don't think so, and I can't wait for my guests to arrive. Nor can I wait to get out into the garden and soak up some of the rays. I haven't got much of a tan yet this summer, but I plan to work on that before it's too late, though I won't be stupid and risk sunburn. That's why I apply some sunscreen before slipping into a light flowery dress and fastening a pair of sandals to my feet and then going downstairs to get this party started. There's plenty to do, but fortunately I have an extra pair of hands to help me do it all. Spencer has his list of tasks to complete, the most important one of which is making sure the barbecue is ready to go and the food that he will prepare on it is cooked to perfection. But when I see him, I frown, because he's not dressed like a man who's going to be standing next to a smoky barbecue all day. "Are you wearing that?" I ask him, noticing he's sporting the shirt that I bought him for his birthday a few weeks ago. It's not that it isn't smart, because it is, and I got it because I knew he would look good in it. But is it the best thing to wear beside a smoky fire? "What's wrong with it?" he asks me, and I notice that he's also had a shave too, as well as applied a little hair gel. "It'll stink of smoke by the end of the day. You could just wear a t-shirt," I suggest, but Spencer dismisses the idea. "I like this shirt. You bought it for me, remember?" "What's wrong? Don't I look nice for your family?" "No, you look great," I say, meaning it because he does, before I decide to quickly drop it. "How do I look?" I ask him as I give him a twirl. "Gorgeous, as always," he replies, before telling me he's going into the garage to get the garden chairs out. While he does that, I prepare a salad, as well as message my family group chat to tell them that I have sunscreen here if they need it. Once Spencer has got the furniture out, I go outside to clean it, while he disappears back into the house to fetch the bag of coals he'll use on the barbecue. I'm briefly alone in the garden, and the peace is pleasant, until I hear something behind me. When I turn around, I see the top of Joe's head over the garden fence. "Oh, hi, Clover," Joe says when he spots me. "Lovely day, isn't it?" "It's beautiful," I confirm. "Are you okay?" I look around as I approach the fence to see if there is any sign of Tanya, but there's not, and when I get a better vantage point at the other side, I see that Joe has a bin bag in his hand. He's taking out the rubbish, and the memory of what I heard a few days ago when I was doing the same chore is quickly on my mind. "Yeah, fine," Joe replies casually, as if he means it, which I suppose he does, because he would be fine, wouldn't he? He doesn't know what his wife is doing with another man. "How's Tanya?" I ask then, finding it impossible to not mention her. "She's great. Ethan is too. What about Spencer?" "Oh, he's okay. Same as always," I say with a smile. "No news to report here? Well, other than we're having a barbecue today." "Wonderful. It's the perfect weather for it." "It is," I reply, before glancing at Joe's house and wondering if Tanya is in there somewhere. This is all very normal, just some banal chitter-chatter over the garden fence, but I know that things aren't that normal if I consider what Tanya is doing to Joe without his knowledge. "You look nice," he says then, surprising me. "Thank you," I reply, feeling flattered. It feels good to be wearing something other than baggy jumpers and jeans like I do all winter. "I bet," Joe replies, as I look at him in his denim shorts and t-shirt. He hasn't made quite as much effort with his appearance as my husband has, yet he looks just as good for it, oozing an effortless style that my husband has never quite possessed. Maybe I should just stop admiring Joe. But then he did admire me first based on the compliment he gave me. Based on how relaxed Joe looks, I'm guessing there has been no drama with his wife lately, so he must still be blissfully unaware of what she's doing. This would be a perfect moment to tell him what I know, but I don't do it, because Spencer and Lily are right. I should stay out of it. "Well, enjoy your barbecue," Joe says with a smile. "I'd have one myself, but I can't be bothered with all the effort. But if Spencer feels like sending a hot dog my way, I'll gladly accept it." I laugh before briefly considering inviting him to join us at the barbecue. But that would mean him having to ask Tanya to come too, and I know she would say no. I also don't want her presence spoiling my day, so best to just leave it, especially when I'll be drinking wine and might blurt something uncomfortable out as the alcohol takes effect. I'll see if we have any leftovers, but don't hold your breath, I say. My dad has a big appetite. No worries. Enjoy, Joe says cheerily before heading away with the bin bag in hand, and I watch him go before preparing to turn back and resume cleaning the furniture. But just before I do, I notice something in the kitchen window of Joe's house. It's Tanya, and she's looking right at me. For a second, I worry that she knows that I overheard her secret and she's plotting what to do with me. But then I figure that she simply saw me chatting to her husband, so I think about waving to look normal, but don't bother in the end because I know she won't wave back. And sure enough, she moves away from the window without a friendly gesture coming my way. Finally, putting thoughts of my philandering neighbour to one side, I get back to work, and the next hour flies by before I hear the doorbell. We have guests, I call out to Spencer, who is still busy getting the barbecue ready, and as I open the door I see Mum and Dad on the doorstep. Hi, come in, I cry, as I usher them inside and give each of them a big hug upon arrival. Mum is looking radiant in a light green blouse and shorts and is showing off a tan that I guess she must have acquired while sunbathing in the back garden this week, while I was stuck in my shady home office. Dad is wearing a baggy white shirt and navy shorts and looks like he's caught a suntan too, and as he gives me a hug, he tells me I'm looking well. So are you, I say to him. But then again, Dad is always looking well. That's one of the perks of taking an early retirement and keeping in shape by playing numerous rounds of golf every week. Spencer always says he hopes he's looking as good as my dad when he gets to that age, and I hope that whatever genes I've inherited from him go some way to ensuring that I look much younger than my years as I get older too. It has turned out that Dad's love of golf has come in handy in another way, because I think the fact he has such a hobby is one reason why he was able to get over Mum's affair in the end. Rather than being cooped up at home stewing over it, he was out in the fresh air getting some exercise and focusing on putting a tiny ball in a small hole. That pastime gave him the breathing space and opportunity to forgive, and in some ways forget, his wife's betrayal, at least to the point where he wasn't dwelling on it every hour of the day and sitting up late at night drowning his sorrows. I also think the fact Mum didn't have such a hobby was perhaps one reason why she got bored in her marriage and strayed. But we've remedied that by making sure she does yoga 3 times a week now, which seems to have worked in keeping her occupied. Idle hands are the devil's tools, as a famous saying goes. Before I can ponder any more prophetic expressions, Spencer suddenly arrives in the hallway with a big smile on his face. But it fades a little when he sees Mum and Dad. Oh, hi, guys, he says. And I'm not sure why he seems let down by seeing them, because he knew they were coming, but maybe I've just misread him. Quickly back on form, my husband gives Mum a hug before shaking Dad's hand, and then the 4 of us go into the kitchen where I offer to make us all a drink. I thought we could start with some sangria, I suggest, and Mum says that's a lovely idea. But Dad quickly asks if we have any beer, and Spencer pleases him by saying that we do. It's nice to have my parents here together, especially because I worried these days were over after Mum's affair came to light. This was one of the reasons Lily and I fought so hard to keep them together afterwards. We love our family events, and they just wouldn't be the same if one parent was missing. They both seem happy now, which is the main thing, and perhaps the fact they love Lily and me so much is what helped keep them together. Our parents have the exact same photo saved as a screensaver on their phones, which is one of the 4 of us in the Lake District a few years ago. And that love is how the 4 of us overcame the biggest threat to our family unit that has ever existed. I just hope there won't be another one. The doorbell rings again, and I guess it must be Lily, so I'm just about to go when Spencer turns away from the fridge before he's finished getting Dad a beer. I'll get it, he says, and leaves the kitchen before I've had a chance to reply. Oh, you've got him well trained, Mum remarks, and I laugh before getting Dad the beer that he looks like he's more than ready to drink. I hear Lily and Spencer greeting each other in the hallway, but leave them to it while I get the meats out of the fridge for my husband to start cooking when he returns. By the time I've done that, Lily has entered the kitchen, and after she greets our parents, she turns to give me a hug. "I love your dress," I say as I admire the red and white outfit she is sporting. "Thanks," she replies, before Spencer offers to get her a drink. But I tell him not to waste any more time when there is so much food that needs cooking, so I hand him the packets of sausages, chicken and burgers and usher him out of the door. Dad follows him, presumably to supervise the cooking, and that leaves me, Mum, and my sister in the cool of the kitchen. But we'll be outside in the sun as soon as I've poured us all a glass of sangria. And with the family meal just beginning, I have a feeling it's going to be a great day. What could spoil it?
Chapter 7. Spencer. This day is going to be harder than I presumed. That's because Lily looks even more incredible in the dress that I asked her to wear for me than I thought she would, and now I'm somehow going to have to make it through several hours of being in her presence without being able to touch her. It won't be easy, not with the lust I possess inside myself for her, coupled with the soaring temperatures out here. It'll be even harder if I'm drinking alcohol, because with my inhibitions lowered, what if I make a critical mistake in front of Clover? That's when I have a brainwave. I won't drink today, or at least not much, just 1 or 2 beers over the course of the afternoon. Not enough to stop me from driving later. Why would I want to drive later? Because I could take Lily home. I know she drove herself here, but crucially she plans to drink all day, which means that she won't be able to drive herself back home again. Clover has already told me that her sister will get a taxi when the barbecue is over, but I have a much better idea. I'll stay sober so that I can be a gentleman and offer to take her home myself. To my wife it will seem sweet, like I'm doing a kind deed for her sibling. But really, I just want to get some alone time with Lily. I love that dress. But I have to get her out of it before this day is through. "I brought you a beer," Clover says as she arrives in the garden with her mother and sister, and I thank her before taking it, though I put it down without having a sip. Then I watch Lily as she takes a seat on our garden furniture, crossing her legs and flicking her hair back off her shoulders, and she looks delightful as she sits there in the sunshine with a glass of sangria in hand. "Careful, those flames are getting high," the man standing next to me suddenly says, and I snap out of my daydream thanks to my father-in-law's warning. I quickly get the barbecue back under control, using a poker to move the coals beneath the grill so that the fire keeps burning but at a much safer level, and then I focus on cooking a great meal. I want to impress Lily with my culinary skills because, who knows, one day I might be cooking for her. We could be hosting our own barbecues as a couple, albeit very different barbecues to this one, because there's no way that Clover and her parents would be there if Lily and I ended up becoming official. We'd most likely be banished from the family. Not that it would bother me. It would be much harder for Lily, but I hope it doesn't put her off wanting it someday. Someday. Just not today, unfortunately. As my father-in-law and I prepare the burgers, hot dogs and chicken wings, Clover lays out the salad items on the table, and I get a few thrilling, brief glimpses of Lily as she goes in and out of the house, her dress as light and breezy as the fresh air out here in the garden. I worry for one moment when I fear I've been caught ogling Lily by her father standing beside me when I look at him and see him frowning. But it turns out that he is just sceptical about the way I'm cooking the sausages and suggests I should turn them over before they start to burn. We're about halfway through cooking the food when I hear something on the other side of the fence. It's a woman's voice, and I recognize it instantly, due to how whiny and irritated it is. "So rude, having a barbecue while I've got my washing hanging out here on the line. Do they think I want all my clothes to smell of smoke? How inconsiderate." It's Tanya, and by the sounds of it she is annoyed that we're having a barbecue, because some of the smoke must be drifting over the fence and potentially affecting the clean washing she has drying in her back garden. It's not my intention to give her clothes a smoky smell, but I am within rights to have a barbecue on my property, and I object to having to listen to her complaining about me, which is why I let her know that I've heard her comments. "Good afternoon, Tanya. Lovely day, isn't it?" I say in an overly cheerful manner designed to irritate my troublesome neighbour even more. I wonder if she will just ignore me or bite, but I'm hoping it's the latter because I could do with a little entertainment, and when Tanya peers over the top of the fence, I guess I'm going to get it. "That smoke is going all over my garden," she moans, before quickly realizing that I'm not alone and I have company out here in the form of my father-in-law. A woman like her, who often verges on being a bully, clearly doesn't like it when she sees the subject of her ire is not alone, and she quickly disappears again and goes back into her house, though she does slam the door for good measure to make a final point. "Neighbours, eh? Who'd have them?" I say, chuckling before I consider letting my father-in-law in on the secret I know about Tanya. But probably best not to mention an affair around him after what he went through. Plus, I'm not in a position to gossip when I'm engaged in the same thing myself. With that brief interruption over, I am free to complete the rest of the cooking, and by the time I'm carrying hot plates of food over to the ladies, every one of us has built up quite an appetite. Everyone has also been consuming plenty of alcohol. Everyone but me, that is, because I'm still pacing myself with my first beer and plan to make it last as long as I can so I'm ready for driving later. I notice Lily is already a little tipsy as she pours herself another glass of sangria from the jug because her cheeks are flushed red and she is laughing louder than usual. I love seeing her like this, so relaxed and free, and it seems like she is managing to keep her guilt about our affair under wraps well enough so that Clover doesn't suspect a thing. My wife is playing the role of host well, as she always does, but my eyes are mostly on her sister, and as we tuck into the food, I make eye contact with Lily and smile at her before asking if she can pass me the salad bowl. She does, and I make sure our hands briefly touch as I take it from her, feeling a jolt of electricity pulsing through my body as her soft skin brushes mine. But to anyone else at the table, it would have simply looked like a basic interaction between two people over dinner. She looks so good sitting here with the sun on her bare shoulders, and I'd give everything to make this a meal for two rather than the meal for five that it actually is. As we eat, and Clover does a great job of making conversation with everybody, I look at Lily sitting beside her mother and think about how they are so alike. But I'm not talking looks, I'm talking the fact that they have both had affairs. I guess it must run in the family. Some quirk of a gene that Lily has inside her that she inherited from her mum, a gene that makes her want to take a risk with a man she shouldn't get involved with. But not for the first time, I wonder if Clover has that same tendency inside her. If so, I've certainly never seen any evidence of it. I guess it must have skipped her. I cannot imagine my wife doing anything risky at all, never mind sleeping with a man she shouldn't be and keeping a secret from her loved ones. She just doesn't have it in her, which is a good thing, obviously, though very unfair because the people she trusts and loves the most do. Sometimes I think it would be easier and actually better if my wife did sleep with somebody else, because that way I would feel way less guilty about what I'm doing with her sister. It would also give me an exit route out of this marriage. I could feign shock and hurt and say I can't trust her anymore, and then I'd be free to see Lily instead. Annoyingly for me, the woman I married is the perfect wife, as pure as snow and sin-free as a saint, making me appear to be even more of a villain than I really am. "Great sausages, Spencer," Lily suddenly says to me as she skewers one of the chunky pieces of meat on her fork and takes a bite from the end of it, making eye contact with me as she does. Is it me, or has it suddenly got hotter in this back garden? I don't know, but one thing is for sure. Clover has no idea what is going on right under her nose.
Chapter 8. Clover. This barbecue has been a big hit, thanks to my husband for his cooking, but also thanks to me for my exemplary hosting skills. I love being in charge of a social event like this one, and as I look around at all the empty plates on the table, as well as the satisfied expressions of those who have just dined, I can consider this a success. But just because the food is finished, it doesn't mean my work here is complete, and I get up out of my seat to fetch more drinks for my guests. I'm out of sangria, but how about some white wine? I suggest to Mum and Lily, who both quickly take me up on my offer before I turn to the men at the table. Another beer, guys? Dad shares a look with Mum, presumably to get permission before she tells him they can get a taxi and pick the car up tomorrow. So with that confirmed, he gives me a thumbs up. That just leaves my husband, but he's less keen. I'm okay, thanks, he says, and I notice he still has half of his first drink left. What's wrong? I ask him, puzzled because I've never known him to take so long with a beer before. I'm just keeping a clear head today, he tells me. I don't want a hangover tomorrow. Why? What are you doing tomorrow? I just don't want a hangover. I thought you'd be pleased. Surely you're not mad at me for not drinking too much. Spencer laughs then, and I shrug my shoulders, still unsure what has suddenly come over my husband, but not really caring if he's happy enough to stay sober today. I guess it gives me free rein to overindulge instead, and while I've already made a good start there, I only keep going once I've brought the next round of drinks back to the table. The sun is starting to lower in the sky as I retake my seat, but with a fresh glass of wine in my hand, I'm feeling good and want to keep the party going, which is why I suggest playing some music on my phone. I find a song and press play and turn up the volume enough so that it provides an upbeat accompaniment to our conversation. But Spencer doesn't seem so sure. Is it a bit loud? You don't want to annoy her, he says, gesturing towards the fence and the woman who lives on the other side of it. She's already had a word with me about the barbecue. Did she? I cry. What did she say? Not much, just some grumble about the smoke and her washing. Spencer doesn't seem too bothered about that, but it annoys me. What a bitch, I say, before turning up the volume of the music now I know that Tanya was not a fan of us having a social event in our garden today. How dare anybody have fun on a fine summer's day in their own back garden? The music is loud now, perhaps too loud, but I don't care. I hope Tanya can hear it, and I hope it's giving her something else to get annoyed about. Lily doesn't seem to mind the music because she gets up and starts dancing then, her bare feet moving across the grass in a fairly graceful manner, despite the fact she's had even more to drink today than I have. I watch her with her arms extended out by her sides, twirling around with her eyes closed and her head back, and decide to join her, laughing with my sibling as we move to the rhythm of the music. Come on, guys, join the party, I suggest, inviting those still seated at the table to get up and dance on the grass too, but there are no takers. Mum is messaging on her phone while Dad is sipping his beer. As for my husband, he's watching us dancing but doesn't appear keen to show us a few moves himself, and I guess that's because he's sober and feeling a little more self-conscious. But I'd rather him have a drink and enjoy himself if that's what he'd prefer to do, so I suggest a drink again, though he gives me the same answer as before. The music is a little bit loud, Dad says then, and leans forward to pick up my phone from the table. What are you doing? I cry as I spin Lily around before she returns the favour and twirls me. Just turning it down, Dad says, before doing just that. Who cares about the neighbours? She's a bitch, I say, perhaps a little too loudly, especially considering the windows are open next door, so Tanya just might have heard that. Clover, Dad cries, sounding stressed. What? I'm not lying, am I, Spencer? I say, challenging my husband to back me up on the fact that Tanya is not a nice person. It is a little bit loud, he says, much to my disappointment, and Dad is justified. I can't hear myself think, he says as he turns the music down, and despite them trying to dampen the mood, Lily and I are not having it. She continues to dance, although she stumbles a moment later and almost falls, though she doesn't let her level of inebriation put her off. I slow down my own dancing, but feeling mischievous, I look over the garden fence again before saying something that I really hope Tanya overhears. Sorry if I'm being loud. I guess I forgot how much sound travels here. Neighbours can hear all sorts of things over the garden fence, like phone conversations, I say then, making sure to really emphasise that last part of my statement. Nobody but Spencer will know what I'm doing there, which is why nobody says anything but him. Maybe sit down for a minute, my husband suggests, his polite way of saying that I'm drunk and being a bit silly. Why? Just having some fun in my back garden. What's wrong with that? I ask loudly. It's not as if I'm doing anything wrong. It's not as if I'm cheating on my husband. Clover! Spencer cries as Mum and Dad's faces fall. I regret the words as soon as they've slipped out of my drunken mouth, though not because Tanya might have heard them. I don't care about her. But I wish I hadn't just said something that reminds everyone here of what Mum did to Dad. What are you talking about? Dad says, looking at me, then at Mum, who puts her phone down and looks just as concerned as he does. Do they think I'm talking about them? Does Dad now think Mum is having another affair? Or is Mum thinking I'm dredging up an awful part of our history because I'm intoxicated and it's still bothering me to this day? They'd be wrong, so I should make it clear exactly who I was referring to then. But before I can do that... Right, I think we've all probably had enough, Spencer says as he turns off the music before getting up from his seat. I'm sober, so I'm happy to be a taxi driver. Can I give you guys a ride home? What? We're not finished, I cry, stumbling forward on the grass and spilling some of my wine. I wasn't talking about you two, I say then to Mum and Dad. I was talking about Clover, Spencer snaps, and his loud voice does as intended and gets me to shut up before I can finish my sentence. What's going on? Dad asks then. Who's cheating on her husband? It's nobody's business, Spencer says. Now, who wants taking home? Lily? Yeah, I suppose, she says, as I take a seat and reach for the wine bottle again. But I'm not happy about this barbecue ending abruptly. I'm not going to feel bad for her, I say. She's the one in the wrong. What on earth are you talking about? Dad asks me, so I tell him, ignoring Spencer's repeated pleas for me to be quiet. Her, next door, I say, gesturing to the fence. She's having an affair, and I found out about it the other day. Mum and Dad both look towards the fence then, while Lily makes an ooh noise, as if I've been naughty and said something I shouldn't have. But she's also just as drunk as I am, so I can kind of see why Spencer is keen to get us all inside before anything else happens, like one of our neighbours overhearing our conversation for a start. Can you give me a hand getting these things inside? Spencer asks my parents then, referring to all the empty glasses and plates on the table. And Mum and Dad do help him, seemingly as keen to get going as he is. Lily, do you want me to take you home? Spencer asks before he disappears inside, and my sister says yes. But I don't want her to go. Stay for a while. You can sleep in the spare bedroom if you like. We can open some more wine. Lily looks at me and seems to be considering it before Spencer appears again and says he's dropping our parents at home and can take Lily too. I'd better go, she says. Thanks for this lovely barbecue, sis. I'll see you soon. She gives me a hug and a kiss then, and despite me asking her to stay one more time, she follows Spencer into the house, and I hear Mum and Dad call out, "Goodbye," to me before they all presumably leave. The sound of Spencer's car starting up on the driveway tells me they're going, and all of a sudden, despite being surrounded by people just a few minutes ago, I'm now very much on my own. Okay, so I guess I was a bit silly then, and ruined the moment. But as I wander over to the fence, I don't regret being so loud. Peering over the fence, I want to see if Tanya is in her garden, and if so, if she heard any of it. But the garden is clear, meaning I probably got away with it, or rather, she got away with it. But will she continue to get away with it? Just like Mum's affair, secrets always come out. Why can't cheaters ever understand that?
Chapter 9. Spencer. I'm really sorry about that, I say apologetically as I drive my passengers across town. Clover's parents are sitting on my back seat, while Lily is in the passenger seat beside me, and I am really doing my best to keep my eyes on the road and not on the bare legs so close to where my hand rests on the gear stick. "I wish she wouldn't drink so much," says my melancholy mother-in-law, Janet, looking mournfully out of the window. "She always gets carried away when she does." "Maybe the sun went to her head," Lily suggests, and it's sweet of her to try and defend her sister, though probably misguided in this case. "She just really doesn't like our next-door neighbour," I say then, trying to justify Clover's outburst as I bring us to a stop at a red light. "She shouldn't be sticking her nose in other people's business," Janet goes on, and I get the feeling it's best if we stop talking about this soon, so I put the radio on, though I make sure to keep the music at a much lower volume than Clover had it in the garden not so long ago. I really am hoping that my wife has gone back inside the house now and is busying herself with tidying up in the kitchen rather than still lurking near the garden fence and thinking about Tanya. But I guess I won't find out until I get home, and that won't be for a while because I have some big plans while I'm out of the house myself. They involve the woman on my passenger seat, though they can't begin until I've got rid of the people on my back seat. "I'll drop you guys off first," I say, glancing up at my rear-view mirror so that Janet and Ed know that I'm talking to them. "Are you sure?" Janet asks. "Is it not quicker to drop Lily first?" "It's fine, I'll loop back," I say casually, as if I've not really put much thought into it, even though it's all I've been thinking about since I conceived the idea during the barbecue. I stayed sober for this, to get this opportunity to be alone in my car with Lily, and now that it's close, every cell in my body feels like it is waking up and buzzing with anticipation. "Whichever is quickest for you," Janet says then, sounding like she's still not convinced that dropping them off first is my best option if I want to get home sooner rather than later. "Don't worry about me," I say with a smile. "The way I see it, the longer I'm out, the more chance there is that Clover has finished tidying up when I get back." Janet laughs then, accepting my joke, and no doubt thinking that I'm just another male who is keen to get out of doing some housework. Ed doesn't say anything, but he's always quieter anyway after a big meal and a few drinks, while Lily continues to do nothing but sit there and look absolutely gorgeous right next to me. It feels like it takes an age to get to where my in-laws live, but as their house comes into view, I know I am only seconds away from having Lily all to myself. "Thank you so much," Janet says as I bring the car to a stop, "and thank you for a lovely meal." "No trouble at all," I say, before quickly getting out so that I can assist the passengers as they disembark. I open Ed's door before rushing around to open Janet's, and while it looks like I'm just being a gentleman, I'm really only trying to speed them up so I can be alone with their daughter faster. "I do hope Clover has settled down when you get back," Ed says as he shakes my hand, and I tell him that she'll be fine once she has a lie down and sobers up. "See you soon," I say to Janet as I give her a hug. And then I wave off the pair as they go inside their home. Then I get back into the car, and when I do, I smile at Lily. "So, where shall we go?" I ask as I begin driving again. "We can't be too long. Clover will be suspicious if you aren't home soon." "I'll just tell her that there was bad traffic. Shall we go back to your place?"
"No, a neighbour might see."
"Okay. I know a good country lane not far from here. It'll be nice at sunset." Lily doesn't argue as I drive us out of town, well past where I should be dropping her off, and I keep driving until we're in a secluded spot with no one else around. The sun has almost set now, and the blanket of darkness that is descending over us will only help conceal our position here even more. But as Lily mentioned, we can't take too long over this, so I make sure not to waste a single second once I have parked. I lean in to give Lily a kiss, and she reciprocates quickly, no doubt fueled by the alcohol inside her, though I don't need any extra fuel myself. Our hands are all over each other before I manage to recline Lily's seat, and as she falls back, I am on top of her, finally getting to do what I've been thinking about all day. All thoughts of Clover and her drunken rant are forgotten, as are the two people who were previously on this back seat that Lily and I are now throwing our clothes over. By the time we're done, our breath has fogged up the inside of the windows of the car, and I can feel a little twinge in my back due to the cramped position I just got myself into. But I'm not complaining, because that was brilliant. Just another example of the risky fun I get to have with this woman in my life. "We should get going," Lily says as I get up and pass her some clothes. "You need to go home." "Yeah, unfortunately," I say as I retake my seat and lower the driver's side window to let some air in here. I'm hoping the air will clear these steamy windows, and I lower Lily's window too, though when I do, she lets out a frightened yelp. "What is it?" I cry, the sudden noise frightening me half to death. "There's somebody out there, and they were taking photos," Lily cries, pointing outside of the car towards a row of dark trees beside this lane. "What?" "I just saw somebody, and they were taking photos on their phone," Lily goes on, "or recording a video. Either way, they were spying on us." I look outside, but cannot see anybody out there, though Lily is not calming down. "Who is it?" she asks me nervously, as if I'd have a clue. "I don't know. I can't see anybody." "I swear I saw someone. They were right there." She points again, but I can't see them. Not that it means there isn't a problem. "What if they know who we are? What if they tell Clover what we were doing?" Lily says, gripped by fear and paranoia. "Relax. I'm sure it was nothing. Just a kid messing around, maybe." I try, but it does little to calm Lily's nerves, and if I'm honest, it does little to calm my own, because I really don't like the idea of Clover finding out about my affair in this manner. She'll take me for everything I've got in a divorce if there is any photographic evidence of me rolling around with her sister in a country lane. "Go and check," Lily urges me then. "What?" "Go and see if they're still there. You might be able to catch them." I don't like the sound of having to leave the car and go wandering around in the dark, but Lily is adamant I have to, and maybe I should. "Okay, you stay here and lock the doors behind me," I tell her, putting her safety first and trying to be the big, brave man, concealing the fact that I'm nervous about this myself. I get out of the car and look to the area where Lily thought she saw someone, but still fail to see anything out of the ordinary, just the shapes of several tree trunks in the pale moonlight, and beyond them nothing but inky darkness. But just to be sure, I walk over to where the woods begin and step through the tree line, peering into the gloomy distance and wondering if I'm going to get a glimpse of somebody hiding in here. But if they are hiding, they're doing a good job, because I can't see them. And despite calling out to see if anybody is there, I get no answer. I wander a few yards down the lane and poke my head around a few more trees, but see nothing unusual, and eventually give up, returning to the car, where I find Lily looking as stressed as I left her. "Let's get you home," I say as I start the engine and prepare to drive us away. "Somebody saw us," she says quietly as we move on, and while I wish I could refute that, I fear she is right, though we have no idea who they are or if they pose a threat to us and our secret affair. But the thought that they might is enough to keep us both quiet as we drive on, the worries in our head almost as dark as the country lane we are leaving behind.
Chapter 10. Clover. Okay, so I might have overdone it a little at the barbecue. I ate too much, for sure. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was how much I drank, because the combination of sangria and white wine, while initially making me feel relaxed and carefree enough to dance, soon made me exuberant enough to the point where I made some very loud claims about my next-door neighbour. I might be sobering up a little bit now, because I'm feeling bad about what I did. And I'm feeling even worse about the fact that everyone left so early. I must have ruined the atmosphere, and now my parents and sister have gone. They should be home by now, and Spencer should be back any second, although there's no sign of him yet. So, it's just me, wandering around in my kitchen with nothing but a load of dirty plates and a few anxious thoughts for company. I feel a little embarrassed about my behaviour, but try and tell myself that it's no big deal in the grand scheme of things. Everyone drinks a little too much in the sunshine from time to time and says something they shouldn't have. Besides, it's not as if I lied, because Tanya is cheating on her husband. But perhaps I didn't need to broadcast that fact so loudly to anybody who might have been listening. Neither of my neighbours have appeared at my door yet. Not Tanya angrily demanding what I was doing, or Joe fearfully asking me what I meant, which suggests they didn't overhear me. That's probably for the best, and means that very quickly this little episode should be forgotten about. But what will Spencer say to me when he gets home? I have a feeling he'll be annoyed, which is a shame because we had such a nice day up until then. Maybe I can try and offset whatever annoyance he has with me by doing something to cheer him up. I leave the mess in the kitchen, deciding it can wait until the morning, and head upstairs where I enter my bedroom and open my wardrobe. It takes me a while to locate what I'm looking for in here because I hardly store it in a place where I can grab it easily. Unlike all the clothes that I wear on a regular basis that are on hangers, allowing for me to efficiently pull them out, the outfit I'm after is tucked away inside a small box at the back of this wardrobe. I eventually find the box and open it up before taking out the lacy red and black lingerie inside. This lingerie was bought for me as a Christmas present by Spencer, just a cheeky stocking filler more than a serious gift, and he said he thought it might be fun if I wore it one night when we were intimate. I told him it sounded more like a present for him rather than me, whilst also worrying that I wasn't going to look as good in it as he probably hoped I might. The truth is, we never actually got to find out because I haven't worn it for him yet. I originally put the lingerie back in the box it came in and put it in the wardrobe, telling myself that I'd get it out again one night and surprise my husband, but that hasn't happened yet. But tonight is the night. I expect Spencer back any minute now, because he's already been gone longer than I would have predicted him to be. So I waste no time, quickly undressing before slipping into the luxurious lingerie. My anxiousness about wearing such a skimpy outfit is the reason why I'm nervous to have a look in the mirror once it is on. But when I do, I see that I don't actually look that bad in it. Not bad enough to send a man scurrying away from me in a hurry, anyway. Maybe it's the alcohol in my system, but I'm feeling quite confident about my current look, which is why I leave my bedroom without putting on a dressing gown to cover it up. Spencer is really in for a surprise when he gets home. I just hope that he thinks it's a good one. I return to the kitchen and pour what is left of the wine bottle into my glass, feeling like I need the extra jolt of confidence drinking it will give me when I reveal my outfit to my husband. Then I go and recline on the sofa in the lounge, planning on being here when Spencer walks in soon. But 10 more minutes go by, and there is still no sign of him. What is taking him so long? I'm starting to worry now that he might have been in an accident, so I go and find my phone and then call him. There's no answer, but he could just be driving, so I decide to text Mum and see if she's home. If so, that suggests there has been no accident, or at least not before he got them back safely. Mum replies a moment later to say that she and Dad are home and asks me if everything is okay. I reply to say that it is, before texting Lily to see if she's home too. It takes her a little longer to reply, but then I see a message from her saying that yes, she is home as well. So if there has been an accident, it only involves my husband, and I'm just about to try and call him again when I hear movement on the other side of the front door. I feel instant relief because Spencer is back, which means there has been no traffic accident and he is safe. He's also now about to walk in on a very big surprise. But to speed up that process for him, I rush to the door and fling it open, allowing him to feast his eyes on what is waiting for him in here. Then I quickly recoil in shock and try to cover as much of my exposed body as possible, because it is not Spencer on the other side of the door after all. It's my neighbour, Joe. And he's just got an eyeful of me in my lingerie. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Joe says, thankfully averting his eyes whilst I scramble for my coat that hangs near the door. I put it off the hook and quickly wrap it around myself so that most of my skin is no longer on show, although the damage was already done because Joe must have seen everything, or almost everything. "I thought you were my husband," I cry, as if I need to explain what I choose to wear in my own home. But I want to make it clear that I really didn't just feel like flashing my neighbour for the fun of it. "Of course, I'm sorry," Joe says. "I can go." He turns to leave then, but if he goes without telling me why he's here, all this embarrassment has been for nothing. Wait a minute, why is he here? Is it because he overheard my drunken rant in the garden earlier? What if he has questions for me? "What was that you said about someone cheating on their husband, Clover? Did you mean my wife?" Suddenly, my exposed flesh beneath this coat is the least of my worries, or it is until Joe speaks again. "I was just coming to check if one of my parcels was here," Joe says, as I keep a tight grip on my coat, lest it fall open and give him another shock. "I was expecting something today, but it hasn't arrived, though when I called the post office, they said it had been delivered, and I thought it might be here. You know how they're always getting our house numbers mixed up." "Oh, right, I see. I haven't seen anything, but let me just check," I say, as I quickly have a look around on the hallway floor. "I haven't seen the postman today, but Spencer might have taken something in for you." I say that to give Joe some hope, but doubt he has because Spencer didn't mention anything to me about any parcel, so I doubt there's anything here. If there had been, he would have just taken it to the correct address anyway. "I'm sorry, I can't see anything," I tell my flustered neighbour after checking. "Oh, okay, maybe it's at another house," Joe says, glancing back at a few of the other properties on the dark street behind him. "I hope you find it," I say optimistically. "It must be here somewhere." "Yeah, thanks," Joe replies. And I expect him to leave now, which would be the best thing for my embarrassment and the quickest way for my blushed cheeks to return to normal. But he lingers on my doorstep for a moment. "How was the barbecue?" he asks then. "It sure smelled good." "It was great, thanks. Although I had a little too much wine in the sun and I'm feeling it now," I explain, hoping that might give me an excuse as to why I just appeared half naked to him. "If you can't enjoy yourself on a fine day like today, when can you?" Joe says with a smile, not looking too bothered at all about what just happened between us. Nor does he look troubled about anything else either, which suggests to me that he didn't hear what I said in the garden earlier about his wife. But can I be totally sure about that? Would he say anything to me about it if he had heard me, or would he be almost as embarrassed as I was a moment ago? "How is everything?" I ask Joe. "With you and your family?" Joe seems surprised that I'd inquire, but stays to answer my query out of politeness. "It's okay. Normal," he replies with a shrug. "Tanya okay?" "She's fine." "Good." I fear I might be making it too obvious that I'm prying where she is concerned now, so I should drop it. But it's too late because Joe knows something is going on. "I'm sorry if she had a go at Spencer earlier, over the smoke and the washing," he says then. "She told me she shouted at him, and I told her she shouldn't have done that because you guys having a barbecue on a summer's day is perfectly acceptable. But she gets a little worked up sometimes." "Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it," I say, smiling to show that it is. "No, it's not. I've told her to try and be nicer to our neighbours, or else they'll think she's like that all the time. But she isn't. She's actually pretty relaxed when you get to know her." "I'm sure she is," I say, doubting that, but being polite. "I better get going," Joe says then, and as he turns to leave, I apologise one more time for the state of undress he saw me in. But he tells me not to worry about it. And then he's gone, wandering over to one of the other houses to see if his parcel might be there. I'm just about to close the door when I see headlights arriving on the street, and as they get nearer, I see that it's Spencer, finally getting home from dropping my family members off. I wait at the door for him to come inside, and when he sees me, he asks me why I'm wearing a coat. I tell him it's a long story, before asking him what took him so long to get back. "Oh, the traffic was bad," he says as he closes the front door. "At this time on a Saturday night?" I question him, but he just shrugs. "Yeah, strange, huh?" He goes into the kitchen then, and I think about showing him what I'm hiding underneath my coat, but I feel like I'm not really in the mood anymore. Spencer doesn't seem particularly frisky either, as he starts putting a few dirty plates in the dishwasher. So I leave him to it and go upstairs, where I quickly take off the lingerie and put it back in the box before stuffing it away in the wardrobe again. Who would have thought the only man to see me in that outfit tonight would have been my next-door neighbour? Not me. That was very unpredictable. In hindsight, it was also a little exciting too. Chapter 11. Clover. After the fun of the weekend comes the mundanity of a Monday, and I'm back at my desk in the spare bedroom, working away in an otherwise quiet and empty house. The morning has passed by uneventfully enough, which is perhaps what I needed after the barbecue on Saturday and all the things that happened there. I messaged my family on Sunday morning to say that I was sorry for getting a bit too drunk and ending the party sooner than anticipated, though they all replied to tell me not to worry about it and that they had a good time. I also said sorry to my husband, in case he was harbouring any frustrated feelings about what had happened, but he just laughed it off and told me that drinking in the heat isn't for everyone, and he's now owed an embarrassing overindulgence of his own in the future. But I stopped well short of telling him that Joe had seen me in my lingerie, not just because I didn't want Spencer knowing that I'd changed my mind about seducing him when he finally got home, but because I didn't want him knowing another man had seen me half naked. Maybe I should have told my husband, but he doesn't have to know, does he? And I doubt Joe will ever bring it up should he see Spencer over the garden fence in the future, because telling a man that he saw his wife in a sexy outfit is probably not the best thing to do. So I guess what happened shall remain a silly little secret forever. But while it is a secret, I have been thinking about it quite a lot this morning, as I've been battling boredom with my day job. I know I shouldn't think of such things, but my mind has been wandering as I tried to figure out if Joe liked what he saw when I opened my door to him, and also if he's been thinking about it as much as me ever since. It's as I'm thinking about that, for what must be the 10th time this morning, that I decide to get away from my desk under the guise of having an early lunch. Anything to distract me, which is why I go to the kitchen and make myself a sandwich, and thankfully eating it does do the job of making me forget about my fashion faux pas with my handsome neighbour. But I still don't feel like rushing back to my desk, so I decide to do a little tidying up, and the cupboard underneath the stairs has been on my to-do list for a while now, so I figure I'll tick that one off today. Opening the cupboard, I see lots of shoes, as well as a few bags we use when we go grocery shopping, not to mention all sorts of other things that have accumulated here over the years for the lack of a better place to put them. I spot Spencer's old badminton racket and several pieces of gym equipment he bought and never used, as well as a few things that I took from the car once and never put back. It's all clutter, and it all needs sorting, and with half an hour left of my lunch break, I might as well make a start now. I pick up some of the bags and disrupt a few pairs of shoes from where they lie, and when I do, I see something that I don't recognise. It's a cardboard box that was buried under a few of these items, and when I pick it up, I see it has a name on it. But it doesn't belong to me or Spencer. It's addressed to Joe. I realise then that this must be the parcel he was looking for the other night, and I guess it was here all along. No wonder I couldn't find it, because it was buried in this cupboard. But why was it in here? Spencer must have put it in here, but why would he do that? I decide to message him to find out. I text my husband asking him why we have a neighbour's parcel hidden in our house, and by the time he responds, I've got my shoes on so I can go and take it next door to give it to its rightful owner. Oops, sorry, forgot about that. It came on Saturday morning while you were in the shower and I was tidying up for the barbecue, so I just put it in the cupboard. I roll my eyes at my husband's forgetfulness, but at least I found it now. So I leave the house and carry the parcel next door in a hurry. I'm hoping Joe is in so I can hand it to him with an apology, though I don't see his car in the driveway. But Tanya's is there. I'd much rather speak to her husband than to her, so I consider just leaving the parcel on the doorstep, but that wouldn't be very neighbourly of me to just ditch it and leave without any explanation. So I take a deep breath and knock on the door. I'm still hoping that there is a chance it is Joe who comes to the door, but when it opens, those hopes are extinguished as I see Tanya standing before me. She's wearing what looks like gym attire, a vest, shorts and sneakers, and she seems a little out of breath. So I guess she's in the middle of a home workout. And now I've just interrupted her. "Hi, Tanya. Hope you're well. I was just coming to give you this," I say with false friendliness as I hand her the parcel. "I think it's Joe's. He was looking for it the other day, and I didn't think we had it, but my husband had foolishly forgotten that we took it in for him, so I'm really sorry about that." Tanya takes the parcel, and when she sees that it has her husband's name on it, she accepts it, though she doesn't look particularly happy about it, and she hasn't thanked me for it yet. Again, I'm sorry. I hope he hasn't spent too much time looking for it, I add then to fill the awkward silence. "Thanks," Tanya mutters before it looks like she's ready to close the door. She seems grumpy, and it's hard to know if this is just her being the same way with me as she always is, or because she knows that her husband saw me in lingerie when he called by the other day. Did he tell her? No, I doubt he would have done that, so I guess this is just her general grumpiness again. But rather than just accept it like I always have done before, I remember what Joe said about his wife the other day. He said she was pretty relaxed if I just got to know her. So with that in mind, I make an effort to do just that. "How is everything going?" I say. "Having a good day?" Tanya frowns. "Everything's fine," she mutters back. "Great. This weather is lovely, isn't it? We're finally getting a good summer before another long winter starts again. Have you got any plans for a holiday?" "That's none of your business." "Oh, no, I suppose not. I was just making conversation." "Thanks for the parcel," Tanya says coldly, and with that she closes the door, leaving me on her doorstep, our conversation clearly already at an end. "What a bitch," I mutter under my breath, my mind made up, and despite Joe's suggestion that his wife isn't that bad, I just can't see it myself, so my opinion is not changing anytime soon. I go back home, annoyed at the interaction I just had, and wishing that I had left the parcel on the doorstep like I thought about doing initially. But I tell myself that I was being the better person and did the right thing, even if Tanya didn't want to be receptive to me. I'm just about to go upstairs then and get back to work when I hear a knock at my door, and as I turn to answer it, I wonder if it might be Tanya coming to apologise for the way she just was with me. That would be unexpected, but a pleasant surprise, and maybe Joe was right all along. Maybe his wife isn't so bad after all. Then I open the door and see the postman. "Good afternoon," he says as he hands me an envelope before walking away, and I quickly check the address on the front of it to make sure he's got it right this time. But he has, which is a rarity, so I close my door and rip open the envelope. I wasn't expecting any post today, and it's probably just some junk mail, or at least that's what I think it is until I realise that it is not junk at all. It is a handwritten note that says, "I thought you should know about this." There is a photo accompanying the note, and when I look at it, I get the shock of my life. It's an image of my husband and my sister inside a car. And they are kissing.
Chapter 12. Spencer. I've spent most of my morning at work texting Lily and trying to persuade her that we should get together for an illicit rendezvous at lunchtime. But, alas, she is not taking me up on that offer. That's because she is still spooked about what happened on the country lane where she thinks she saw somebody taking photos of us together. I spent yesterday and today messaging her to tell that we had nothing to worry about, although I have dropped my tactic of trying to suggest that she was seeing things and there wasn't really somebody taking photos at all. Lily got quite upset by that insinuation, so I guess she really did see somebody. It doesn't help that I didn't see them for myself, but I have to trust that there was somebody there if she has got this worked up about it. But just because somebody saw us, it doesn't mean anything bad is going to happen. Because, as I keep telling Lily, they won't know who we are and what we have to hide. Whoever it was, they were probably just out walking in the woods when they saw us park up nearby in the car. They would have spied on us out of curiosity, and when they saw us getting frisky, they might have thought it was funny to take a photo or a video to show their mates. I bet it was some horny teenager who can't get any action himself, so he thought he'd film some other people having all the fun. Or maybe it was some older guy, a creepy loner who lurks on that country lane hoping to spot other people having sex, as that's the only pleasure he ever gets in life. Lily and I can't have been the first people to use that country lane for a secretive act of seduction, so maybe that person, whoever they are, hangs around there all the time and watches strangers in their cars. It's very weird and should be illegal. But then again, what Lily and I did inside that car could get us into trouble too, if a police officer knew about it. Crimes of public indecency, or something like that. The point is that we are not exactly sin-free in all this, so why worry about somebody else who isn't? But I get why Lily is worried. She fears that whoever saw us is going to tell Clover, and then our affair will be exposed. I keep telling her that is unlikely. The person won't know us or Clover, so how can they link us all together and figure out that what we were doing was wrong? That snooper could just think we were a married couple having some fun in some place other than the bedroom. So what's the big deal? Unfortunately, this is a very big deal to Lily. So much so that she is refusing to see me until we really know for sure that something bad isn't going to come of it. The problem is that is very frustrating for me because I want to see her again, as soon as possible and as often as possible. And I simply cannot be without her and all the things we do when we are together. I let out a sigh as I send another message to Lily before putting my phone down on my desk and gazing out of my office window. It's sunny outside, so if I continue to have no luck persuading my mistress that we should link up for a lunch, then I might as well go for a walk and enjoy the outdoors for a little bit before a boring afternoon of work awaits me. Sadly, Lily is still adamant that we need to cool things until we know if we have been caught. So I give up and tell her that she should just let me know when she wants to see me again. I've put the ball in her court, and I'm hoping it's a tactic that will eventually make her want me as badly as I want her. Leaving my desk behind, I head downstairs and out of the office, and it feels refreshing to have the sunlight on my face as I walk towards the nearest shops. I think about messaging Clover as I go, and checking in to see how her day is going, but leave it because she is probably busy, and even if she does reply quickly, it'll just be to say that her morning has been as dull as mine. That's the thing with married couples when they ask the other one how their day has been. It rarely leads to interesting answers. I buy myself a sandwich and a bottle of fizzy cola from the shop and head back for the office, figuring I'll find myself a bench in the nearby park to have my lunch at on the way. But no sooner have I entered the park and located the nearest bench, I see somebody I recognize sitting where I was planning to sit. It's Marianne, one of my colleagues, and initially I think about changing my course so that she doesn't see me, because the last thing I want on my lunch hour is a conversation with a co-worker about all the tedious tasks we've just been doing at our respective desks. But I change my mind when I notice that Marianne is crying. And with curiosity getting the better of me, I approach the bench until she realizes that her tears have been spotted by somebody she knows. She quickly tries to disguise her pain when she sees me, but it's too late for that. And as I take a seat on the bench beside her, I ask if she is okay. "Sorry," she says, though she has nothing to apologize for. "I'm just being silly." "What's wrong?" I ask, as I note her untouched sandwich beside her, which tells me that whatever is upsetting her has robbed her of her appetite. It feels wrong now for me to tuck into my own sandwich, So I put it to one side too, and give her my full attention.
"You don't want to know about me and my crappy personal problems,"
Marianne says as she wipes her eyes, but I tell her that I do, if only because it will be a distraction from my own, though I keep that last part to myself. "You can tell me," I say genuinely, with a warm smile. "It's okay, I'm a friend." I might be stretching things a little by calling myself a friend, because while I work in the same office as Marianne, the pair of us have only ever made small talk with each other when we have passed one another in the corridors or in meeting rooms. It's not that I don't like her, because I do. She's always been bubbly, and she's very attractive. Meaning the thought has crossed my mind once or twice that if I was a few years younger, and unmarried, obviously, then she would be just my type. Then again, that didn't stop me with Lily. But I doubt Marianne has ever thought of me in that way, and besides, I've been busy enough with my dalliances to spend too much time thinking about any other women, beyond my mistress and my wife, of course.
"It's my boyfriend,"
Marianne says once the tears have stopped.
"He's left me."
"Oh no," I say, almost relieved that this problem of hers is to do with a guy and not something more serious like a death or illness involving a family member. "Why?"
"He said I'm too intense for him."
"What does that mean?"
"I don't know. I think it's because he's met someone else," Marianne goes on.
"Well, whatever his reason, he's an idiot for letting you go," I say, and that makes Marianne smile. "Seriously, how could he let a catch like you slip away? I don't know him, but I do know he'll regret this one day, probably when he's grey and old and looking back over his life. He'll think, damn it, I was a fool. She was the best thing that ever happened to me, and now it's too late. By then you'll be happily married with kids and grandkids, and you'll never think of him at all. But he'll think of you. And let me tell you, Marianne, he will rue the day he let you go." Marianne bursts out laughing at my grandiose predictions of the future, and even I have to admit it was quite the little speech. But I was only trying to cheer her up, and it seems to have done the job because she is smiling now, and the tears are long gone. So I guess my work here is done. Or at least I think it is. Until Marianne asks me a question.
"Do you have any experience of being dumped?"
she wants to know. And I think about it for a second before nodding my head. "Yeah, there were a couple of ex-girlfriends a long time ago who thought they were better off without me," I say as I roll my eyes. "Can you imagine?" Marianne laughs again before her next question.
"So, what did you do to get over them?"
she asks me. And I have to hesitate before giving my answer to that, because, if I'm honest, the answer is quite a blunt one. But Marianne can probably handle it, so I give her the truth. The best way to get over someone you like is to get with somebody else as quickly as possible, I tell her. She nods her head and seems like she is taking it on board, and I feel good about the fact that I've been able to impart some wisdom during this lunch break. I would have been feeling much better if I had been able to see Lily, but I suppose this hasn't been a complete waste of my time after all. I wonder if my wife can say the same thing about her lunch hour.
Chapter 13. Clover. It's been half an hour since my world fell apart, and in all that time I have barely moved a muscle. No sooner had I opened the envelope and seen the photo of my husband and sister in the throes of passion in his car together, I collapsed to the hallway floor, and that is where I remain now as I try to put the pieces of my shattered heart back together. My two favourite people in the whole world have stabbed me in the back. My husband, my sister, Spencer, Lily. I want to kill them both for what they've done to me. But I'm in far too much pain to do anything but lie here and weep. I have no idea who captured the photo of them together in that car, nor when the image was taken, though I suspect it could have been on Saturday night after the barbecue. Spencer offered to take my parents and Lily home, an offer that, at the time, seemed very generous of him. But was it just a ploy to get some alone time with my sister? Was he playing a game the whole time? It certainly explains why he was happy to not drink much alcohol during the barbecue. He obviously wanted to make sure he was fit to drive and talk about delayed gratification. He gave up the buzz he would have got from a few bottles of beer to get something he presumably felt was even better. The buzz of being with his wife's sister. I want to strangle Spencer and squeeze every last drop of life out of him as easily as I drank every last drop of wine at the barbecue. I can't believe that while I was busy hosting that family event, he was simply counting down the hours until he got the chance to be alone with Lily. It makes me feel sick to think of the pair of them eyeing each other up across the table and thinking all sorts of salacious thoughts while I was sat right beside them, totally oblivious to their deception. I danced with Lily on the lawn, and while it ended with me drunkenly shouting out something I shouldn't have, the minutes before that involved lovely sister-sister moments. Or so I thought. But my sibling has betrayed me, and she's just as bad as Spencer, or maybe she's worse. I could just put his lies down to him being nothing more than a red-blooded male who thinks with his loins and puts himself first, and in that regard he'd be no different to many men who have lived. But what of my little sister, a person I've shared my entire life with? A person I looked after when she was small, who I passed toys to when she was a baby? A person I held hands with as we walked to school, and someone who made me feel deeply protective of her whenever I saw her in the playground and thought she might be getting bullied by some of the other kids? My love for my sister is far deeper than even my love for my husband is, because there is so much more history there. But it doesn't seem to have factored into Lily's thinking at all. She still went ahead and kissed the man I married. How long has this been going on? How much further has it gone? And would it have ever stopped if I hadn't found out about it? I wish I knew who had sent me this photo. 1, so I could thank them, but 2, so I could ask them for more information. How did they discover this affair? When did it start? Where have Spencer and Lily been having all these clandestine meetings? On precisely what days had they been together while I thought they were busy doing something else? How many times have I been at home preparing for my husband's arrival while he's been out with her? And how many times have I phoned her and told her about my husband, seeking her advice, while she's just listened and acted as if she doesn't already know him better than I do? It feels like it's going to take all my strength for me to get up off this floor. But I can't be down here forever. It's not that I care about getting back to work or giving an excuse to my boss as to why I'm not reachable this afternoon, because I couldn't care less about that. My job is the last thing on my mind now. All I want to do is do the same thing the person who sent me this photo did. I want to expose Spencer and Lily's lies, but in my case, I want to expose them to the world. I know the pair of them will be busy at work, or at least I hope they are. Maybe they're together, having another kiss in some quiet corner of town where they think nobody can see them. But I'll assume that they are not, because it's Monday afternoon, and surely even lust-fueled affairs don't thrive at this time of the week. That means it's a few hours until I will see either of them. But there are a couple of people I can go and see in the meantime. I am going to go and see my parents. And I'm going to tell them what their youngest daughter and son-in-law have been up to behind our backs. I use the staircase to pull myself up, and while I'm unsteady when I'm back to my feet, I force myself towards the bowl where my car keys sit, before scooping them up and heading for the door. When I get outside, I feel the heat from another hot day, but there is no pleasure to be taken in it, not when I'm imagining how hot it must have been in my husband's car when he and Lily were getting physical with each other. I let out a loud cry of frustration, or maybe it is anger, but perhaps, fortunately, none of my neighbours are outside their own homes to hear it. If they were, they would surely be concerned about my mental health and ask me if I was okay, especially when they saw that I was planning to drive. but there is no one around to question my suitability for driving, so I get behind the wheel of my car and get moving. I'm not sure what speed I drive at as I cross town, but it's probably a good thing that the roads are quiet and I don't pass any police officers on the way, just to be sure. All I know is that I reach my parents' home in what must be record time, and when I do, I quickly park and run to the door, aware that I come bearing bad news, but desperately needing to get it off my chest all the same. I try the door handle and it opens, allowing me access to the house quicker than if I knocked and waited. Mum and Dad won't mind me bursting in, certainly not when I tell them why I'm in such a distressed state, and as I call out to them, I'm visibly shaking. "Clover?" I hear Dad call from upstairs before he appears, rushing down towards me with worry etched across his face. I guess worrying about your kids doesn't get any easier, even as you get older. "Oh, Dad!" I cry, before I rush into his arms and begin sobbing on his chest. And while my poor father has no idea what is going on, he does the right thing and holds me until I've stopped sobbing. "What's the matter? What's happened?" he asks me when I have my emotions somewhat under control, and as I wipe my eyes, I prepare to transfer some of my pain to him too. "It's Spencer," I say, still breathless. "And Lily. They've been having an affair." Dad looks stunned at my admission, but I tell him it's true and say I have the photo to prove it, although it's not with me because in my haste to get here, I must have left it lying on the hallway floor. "Are you sure?" is all Dad can mumble, practically speechless, but just about managing to utter those words, and I nod my head. "How could they do this to me?" I ask him, before he suggests I take a seat on the sofa before I lose the ability to stand. We take a seat, and Dad hands me a tissue, and I do my best to blow my nose. But I'm just a mess of tears and snot and saliva, though I feel even worse than I must look. Dad has his arm around me and is telling me that everything will be okay. But either he's delusional or he hasn't really processed what I just told him. "I'll kill them," I say to him, meaning every word of it in that moment. "I'll kill the pair of them, and I don't even care what happens to me." "Whoa now, let's try and calm down. You have every right to be upset and angry. I'm upset and angry too, with both of them. But don't be doing anything that might get you into trouble." "Why not? Why should I care? They don't deserve to be out there now, happy, thinking they're getting away with it. They've ruined my life, Dad." I start crying again, and Dad is forced to hold me and also hold whatever advice he was about to try and impart, because I'm simply too distressed to listen to it at the moment. But as I calm down again a few minutes later, he takes his chance. "Remember what you said to me after Mum had her affair," he says quietly as I dry my bloodshot eyes again and look at a photo of my parents on their wedding day, which sits on the mantelpiece above the fire. "Do you remember?" I kind of do. But it's very different in this case because now the affair directly involves me. "You said that being full of hate and fear was easy," Dad goes on, filling in the blanks. "But you said forgiveness and compassion were much harder things to have. You said forgiving Mum for her mistakes would take a lot more of me than being angry at her, but that I had to try and be bigger and not let myself give in to my emotions. Do you remember?" Annoyingly for me, I do remember, but I also remember it was much easier for me to give that advice when I wasn't the one who'd been directly cheated on. Of course, I was devastated when I found out Mum had strayed and that Dad's heart was broken, but there was some slight separation between the events for me. But there's no separation here. This directly impacts me and my marriage and everything I thought I knew about my life. So how can I do the same thing that Dad did and forgive and forget? I tell him it's not easy, but he tells me that he will support me in whatever I decide to do and volunteers to go and see Lily with me if I wish. But I feel so drained right now that I'm not sure I have the mental capacity to go with him to my sister's, so I say I need a little time. "I might go home and have a lie down," I tell Dad. "Do you want me to come with you?" he asks, but I shake my head. "No, I just want to be by myself for a little bit," I say, and he understands, though still looks worried. "What should I tell your mother?" he asks me then. "Don't say anything. Only you know. I need time to figure out what I'm going to do." Dad nods, and I give him another hug before preparing to leave. "I'm so sorry," he says to me as I leave the house. "But this doesn't have to be the end of anything. Things can get better. Just look at me and your mother. It was hard, I won't pretend it wasn't. But this doesn't have to be the end if you don't want it to be. You have options here." I appreciate Dad's sentiment and thank him for being the best, as he always is, before I head for my car. But as I get behind the wheel and wave him goodbye, I feel bad. That's because I've just lied to him. I'm not going to go home and have some time by myself to think about what I'm going to do next. I already know what my next move is, and I just didn't want Dad trying to talk me out of it. I am going to go and see one half of the cheating pair who have ruined my life.
Chapter 14. Spencer. There's a certain confidence that getting away with things gives you. It's like you're invincible and untouchable, or like you can do something that other people can't. Most in life live by the rules, and most of those who break them get caught. But that hasn't happened to me. I haven't been caught breaking the rules, which I guess means I am not like most people. I guess it's why I've just decided to break the rules again. I look down at the head of the woman resting on my stomach and run my fingers through her hair. But the hair isn't naturally dark, like that of my wife's, or dyed blonde, like that of Lily's. This hair has a reddish tinge to it, and it belongs to Marianne, my colleague, and the second woman I have now cheated on my wife with. How did I end up here, lying in her bedroom in the late afternoon when the pair of us should be at our desks in the office? It turns out that Marianne's confession to me in the park at lunchtime, the one in which she told me about the breakdown of her relationship with her boyfriend, was the catalyst for the pair of us sensing an opportunity. She saw a quick way to cheer herself up, and I saw a quick way to get what I wasn't currently getting with Lily. Marianne called our office and told them she was feeling unwell and had to go home, while I called and told them I had a fictitious doctor's appointment, and with our afternoons then cleared, we were free to give in to our most basic desires and head to Marianne's house. I felt foolish for a few seconds once I'd taken her up on her offer of joining her at her home, mainly because I felt it was a risk that I didn't need to take. I was already having one affair, so why the need to push my luck and start a second one? But there was also something enticing about how easy it all was. Not just the fact I had been propositioned by an attractive woman, but the fact I knew I could get away with it if I went ahead. My experiences with Lily means I am not as worried about my wife finding out about this as I might have been before. I know I'm good at keeping a secret and covering my tracks because I've already been doing it for so long, and let's face it, if my wife can't find out about me and her sister, she's never going to find out about me and a woman from my office. That's why I've ended up here, lying in another woman's bed yet again, and so far I'm feeling absolutely fine about it. Just as importantly, Marianne seems happy too. "All this time we have worked together," she says whimsically as I continue to twirl a lock of her hair through my fingers. "The fun we could have been having." "It was fun, wasn't it?" I say, basking in the warm afterglow of what we have just done, and feeling like my performance was more than up to scratch. "You know we can't just do this once," Marianne says, "especially if I'm trying to get over a broken heart. You were right. Moving on quickly has helped me. I guess all I need to do now is keep moving on." She lifts her head then and sidles up closer to me before we kiss. And in that moment, I'm not thinking about how I love Lily or how I should do the right thing and leave Clover. I'm just thinking about this woman I am with right here. And maybe it can just be as simple as that. But this is just a fling, nothing more. I really do care for Lily, and she is still the one I ultimately want to be with. That's why she can never know about what I've just done here, and I'll make sure she never does. The next 10 minutes are spent with Marianne and I getting to know each other even more, before we each roll onto our sides of the bed and take the time to get our breath back. As we do that, I check the time and figure I should be making a move soon. But Marianne seems in no such rush, presumably because she doesn't quite have as many responsibilities as I do. She reminds me of one of those responsibilities a moment later.
I'm guessing you're not happy in your marriage,
Marianne assumes, as she lifts my left hand up from where it rests on top of the duvet and inspects the wedding band on my fourth finger. What gives you that impression? I ask in jest, and we both laugh. Though, to my credit, I do feel a tiny bit bad as I think about Clover and how she doesn't really deserve any of this.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the fact that you fell into bed with me so easily,
Marianne says with a smirk as she lets go of my hand and it falls easily back onto the duvet.
I'm guessing there's trouble in paradise. So, what's the story? Bored with your wife? Or has she cheated on you, and you want revenge?
There's not really a story. I try, which is a lie. But I'm hardly going to divulge my secrets about me already sleeping with my wife's sister to Marianne or anybody else.
Oh, come on. There has to be a reason why you just cheated. You know why I'm in bed with you, but why are you here with me?
Because you're gorgeous, I say with a wink.
Thank you. I'll take that compliment. But there has to be more to it. Are you having a midlife crisis? Is sleeping with a younger woman from work your version of buying a sports car and driving around town trying to make yourself feel young again?
Not exactly, I say.
What is it then?
I guess I'm just not good at denying myself opportunities that are presented to me.
I'm an opportunity.
Well, yes, I suppose you are.
Charming,
Marianne says, feigning hurt. You know what I mean. I can do this, so why not? I say. I feel guilty, but maybe I'd feel even worse if I hadn't done it. Like I'd regret missing the chance.
Have you done this kind of thing before? Cheated on your wife, I mean?
I have to think carefully about what answer I give here, because I don't want to come across as some lying philanderer who has had his way with half the women in town. But I also don't just want to say no and make Marianne think she is special in some way, because that could lead to a whole host of other problems further down the line, like her turning up on my doorstep and proclaiming how we are meant to be together. Let's just say that I'm not perfect, but who is the answer I choose to give, and that seems to allow me to tread the line carefully between letting her know that I have done this before, but I'm also aware that it's not ideal behaviour for a man in my situation.
So, Mr. Not-So-Perfect,
Marianne says as she runs a hand across my bare chest.
Do you want to do this again, or not?
I think about it for a moment, but it's kind of hard to say no to a half-naked woman. I also think about how things currently are with Lily. She's still spooked about whoever may or may not have seen us at the country lane the other night, so I have no idea how long it is going to take her to settle down and let things go back to normal between us. It could be days or even weeks before I can sleep with her again. And considering not much happens in the bedroom department between me and Clover, I'd be a fool to potentially cut off a source of pleasure here. That's why I smile at Marianne and say that I'd be more than happy to make this a casual thing and see how it goes. No strings attached fun. That's easy, right? The funny thing is, that was what my affair with Lily started as. Just a bit of fun, a semi-regular occurrence that surely would just fizzle out harmlessly at some point and allow everybody to carry on with their lives as if nothing had ever happened. But it's become more than that with Lily. I have fallen for her, and I believe she has fallen for me. We've hit a brief bump in the road in terms of somebody potentially spotting us, even if it is a stranger who doesn't know us and can't hurt us. But it hasn't exactly been plain sailing. Let's hope my dalliance with Marianne really will be uncomplicated. Lord knows I have enough complications in my life without adding any more.
Chapter 15. Clover. Both Spencer and Lily have betrayed me, and both of them will pay the price for it. But who's first? I've decided that it should be the one who I feel has hurt me the most. That would be my sister, and that is why I'm parking outside her house and preparing to go inside. I slam the door of my car behind me as I march towards Lily's front door, noting her own car parked on the driveway and giving it a hit as I walk past it, as if trying to hurt an inanimate object is going to do me some good. But it does make me feel a little better, and I had to get that bit of frustration out because as much as I hate my sister, I know I can't just hit her like that. But I do plan to scream and shout at her, and as I bang on the door, I'm preparing to unleash volumes of venom as soon as I get an answer. As I hear the door unlocking, I grit my teeth and clench my fists and brace myself for Lily's shock. She'll be stunned to see me so angry, no doubt, and I suspect she'll try and deny that she's done anything wrong when I confront her with the truth. She might lie or spin me a story or say it's not what I think, and when that hasn't worked, she'll probably beg for my forgiveness and say that she doesn't want to lose me from her life. But I'll be one step ahead of her and anticipate all her little tricks, which is better late than never, I suppose, because up until this point, she's always been one step ahead of me. But then the door opens, and Lily is doing something that catches me by surprise. She is crying. "Clover, what are you doing here?" she asks me as she tries to dry her eyes. But it's too late for that because I've clearly seen that she was sobbing before I got here. I study her for a moment and try to figure out if this is some game that she's playing with me. Did she find out that I was on my way here and know what I was coming to say, so she's tried to throw me off by starting the tears before I've had a chance to say my piece? But the only way she could have known would be if Dad phoned her and told her that I knew of the affair, and he said he wouldn't do that. Dad thinks I've gone home, not come here, so there's no reason for him to have called ahead. So if Lily isn't crying because of the affair, what has got her so upset? "What's going on?" I ask, sceptical of the answer. "It's Mum," Lily replies, shaking her head. "What about her?" "I think she's cheating on Dad again." Of all the things I expected to hear come out of my sister's mouth when I got here, that was not one of them, and I stare at Lily dumbfounded. "What?" "I think she's cheating again. Can you believe it? A second time. How could she do this to Dad?" I have no idea where she got this idea from or if it is even true, but it has completely thrown me off from saying what I am here to say. "How do you know?" I ask her, my concern for Dad and any potential heartbreak he might suffer superseding the pain I feel myself, which I guess only goes to show how much I care about my father. "One of my friends said she saw Mum with a guy in town," Lily says. "They weren't kissing or anything, but they looked close. And Dad mentioned the other day that Mum's been out of the house a lot more. She said she'd been shopping or exercising, but who is this guy she's been with? She's been lying again." Lily really looks cut up at the idea that Mum might be betraying Dad for a second time, and the thought of it certainly terrifies me too, because I'm really not sure our father would be able to find it within himself to forgive and forget for a second time. But is it true? Or is this some kind of game to distract me? I decide that whatever is going on with Mum can wait for a moment and make sure that the affair that Lily is involved in does not go unpunished in all this confusion. "Can I come in?" I ask, playing it cool, but only for a few seconds more. "Yeah," Lily says, stepping aside quickly and allowing me into her home, and the ease at which she's just granted me access makes me think she really doesn't know why I'm here. If she did, she'd surely be a lot more cautious about letting me get closer to her. I enter my sister's house, and as she closes the door behind me, I note how tidy and neatly put together her home is. Not that it's anything new to me. I've often been envious over the years of not just her style when it comes to interior design, but how she has the drive to keep her home looking so smart. I have no problems making a mess in my house, but it's much harder to motivate myself to tidy it up, which is why there's always a long to-do list of cleaning chores that I just never get around to doing. But Lily never seems to make a mess, so there's never much to tidy up. Although she's certainly made a mess of our relationship, and this is where I let her know that, as of today, the bond we have as sisters is over. "Can I get you a drink?" Lily offers as she heads for her kitchen. "I guess we need to make a plan about what we do about Mum. I mean, do we talk to her first? Do we talk to Dad? Do we get them both together?" I stare at her as she wanders away from me, my heart breaking even more in that moment, because this is just another reminder of what I've lost with my sibling. Lily is acting the same way around me as she has always done in adulthood, in that she is conferring with me, wanting to talk, share things, make a plan, make life easier for the other one. She's worried about our parents again now, and whenever that has been the case in our life, the pair of us have got together and discussed it all over a cup of tea, if it's the daytime, or a glass of wine, if it's the evening. By the end of it, whatever the problem, we would always feel better for having dissected the issue together, and along with that came the knowledge that whatever problems life threw at us in the future, we would handle them as the well-oiled team that we were. But we can't do that here, and as I hear Lily boiling the kettle in the kitchen, I remain lingering in the hallway like a ghost who has gone to see a former family member after their death, but suddenly realizes they can't communicate with them in the same way as they used to. "Tea or coffee?" Lily calls out to me, and it snaps me out of my trance enough for me to enter the kitchen, where I find my sister getting a couple of cups out of the cupboard. But I cannot allow this charade to continue any longer, as much as it would be easier to do so. "Lily, stop," I say. But my sister doesn't do that, probably blissfully unaware of the magnitude of the conversation we're about to have, which is why she still thinks making a drink is the most important thing she has to do at the moment. "Lily, please," I try again, feeling the energy draining out of my body as I try and get my sister to look at me, but she's now opening a drawer to find a teaspoon. "Lily, just stop!" My raised voice finally does the trick, and Lily spins around and stares at me, looking horrified. "What's wrong?" she asks me, and then she sees the tears that are already running down my cheeks. "Is it Mum? Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have told you, but I just thought we could try and sort this out together." I shake my head and brace myself for impact. "It's not about Mum. It's about you." "Huh?" Lily looks confused. "It's about you and Spencer." She still looks puzzled for all of 2 seconds before it slowly starts to dawn on her. I know that's happening when I see her shoulders tense, but she has one go at deflecting whatever may be about to come her way. "Me and Spencer," she says, doing a poor job of not appearing shaken. "What about us?" "Lily, stop it. Please don't make this any harder than it is." "I don't know what you're talking about," she says as the kettle boils behind her. "Please, just stop it." "Stop what?" "I know what's been going on between you two." Lily knows the game is up now as the kettle reaches its crescendo, and as the two of us stare at each other, the bubbling water is almost deafening. Then all of a sudden, the switch on the kettle clicks off and everything goes quiet. "Clover, Lily tries, but I cut her off by raising my hand. "Just admit it. You've been sleeping with my husband, haven't you?" Lily seems to take forever to speak, but when she does, the broken pieces of my heart disintegrate a little more. "How do you know?" My eyes sting with tears then, as my sister stops trying to deny it and is more bothered about how she is being caught out. "How could you do this to me?" I demand to know. "Why would you do this to me?" "Clover, please. I never wanted to hurt you. It just got out of control. But I was trying to stop it, I swear," Lily says as she rushes towards me. "Stay away from me," I cry as I step aside and keep my distance from my sister, but she keeps coming. "Please, you have to let me explain," Lily tries, tears now rolling down her cheeks too. "It's not as bad as you think it is. It was just..." "Just what? A bit of fun?" A fling! Please! I'm begging you, just listen to me. Lily tries again, still coming closer, but I keep backing away until I bump into the kitchen counter behind me. When I do, I turn and see the kettle, and without thinking properly, I pick it up and hold it above my head. Stay away from me, or I'll burn you, I cry, frightening myself as well as Lily with my threat to throw boiling water at her. But my threat works, and Lily freezes, her eyes on the kettle with her mind on the liquid inside that could scald her skin if it hits her. How long has it been going on? I ask, not lowering the kettle until I've got an answer. Too long, Lily says sadly. Who started it? It was kind of 50-50. At least my sister seems to be being honest with me. I wonder if my husband would answer these questions in the same way. Where has it been happening? Clover, please, where? In my house? In my bed? No, never, I swear. Oh, so it's just been here, then. That makes me feel so much better. Here, in my husband's car. That statement draws a different reaction from my sibling. The car, she says, thinking about something before it dawns on her. I knew somebody saw us the other night. Who was it? As if that's important, I cry. And the kettle is now so heavy in my hand that I have to do something to relieve myself of the load, so I guess I have two options. I could put it down and walk out of here. Or I could throw it at my snake of a sister. Me and you are done, I say, as I put the kettle back on the counter and head for the door. Clover, wait! Just let me try and explain, Lily says as she reaches out to stop me, but I push her away. And then make things even clearer for her because she obviously didn't get the message the first time. As far as I'm concerned, I no longer have a sister, I tell her, not in a raised voice, but in a calm, controlled voice. And maybe that's an even worse way for Lily to hear it, because she can't put what I just said down to me being overly emotional. It was a rational thought, and I meant every single word of it. I leave my sister crying in her hallway, which is ironic because it was me who was crying in my hallway not so long ago. But I've already shed enough tears for the pair of love rats in my life, and now it's their turn to suffer. Lily has already got what she deserved, which is the knowledge that her fling with her sister's husband has cost her a sibling. Now it's time to give the other guilty party what they deserve. It's time to confront my husband about this. Unlike with my sister, I might not be so kind.
Chapter 16. Spencer.
I guess I'll see you at the office tomorrow,
Marianne says to me as I re-emerge from her bathroom, my work clothes now back on so that I'm suitably dressed for my journey home, meaning Clover won't suspect a thing when I walk through the front door shortly. I guess you will, I reply, as I check my appearance one more time in the mirror before feeling satisfied that I just look like a guy who's been sat at his desk all day, rather than a guy who's just broken his wedding vows again.
Do I get a goodbye kiss?
My lover asks me as I turn for the door. No, I want to keep you waiting for more, I replied cheekily, and with that, I am gone, leaving behind my very satisfied colleague and heading out of her home to where my car is waiting. That was not the afternoon I was expecting, but it has certainly taken my mind off my troubles with Lily, and as I get behind the wheel, I wonder if she has messaged me while I've been preoccupied. It would be nice if she has, and it would be even nicer if she said something along the lines of her wanting to see me again and being in agreement that what happened at the country lane the other night was nothing to worry about. I check my phone before I start the engine, hoping to see something from Lily on my screen, and when I do, I get a dopamine hit as powerful as if I'm some social media-obsessed teenager loving a load of Instagram likes. Lily hasn't just messaged me once, she's messaged me 3 times, and she's also tried calling me 4. Wow, she really does want to see me again. And then I see why. The pleasure I was feeling is quickly replaced by a panic when I see what Lily has so desperately been trying to contact me about. Clover knows about our affair, It certainly seems that way, if Lily's panicked messages are correct.
Spencer, call me. Clover knows about us. You have to sort this out. She hates me. Answer your damn phone.
I call Lily, still not having left Marianne's place properly, but realizing this is more important, and she picks up quickly.
Finally, Lily cries. I've been trying to reach you all afternoon. What the hell have you been doing?
I better not answer that question honestly if I want to avoid more trouble than I'm already in. I'm sorry, work's been busy. What's going on?
I told you what's going on. Clover found out about us.
How?
I don't know. I guess we were seen the other night. Somebody told her. It doesn't matter. She knows, and now she hates me.
I can clearly hear the distress and angst in Lily's voice, and it upsets me to hear her like this, because my feelings do run much deeper for her than just physical attraction. I'll sort this out, I say, which is the only thing I can think of that might make Lily feel a little better in this moment.
Sort it out? How are you going to do that? Did you not hear me right? My sister hates me. Our affair is out. It's over.
It's not over, I reply quickly. It doesn't have to be.
What are you talking about?
Well, obviously it's not good that it's come out this way, but maybe this could be a blessing in the long run. Maybe we can finally be together now, like we talked about. I eagerly await Lily's response, but she doesn't say anything for several seconds, and I'm just about to check that she heard me when the line goes dead. What happened? I look at my phone, and the call is definitely lost, though I don't know why. Did we get cut off? Or did she just hang up on me? I waste no time in calling her back, and thankfully she answers again quickly.
You're unbelievable!
She screams down the line when we're connected again.
How the hell can you think this is a blessing? My sister hates me. This is going to ruin my whole family, my whole life. It's going to ruin your marriage too, though you don't seem very worried about that. But I care about my family. I don't want to lose Clover over this.
I have to move the phone away from my ear, such is the ferocity of anger coming at me from the other end, and I'm actually getting a little annoyed at Lily's reaction to this. That's why, when she has finally finished berating me, I go ahead and say something that I might end up regretting. You say you love your sister and don't want to lose her, but you should have thought about that before you got into bed with me, is my response, which I hope snaps Lily out of this and makes her see that she can't keep having this pity party for herself, because these are simply the consequences of her actions. You knew the risk we were taking when we started this affair. I go on. Of course I feel bad about how much Clover must be hurting right now, and I will do my best to explain things to her and deflect a lot of her hate onto me and away from you if I can. But you can't make out like this is unexpected. You had to know that your sister would hate you if she ever knew you had been sleeping with me. I feel like everything I just said then was perfectly reasonable, and I wait for Lily's response, one that I hope is much calmer than before.
You don't understand, Lily says then. To you, she's just your wife, and you've already moved on in your mind to another woman. But I can't just move on from my sister. She's family. I can't find another sibling.
I understand. I try again, but Lily cuts me off.
No, you don't. But you have to fix this. You have to tell Clover that you started the affair. Tell her it was all you. I can keep apologizing, but you have to give me a chance with her. Please, I'm begging you. If you ever want to see me again, you have to do whatever it takes to make Clover want to see me again too.
I hear all of Lily's demands loud and clear. If I want our relationship to continue, I have to somehow convince my wife that I'm the only villain, and Lily is not as culpable in our affair as me. It's a tough ask, but given the stakes and how much I desperately want to keep seeing Lily, I guess I have no choice. "I'll try my best," I say. "You have to," is all Lily says in return, and then the line goes dead again. I don't call back this time, and spend a few minutes in silence, alone in my car and thinking of the best way to proceed from here. I obviously need to get home as quickly as possible and start talking to Clover, though it might not be easy if she isn't willing to listen to me. It will be like entering the lion's den, and I have no idea how things will go. But I have to try. My future with my wife is definitely over, but my future with Lily doesn't have to be, though only if I can somehow do what she asked me to do. I start driving, heading for home, though my feet feel heavy, and it's much easier to tap the brake pedal than it is the accelerator. I am dreading seeing Clover. The look on her face when she sees me, the venom that might be in her voice, the hatred that is unleashed in my direction. None of it will be pleasant, but this is my fault, and I do have to face the music. I always knew this day might come. I guess every liar and a cheat knows that, so there is a part of me that was prepared for it. Still, it's very different imagining it to actually living it, and as I get closer to home, the knot in my stomach tightens, and I just want to run, as if I'm a worried patient fleeing from a doctor's waiting room before receiving my dreaded test results. But as I drive on, I also think about how Clover knows about all this. It must have been that person at the country lane. But who were they? And how unlucky am I that they must have known Clover well enough to realize that I was her husband and I was with her sister? Had somebody been spying on us for a while? Were we followed? Or was it just sheer bad luck? It might not necessarily matter in the grand scheme of things, because the secret is out whichever way I look at it. But I would like to know who exposed it. I want to know who is responsible for me potentially losing everything. The thought of what my life might be like if I can't make things work with Lily is not a good one. I accept that my marriage is over already, and I also accept that Clover will most likely throw me out of our house. She has every right to do that, and I won't fight her on it. Instead, I will endeavour to make this as easy on her as possible, because none of this is her fault. I certainly won't beg for forgiveness or a second chance, nor will I make a fuss during our divorce and try to take things I don't have a right over. I'll accept a clean break, a swift separation, and that is the best thing for us both. But me leaving the marital home will only be okay if I have somewhere else to go. And I really want that place to be Lily's, though that depends on me convincing Clover that Lily is not the bitch she thinks she is. That's no easy task. How the hell am I going to do it? As I arrive home, I don't know, but I am out of time to figure it out. I see Clover's car parked on the driveway, so I know she's inside, which makes my stomach churn again, even if it's better than me having to go looking for her around town. As I park beside her vehicle, I wonder how I'll find her inside. Will she be crying on the sofa, drinking alone in the kitchen, screaming and throwing things in the bedroom? I guess there's only one way to find out. I approach the door, taking several deep breaths as I go, and by the time I reach it, I am actually shaking. I almost don't know if Lily had it easier than me. Being blindsided might have been better than knowing what was coming. I feel like a condemned man being marched to the gallows, and it would be easier if someone just snuck up behind me and put a bullet in my brain, rather than made me walk to face my fate. But then I tell myself that it's not as bad as that. Nobody is going to end up dying. Or at least, that was what I thought as I went inside to find my wife.
Chapter 17. Clover. My blood turns cold when I hear Spencer arrive home, almost as cold as the wine in my glass. I've been self-medicating my heartbreak with one of my favourite drinks since I got back from Lily's, and it is working, in the sense that it has taken a little of the edge off my anger. I'm not quite as furious now as I was at my sister's place, although that might also be because I've been in this house alone for the last hour and had a chance to cool off a little. But now I know my husband is here, things may be about to escalate again very quickly. "Clover?" I hear him call out from downstairs. But I stay motionless and silent, lying on our bed and not moving, because I don't want him to know where I am, for a few more seconds at least. As I hear him call out to me again, and presumably start exploring the rooms down there to try and locate me, I think about how he must know his secret is already out. I have to assume that Lily called him as soon as I left hers and told him what had happened. She must have done. And when she did, I wonder what Spencer's reaction was. Shock? Fear? A grim acceptance? I don't know. I guess I'll get a better idea of that when I see his face in a few moments' time, because I can't hide from him up here forever. "Clover?" I hear his footsteps on the stairs, so I know he's getting close now. I better get ready for him, so I do, sitting up on the bed and preparing for the bedroom door to open. When it does, I hurl the wineglass in my hand towards the door, and Spencer gets the shock of his life as he sees the dangerous object flying towards him as soon as he has entered the room. I scream at him as he ducks, and the wineglass smashes on the door beside him. It narrowly missed, and he's lucky, as am I, because that was incredibly dangerous, and an assault charge is the last thing I need. But while my luck may hold out a little longer, this is where his ends. "Pack your things and get out of here!" I shout, as I pull an empty suitcase from under the bed and throw that at him too. "Clover, please, just let me talk," he says, after the suitcase has bounced off his legs and caused him to wince. "I don't want to hear it! I just want you gone!" I cry, as I look around for something else to throw. I see the lamp on the bedside table and reach for that. But before I can unplug it, Spencer quickly complies. "Okay, fine. I'll go. Just stop throwing things at me." He picks up the suitcase and unzips it before turning to the wardrobe. "Faster!" I tell him, not impressed with the speed of his work, and he doubles his efforts, quickly pulling out various items of clothing and bundling them into the suitcase. I suppose I could have packed and piled up his things for him on the doorstep so they would have been ready to go when he got back, but I wanted him to suffer the indignity of doing it himself. There should only be 2 times a man has to pack up all of his possessions. 1, to move house, or 2, because his relationship is over and it's time for a clean break. Unluckily for Spencer, he chose door number 2. "Quicker!" I cry, when I feel like Spencer is slowing down ever so slightly, and he looks up at me and frowns, clearly not enjoying the constant supervision I'm giving him. But I have no sympathy for him. "Come on, move it!" He gets most of his clothes into the one suitcase quite easily, which is actually annoying, because I was hoping it'd be harder for him. But he doesn't have half as many things as I do, so packing is a bit more manageable for him. "I have a few things in the bathroom," he mumbles at me nervously. "Go and get them then, because you won't have another chance," I warn him, causing Spencer to scurry away to fetch his toothbrush and aftershave. To be fair, he will need those things if he wants to be clean and fresh for whichever female he ends up moving in with next, whether that be my sister or some other stupid woman who is welcome to him. I wait for him to emerge from the bathroom, and when he does, he sheepishly adds his toiletry items to the suitcase before zipping it up. "Good riddance," is all I say then, wanting that to be my parting shot to him. Although I know it won't be as simple as that, because we'll have to have lots of conversations during the time it will take to make our separation legal. But I'm hoping Spencer will at least leave now, so I can call today a minor victory over him, and then regroup for another day's battle. But my husband doesn't just let me have this win and walk out with his suitcase. He tries to reason with me one last time. "I accept that what happened was wrong, and I understand that we're over," he begins with, which actually sounds like a good start. "I just want you to know that I instigated the affair with Lily. I came on to her. She tried to stop me, and she turned me down several times. But I was persistent. I guess I wore her down. I made her make a mistake. But she's felt terrible about it ever since, and she feels terrible now. I'm the one you should hate, not her. So while you might not be able to forgive me, you have to forgive her." I stare at Spencer and think about what he said, and while there may be some truth to it, it seemed a little too rehearsed, like he already figured out what he was going to say before he walked in here. What is this? Some strategy designed to make me hate him but not my sister? Has Lily put him up to this? Is he doing this because she's asked him to? "You're pathetic," I say spitefully. "You and my sister. I blame you both equally for what has happened, and I never want to see either of you again, just as equally. So get out of here before I hurt you." I pull the lamp plug out of the wall, and now the lamp itself is ready to be thrown. So Spencer quickly grabs his suitcase and rushes to the door. I follow him out, the lamp still raised above my head, and tell him to hurry up as I go down the stairs behind him, not caring that he is carrying heavy luggage and could slip and fall if he goes any faster. He reaches the door and turns back, as if to say something else. But then he sees the lamp precariously poised above him, so he thinks better of it and just leaves. And it's a relief to have the house back to myself again. I slam the door and lock it, then go to the window to make sure he is driving away. I watch as he puts his suitcase in the back of his car before he takes one last look at the home we shared together. But when he does, he only sees me sticking my middle finger up at him, and with that as a goodbye, he gets into his car and drives away. Only then do I put the lamp down, my need for violence lessening the further my husband gets away from the house. I go and open a new bottle of wine in the kitchen, figuring I'll have to clear up the broken glass upstairs at some point, but that can wait for now. With a fresh drink in my hand, I go outside into the back garden and take a seat, and try to enjoy what is left of the last of the day's sunshine before it dips behind the house. I know my life is currently a mess, and there is a lot for me to sort out, not to mention the rumours that Mum might be up to her old tricks again too. But for now, I'm hoping a little vitamin D can make me forget about it all, for a few minutes at least. As it turns out, what makes me temporarily forget my woes is something else. It's the sound of music coming from the other side of the garden fence. It's not too loud, which makes me think it's more likely to be Jo playing it rather than Tanya, because if it was her, she wouldn't be so considerate as to keep the volume down. But I'm still curious, so I leave my seat and wander over to the fence, and when I get there, I peep over. No sooner have I done that than Jo catches me snooping. "Oh, sorry," I say, realizing that I've been caught prying into another person's back garden. "It's okay, don't worry about it," Jo replies with a laugh, sitting up slightly from where he was reclining on a sun lounger. "Sorry, was the music too loud?" "No, not at all. I was just being nosy. My fault." "It's fine. I guess we're all guilty of that at some point," Jo says. "Here's an example for you. I saw Spencer carrying a suitcase to his car about 15 minutes ago. Is he going away?" Jo certainly has been as nosy as I have just been if he spotted that. What should I say to him? The truth, which is that I just kicked my cheating rat of a husband out onto the streets, or save face and tell a lie, like saying Spencer has gone away on a business trip. Maybe it's the wine, maybe it's the heat, maybe it's how good Jo looks on his sunbed, or maybe it's because I just don't care at this moment in time, but I opt for the truth. My husband has been having an affair with my sister, and I just told him that we're over, I say, very matter-of-factly. Jo's face drops, and for a second I think he's going to fall off his lounger. "Oh my God! Wow, I'm so sorry. That's awful." Bless Jo, he really looks and feels bad for me, and I appreciate it. Good riddance to him, I say dismissively, even if it's not quite as simple as that. And to my sister too. I don't need either of them if that is how they're going to treat me. Jo still seems shocked, But the way he looks at me, I get the sense that he thinks I might still be in a state of shock too, given the way I seem so calm about this. Don't worry, I'm not in denial, I tell him. I've already done my screaming and shouting. I'm just trying to calm down and not let what they did get to me for the next half an hour at least. I imagine I'll be crying myself to sleep later, but for now, I'm trying to enjoy my evening. I realise then that I have just probably massively overshared my life and quickly apologise. But Joe is fine with it. I'm so sorry. If there's anything I can do to help, anything at all, just let me know, he kindly offers, and I thank him. I'll leave you to your evening, I say then, and disappear back onto my side of the fence before retaking my seat and picking up my glass of wine. I hear the music stop a moment later and figure Joe has turned it off because he now knows that I'm not exactly in a celebratory mood, so it might seem a little disrespectful if he is enjoying himself. He's so considerate, much more caring than Spencer ever was, much more handsome too. I think then about how Joe told me to let him know if there was anything he could do to help. I know he was only offering in the sense of being polite, and if there was anything I could think of, it might be nothing more than putting out the bins for me one night, or taking a few heavy items to the dump. But as I sit in the last of the day's sunshine and let my imagination wander away, my thoughts desperately seeking something, anything that can make me feel better about my awful situation, I have one idea. I can think of something Joe could do to help me. It would certainly cheer me up and make me forget about what's happened today. The problem is, I don't think his wife would like it.
Chapter 18. Spencer. It finally happened. The thing I thought I was too clever to ever have to experience. The upheaval, the ignominy, the pathetic packing of my belongings, and the shame of walking to my car with a suitcase while my wife hurled insults at my back. I've seen this scene play out in movies before when a male character gets caught having an affair and the female playing his wife throws him out on the street. I also know what usually happens in the scene that follows it. Cue a shot of the foolish, banished husband sitting on a bed in a grim hotel room by himself, eating an unhealthy meal and watching TV, and facing up to the consequences of his actions, which generally involve him having a very bleak and lonely future. That's how this story is supposed to go. But not now I'm the main character in it. I refuse to be that sad divorcee living in a hotel room and out of a suitcase because I have nowhere else to go. That's because I do have somewhere to go. I'm going to Lily's. It might seem quick, not to mention incredibly disrespectful to my wife, that I should go straight to my mistress no sooner than I have been thrown out. But it's far too late for making amends now. The damage has already been done, so there's no point in me trying to save face or protect Clover's feelings. I just need to do what is best for my future. And I know for certain what that is. I want to be with Lily. It's time to go all in on my next relationship. I'm driving in the direction of Lily's place whilst processing a myriad of thoughts that bombard my frazzled brain. One thought that keeps coming to me is, who the hell was it who saw us in the country lane? And why did they send Clover the evidence? I guess I have an enemy, and I guess whoever it is thinks they have won now my marriage has been blown up. But to be honest, I don't care who they are and what they have done, because the way I see it, they have simply expedited the process of me getting away from Clover and closer to Lily. I'm not the kind of guy who allows himself to feel defeated or in need of revenge, so I'll let whoever saw us on that country lane think they have had their moment, and then let them get back to whatever miserable life they were leading before. I'm far too busy with my own life to worry about someone else's. I do feel bad for my wife, though. That encounter with Clover just now was unpleasant. There's no denying that. Nobody likes having things thrown at them, and nobody enjoys being told to pack their things and get out, but I had to expect it. My wife's wounds are still wide open and raw, so it was never going to be as simple as me getting to apologize to her and her hearing me out. But it's not that I'm sorry for not being able to get across my side of the story, because, to be honest, my side of the story is reprehensible. Rather, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to get Lily's side of the story across. She is desperate to not be cut out of Clover's life, and a big part of that not happening was me convincing my wife that I was the one behind the affair, rather than her sister. I did try my best to make that point, but Clover didn't want to hear it, and made it clear that she blamed both of us equally. She stopped short of saying the time-worn phrase, "It takes two to tango," but it's obvious she believes that, and I can't blame her. Of course it takes two to tango. An affair can't happen if only one person wants it. Both sides need to be in agreement. Both sides need to plan illicit meetups and keep dirty secrets and conspire behind the back of a loved one. That's simply how affairs work, and because of that I'm afraid Lily is not going to get her wish of gaining her sister's forgiveness. That's why, as I park outside Lily's place and prepare to carry my suitcase to her front door, I'm worried that I'm not quite going to get the warm welcome I'm hoping for. Getting my breath back after lugging my damn suitcase from my car to the doorstep, I knock on the door and hope Lily is in a hospitable mood. I figure she'll ascertain by the luggage at my feet that Clover has thrown me out, but I'll tell her that I did a good job of deflecting all the blame onto me, and that there's a good chance that things can be okay between the two of them in the future. At least, that is my plan. And then the door opens. "What the hell are you doing here?" Lily cries, aghast when she sees me lurking outside. "I've come to see you," I begin, which is true, though that's obviously not the only reason I'm here. It's either this or a solitary hotel room. "Are you out of your mind? You can't be here!" Lily cries, looking like she means every word of it, and even worse, looking like she doesn't want to be anywhere near me in the future either. "What are you talking about? Where else would I go? Clover has kicked me out, but I told her that the affair was all my fault. I did what you asked of me. Now we can be together, right?" My optimism dwindles the longer Lily keeps staring at me in the same way Clover was right after she threw that wine glass at my head. "My family is blowing up because of what we did, and you think coming here is going to make that any better?" Lily cries. "What if Clover calls around? It'll look like we don't give a damn about her feelings, and then she'll hate me even more than she already does." "Relax, Clover isn't going to come over. It's just me and you, like we talked about how we always wanted it to be, remember?" "Like you always talked about. But I didn't want this, not at the cost of losing my sister. So you need to get out of here and let me figure out how to make this up to her. Go on, leave, now." Lily slams the door in my face before I can say anything else, and despite knocking and trying to convince her to open it again, she doesn't give me another chance. It's just me and my suitcase. I pick it up and trudge dejectedly back to my car, and as I get behind the wheel, I am grimly contemplating which hotel to call first to inquire about a vacancy. Damn it, I've become like the losers in the movies. All I need now is a pathetic meal for one, and I'll be set. But then I have a brainwave, a brilliant flash of a thought that could give me another alternative to a room for one. I start driving again, and I don't stop until I'm outside the home of my colleague. However, just in case this doesn't go well, I decide to leave my suitcase in the car, just in case I have to haul it all the way back again in a few minutes' time. But I'm praying it won't come to that, and as I knock on this door, I am expecting my brainwave to pay off. "Spencer, are you okay?" Marianne's greeting is certainly more welcoming than Lily's was, and I feel like I've already got one foot inside her home. I've had a bit of a nightmare, if I'm honest, I say sheepishly. Can I come in?
Of course,
Marianne cries, getting out of my way, and I step inside, figuring I'll go back and get my things from the car once I've explained what's going on. My wife and I have decided to end things, I say as Marianne closes the door, and I note the table with a meal for one set out on it. Oh dear, my poor colleague is already living the life I was afraid I'd be living if this didn't work out.
Why? What happened?
Marianne asks as I take a seat on her sofa. We've been having problems for years. It's no coincidence I ended up falling into bed with you the other day. I've known my marriage has been over for some time, and now it finally is. I'm playing down the actual reason why my marriage is over, opting not to mention Lily or the fact Clover literally threw me and my belongings out on the street. This way I should garner the kind of sympathy that might lead to me being invited to spend the night here.
I'm sorry,
Marianne says, taking a seat beside me and looking like she is buying the fact that this is not all entirely my fault.
Was it anything to do with what happened between us? Does your wife know about me?
No, definitely not. This isn't your fault, and she has no idea. Don't worry, I haven't dragged you into this.
It's okay if you have,
Marianne says then, placing a hand on my leg.
I mean, I really enjoyed the other day. You cheered me up after my breakup. Now it looks like you need me to do the same thing.
I look at Marianne's hand on me, then at her face, and particularly her lips, and realise that despite a few fleeting fears, I really am nothing like those losers in the movies. Instead of ending up alone, I'm clearly on the verge of ending up in bed with another woman. I've certainly landed on my feet here, and as Marianne and I begin to kiss, I am confident that in no time I'll be lying in her bed with my suitcase beside it, and at least I'll have a base from which to figure out the next part of my life. But I don't need to spend too much time planning because I know exactly what I want. It's what I've wanted for years. Lily. I just need to give her some space so she can cool down and see that our affair being exposed isn't so bad. This way we can finally be together. But I appreciate it will take time, and as Marianne starts to unbutton my shirt, I am willing to give Lily all the time she needs. I'll be here having fun until she wants me.
Chapter 19. Clover. Can there be a more unpleasant way to wake up than alone, hungover, and with the knowledge that your marriage is over because your husband has been sleeping with your sister? That's the reality I'm facing as I open my bleary eyes and look at the sunlight streaming around the edges of the curtains in my bedroom, the one where only a few hours earlier Spencer was packing his suitcase, while I was looking for things to throw at him. The affair is not my fault, but drinking too much last night certainly is, and I'm regretting all the wine I consumed before I got into bed, because it's going to make a hard day today even harder. Oh, God, what time is it? I frantically fumble around for my phone, and when I find it beneath the bedsheets with me, I'm afraid that I slept through my alarm and half the morning is gone. If so, my boss is going to be wanting an explanation as to why I haven't been logged on and accessible by email on this working day. But then I see that it's early, well before my alarm would be set to go off, although when I check it, I see I'd forgot to set it anyway. It's only 5:30, and while the summer sun is up, I don't need to be up myself quite yet. But I will be expected to be working later, though there's no way I can face a day at my computer feeling like this. That's why I type out a message to my manager to say that I have been struggling all night with the flu and am not going to be well enough to do my job today. I hate lying. I'm definitely not my husband, but I need today to myself so I can try and process everything and figure out what state my life is in going forward, and I can't do that properly if I'm getting work calls and emails at the same time. Legal admin can wait. Life admin is far more important. Hoping my manager buys my sickness excuse, but not really caring if she doesn't, I roll back over and try to get a little more rest. But my brain is too riddled with thoughts of Spencer and Lily, as well as still affected by last night's alcohol, and try as I might, I cannot relax. A shower might do me good, so I get out of bed and get myself under the jet of hot water. But while it wakes me up even more, I only feel worse when I think about the times Spencer stood in this exact spot, probably thinking of my sister as he washed his dirty body before getting into bed with me. That's enough showering for one day. My next stop is the kitchen to make myself a strong coffee, and I'm glad of the caffeine hit, because no sooner have I finished my drink, I hear a knock at the door. Oh no, please don't be Spencer or Lily coming around to grovel for my forgiveness. I cannot face either of them, not today, not any day. Fortunately, it's not my husband or sister on the doorstep, but my mother. Mum? What are you doing here? It's only just gone 6. Your father told me about what has happened, and I know it's early, but I had to come and see you. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Come here. Mum steps in and gives me a hug before I've had much of a chance to reply, but as she squeezes me, I feel myself needing her support more and more, and within seconds I'm crying on her shoulder and praying she never lets me go. Oh, darling, it's going to be okay, she says, offering me a useless platitude, but doing her best under the trying circumstances. We hug for what must be a while, but it's still not long enough for me before we go into the kitchen, and Mum offers to make me a coffee. I've just had one, I say, looking towards my empty cup, but that doesn't stop her from preparing another one. I think you're going to need more than one this morning, darling, she tells me, and so am I. I watch Mum as she prepares our drinks, and realise how much she must be hurting by this shocking turn of events too. She'll be concerned about both of her daughters now. Me, because of the fact my marriage is just dissolved overnight, and Lily because of how she's ended up treating her sister. That's a lot for a parent to deal with. 2 kids, now at war, and with seemingly no way of reconciliation, at least from my side. Mum's right. We're going to need a lot of coffee. Once we have it, Mum sits opposite me at the kitchen table and gives me a moment before beginning the painstaking process of trying to piece her family back together again. Have you spoken to your sister? She asks me first. Yep. I told her I wanted nothing more to do with her, I reply, which mustn't make Mum feel any better, but saying the words does give me a cheap thrill for all of 2 seconds. And what did she say? What do you think she said? That she was sorry? That it was a mistake? All the usual things a person says when they've been caught cheating. I am only telling the truth, but I have to catch myself when I remember that I'm currently talking to somebody who has been in Lily's position before. Mum had all of this when her own affair was exposed, having to explain herself to not only my father, but her children too. So she'll have a pretty good idea of the script that Lily was reading from during our confrontation. I have to say that I'm appalled by your sister's behaviour, Mum tells me then. I cannot believe she would do this to you. And Spencer, well, his actions are utterly reprehensible. Do you know where he went after he left here? Mum asks, but she quickly regrets it when I answer with venom. Probably to her place, I spit back. They're welcome to each other, the cheating rats. Mum gives me a moment, sipping her hot coffee while I simmer down. Have you been to see her? I ask then, wondering if Mum went to Lily's before coming here. No, I thought I'd come here first and make sure you were okay. As you should. Who cares if Lily is okay? She's probably too busy with my husband to answer the door anyway. I doubt he's there, Mum predicts. If your sister has any sense, she'll be staying away from him until all this is sorted out. Sorted out? Are you crazy? This will never be sorted out. They've broken my heart, Mum, both of them. I never want to see their faces again. I'm starting to think Mum coming here was not the best thing for me, the comforting hug and coffee aside, and I'm preparing to ask her to leave if she isn't going to be more understanding, but then she speaks again. Of course. I'm sorry. This is all so raw. You need time. I definitely think you should avoid seeing either of them until you've processed this a little more. Besides, it's up to them to come to you, not the other way around. They are the ones in the wrong here, big time. It's nice that Mum is taking my side again, as she should be, given the circumstances. But there is still the elephant in the room of her having done exactly the same thing to my father before, and I wonder if she's ever going to draw on her own experience and address it. And then she does. Look, you might not want to hear this now, and if not, I will leave it and we can talk about it at another time. But as you well know, I made a huge mistake in my marriage once, and it nearly cost me everything. But just because I did, it didn't mean that I didn't love you all, and it certainly didn't mean I planned on doing it again. So just be mindful that however much you hate Spencer and Lily at the moment, they will be sorry for hurting you, and it doesn't mean they cannot change or be forgiven. I understand what Mum is trying to say. She's trying to show that one day, not now, but in the future sometime, Lily and I can be proper sisters again. And maybe even Spencer and I can be a couple again. But am I the same as Dad? He forgave his wife for cheating, but can I forgive my husband? I cannot see how. As for Lily, I don't even know where to begin with her, but it surely helped Dad forgive Mum when he found out the other person was totally unconnected to him. But I've been betrayed by my sibling, who was also my best friend. This is so different. This is so much harder. Do people really change? I asked then, surprising Mum, who had gone back to drinking her coffee. I'm sorry. You said it doesn't mean that people can't change. Is that true? You had an affair, and you say you've changed since, but have you? Or would you ever do it again? Mum looks mortified that I'd even suggest such a thing, but I'm recalling what Lily was trying to talk to me about when I went to see her yesterday, just before I exposed her secret and told her we were finished. Are you having another affair? I asked Mum, before she can answer my first batch of questions. What? No, of course I'm not, she cries. But it's impossible to read her or believe her because I'm accusing her of something she's already been caught doing before. So why is it beyond the realms of possibility that she would do it again? Lily said that one of her friends saw you with a guy in town and you look close, I say, wondering if I'm about to get confirmation of a second affair in the space of as many days. She also said that Dad had commented on how you've been going out more again, and you've been exercising a lot and shopping for new clothes. Plus, I noticed you were messaging on your phone during the barbecue on Saturday, so what's going on? Who is he? Are you doing it again? Mum takes a moment to process all the evidence I've just presented her with before she fixes her eyes on mine and doesn't break contact until she's finished talking. I am not having an affair, I promise you, she tells me. If I was seen with a man in town, it was someone from my yoga class. But I have lots of friends there now, and that's all the exercise I've been getting. Exercise that both you and your sister told me to do after my affair because you wanted me to channel my energy in more positive ways. Sorry for shopping, but can't a retired woman treat herself to nice things when she likes? I have worked all my life to be able to afford nice things. And as for messaging during the barbecue, I'm not going to apologise for having friends to keep in touch with. Nor am I sorry for how I've spent every single day since my affair ended being the best version of myself that I can be. And that means I am not being intimate with anybody except your father. Have you got that? Mum's impassioned speech seems to come from the heart, and it seems to be the truth, so I back down and stop letting myself get distracted by other things when I have enough on my plate. I'm sorry. I just don't know what to think about anybody anymore, I confess, suddenly feeling teary and in need of another hug. Thankfully, Mum offers it, and I grip her tightly as I put my trust in her and think about how maybe she is right. Maybe people can change, and if so, maybe there is a way, one day, for Lily and I to be on good terms again. It seems fanciful, but it also seems better than the alternative, which is that I never, ever speak to my sister again for the rest of my life. As for Spencer, could the same be said for him? Could I at least get to a point where we are amicable? I feel like a lot of it comes down to me and my mindset around this going forward. But I cannot carry all the weight of responsibility. Some of it has to come down to him. Can a man like him ever truly repent? Or does a leopard never really change its spots?
Chapter 20. Spencer. This was just what I needed to get my head back in the game and feel like a winner again rather than a loser. Sex with my work colleague for the second time after a solid night's sleep in her bed has helped ease my concerns about Lily and whether or not she will be receptive to my advances again one day. Of course she will be. I'm irresistible to the opposite sex, as the woman lying beside me proves. I turn my head to Marianne and see her smiling at me, her cheeks slightly flushed from the exertion she just had. I'm just about getting my own breath back from it too, and this is a much more enjoyable way of getting my exercise than carrying a heavy suitcase around. That suitcase is still in my car, and I haven't asked Marianne if I could bring it inside yet so I can get a little more settled, but now seems as good a time as any. I was wondering, would it be possible for me to stay here for a few more nights, just until I can make a plan as to what to do next? It's just that my wife's at our house and we both need space from each other, and I don't have anywhere else to go. I am hoping that works, and when Marianne's smile widens, I guess that it has. I think I can allow that, she says, but there is the small matter of rent to discuss. Marianne wants me to pay her. I begin, but before I can say any more, she puts a finger over my lips. I'm sure we can come to some sort of an arrangement, she says with a devilish grin, and I laugh because I get what she means now. Basically, she is happy for me to stay here as long as we repeat what we just did as often as possible. I'm sure we can sort something out, I reply, more than happy with such an arrangement until I have figured out a way to leave this woman behind and get into the bed of the woman I really want to be with. I wonder if Lily has messaged me while I've been busy with Marianne. The intrigue of that thought gets me up to go and find my trousers because my phone is in one of those pockets. But no sooner have I left the bed, Marianne lets out a moan. Hey, where are you going? Your next rent payment is due already, and I don't like to be kept waiting, she says with a giggle. Just give me 1 minute and I'll be right back, I say, impressed by how insatiable she is, but more interested in checking my messages. When I retrieve my phone, I'm disappointed to see that there is nothing new waiting for me on there. Lily has not been in touch. Checking to see if your wife has called to beg you to come back? Marianne asks then. What? No, not much chance of that, I chuckle, heading back to bed, but keeping hold of my phone because I plan to leave it on the bedside table so I can check it regularly and see whenever Lily does get in touch. Well, good, because I have you now, Marianne says, grabbing my free hand and pulling me into the bed before I can make another move. You don't need that, she says, taking the phone from me and throwing it down the bed before she plants her lips on mine, and she is suddenly on top of me, quickly and easily removing all thoughts of Lily for the time being, as I focus on making her happy instead. Marianne really has some energy, even more than I have, and it's almost a relief when we're finally done again, and I get to lie back and have a breather. It's even more of a relief when I retrieve my phone from the bottom of the bed and see that I have just received a new message. I'm going to take a shower before work, Marianne says as she gets up. Care to join me? Just give me 2 minutes, I say, in awe at her appetite for more, and she winks at me as she saunters away naked to the bathroom. I wait until she has left the room before I check the message and smile when I see Lily's name on my screen. I smile even more when I read what she has sent me. I just need time. This is a lot right now, and I need to protect Clover. Please, just give me some time. While it's not a plea for me to drop everything and rush over to her place because she needs me today, it is much better than having her slam the door in my face. If Lily just wants time, that is what I will give her, and I reply to let her know that is what she will get. I understand. Just let me know when you want to see me. I miss you. X. I'm pleased with my reply, though I'm less pleased with what Lily comes back with. Where did you stay last night? I grip my teeth because I guess I'm going to have to lie to Lily, and I wish I didn't have to do that. She's not Clover, who lying to became as easy as driving my car down to the shops to pick up a pint of milk. Lily might not be as easy to deceive, nor do I want her to be, because one of the many reasons I like her so much is because she is so different to my wife. But I have no choice because I can't tell Lily the truth of where I am. No way. With a friend from work, a guy from the IT department. The first part of that message is the truth, and while the second part is a fib, I added it because I don't want Lily wondering if the friend is female. I would rather be with you, though. X. I quickly send that follow-up message to distract her from the first one, and I hope it works. Just give me some time, comes the reply, and I smile because everything is okay. Lily doesn't know I am currently sleeping with another woman, nor will she ever have to. All she knows is that I am ready and waiting to be with her when she is ready. Satisfied with my morning's work after what was a very shaky evening last night, I put my phone down and think about joining Marianne in the shower. I can hear the water running in the bathroom, and while I'm sure it's hot and steamy in there, it promises to be even more so when I enter. As I make my way around my colleague's home, I guess this is my place of residence for the foreseeable future. It certainly could be worse. I've definitely landed on my feet here, but I won't get complacent. Not until I am in Lily's bed again, and she is the woman sleeping next to me. There will also be issues to sort out with Clover at some point too. I wonder if she got any sleep last night. Sadly, I doubt she has been able to bounce back quite as quickly as I have.
Chapter 21. Clover. I've been making the most of my impromptu day off from work by trying to put my bitterness and heartache to one side and get some productive things done. After Mum's visit this morning and after I cried and hugged her until I felt at least a little bit better, I vowed that I was not going to let Spencer ruin the rest of my day and indeed the rest of my life. The best way I decided to make progress on that front was to go round the house and gather up anything that either belonged to him or reminded me of him. Clothes he left behind, personal possessions like his shower gel or silly little items of sports memorabilia, and of course any photos that might feature his smug face. All have been gathered up and piled up in the kitchen before being placed into black bin bags ready for him to collect. Maybe I've been too soft. I would be well within my rights to completely bypass my husband and just throw these things out so he would never have them again. But I'm better than that. I am willing to allow him in here one more time to collect his pathetic possessions, and then this house will be totally rid of all traces of him. It'll be as if he never lived here. If only it was that simple. Even though physical reminders of him can be removed, the mental reminders will remain, and I'm afraid they always will, at least until I move out of this house myself and never have to walk within these walls again. Every room here has traces of him, and they're all stored in my memory. The way he'd kick his shoes off in the hallway after returning from work, a big grin on his face because he knew he was only a moment or two away from opening a cold beer after a long day. The sight of him sitting at the kitchen table eating his breakfast, or reclining on the sofa in the lounge watching TV before bed. The bedroom itself, where he spent countless nights sleeping beside me, and the bathroom where I heard him shower and brush his teeth, and where I could smell the lingering scent of his aftershave after he had finished in there. There's also the garden, where he'd barbecue, and that damn grill will certainly remind me of him. Most recently, how he cooked for me and my sister, and acted as if everything was fine. I'll never be able to purge this place of him, but one step at a time. With his possessions piled up, all I need to do now is tell him to come and get them. But as I prepare to send him a message, I think about where he will most likely be taking these bags after he's collected them. If he's already shacked up with my sis, and I bet he will be soon, if not already, then he'll be taking them there. As much as this is supposed to be a punishment for him, am I actually just making it easier on him? This isn't enough. This is not ruining his future like he has ruined mine. Therefore, I need another plan. I think about my husband, really ponder his actions and motivations, and as I do, I know exactly how he'll be expecting this to play out. He'll be planning to move on straight away, landing on his feet as he always does, and he'll be wanting to do that with Lily. I bet that in his mind, this isn't such a bad thing at all, because now he's got what he really wanted all along, a life with her instead of me. But I don't want him to have that. I want him to be alone. I want him to have nothing. I cannot let them have each other. Suddenly, my thoughts turn from cleansing the house of my husband to how to exact sweet revenge on him, and I quickly decide that the best way to hurt him is to ensure he doesn't get to have Lily all to himself like he plans. How do I do that? I need to make sure that Lily sees him for the rotten, dirty dog that he is, and when she does, she'll realize what I have only just discovered to my dismay. A man like that will fall into bed with anyone who'll have him. Therefore, how can you ever trust him? I need to do something that will ensure Lily doesn't want to see Spencer again, and no amount of charming behaviour on his part will change her mind. I have just the plan. At this moment, Lily must think that as bad as he has treated me, he's only done it because he has such strong feelings for her. But if I can show her that he really doesn't care about others so much as he cares about his own gains, she'll do what I've already done and cast him out of her life. The way I can do that is by tricking Spencer into sleeping with me one last time, or at least leading him on to the point where he thinks he's going to sleep with me. I won't let it get that far, of course. I can't think of anything worse than his hands touching my flesh, but he won't know that. He'll think I'm just being desperate or simply wanting him once more for old time's sake. Whatever he thinks, I guarantee he won't be able to resist what I offer up to him on a silver platter. And once I have him where I want him, it'll be too late. Then I'll have the evidence I need so my sister can see how much he really loves her. I'll seduce him. I'll get him upstairs in the bedroom, I'll get him to lie on the bed, and when he's at his most vulnerable, I'll handcuff him or tie him up so he can't move. Then I'll call Lily around and tell her I'm ready to talk. When she gets here, I'll show her the pathetic man in my bedroom and ask her if he looks like a man who really cares about her or just himself. I expect Spencer will see then that Lily, his plan B to our marriage, is no longer interested in him once he's proven he only thinks with one thing. And that thing is not his brain. Even if it doesn't work, I do like the idea of simply tying my husband up and making him grovel to be released. So screw it. I'll do it. But then, as I hear a car parking outside, I get another idea, one that is far more devious and delicious, but one that I'm not sure I'll be able to pull off. Why should Spencer be the one who got to have all the fun at my expense? Isn't it only right that I make him feel inferior? Isn't it right that he hears about me being intimate with someone else? I look out of the window, and as I see Tanya parking next door, I rush outside to catch her before she enters her home. She sees me coming through her windscreen and looks surprised at the haste in which I'm trying to reach her. But if that's enough to surprise her, she stands no chance when she hears what I have to say. She opens the car door, and I allow her the space to get out, but that's about all I'll allow her. "What is going on?" she asks me, but I raise a hand to signal that she's to stop speaking and start listening. "I know what you've been up to. Cheating on Joe. Your affair? I heard you on the phone to your lover, and I know you want it to stop, but it's too late. Your secret has reached me, and if you're not careful with your next move, it'll be reaching your husband next." Tanya stares at me dumbfounded, and it's almost as if this is the first time that she's looked at me as if I'm her equal. But she's mistaken about that. We're not equals at all, and I'm about to prove it. "How?" she starts, but I shush her and continue. "There's only one thing you can do now to stop me from telling Joe about what you've been doing behind his back," I say quickly but calmly, and Tanya must get the message that I'm deadly serious, because she stops wasting time by trying to deny anything. "What's that?" she asks nervously, whilst looking around our street to see if anybody else is within earshot of our conversation. "You have to let me sleep with your husband," I say, without the slightest hint of uncertainty. Tanya laughs then, as well she might, because I suppose it does sound ridiculous, but she soon stops laughing when she sees that I'm not joking. "Are you crazy? You think I'm just going to let you sleep with my husband?" she asks me, incredulous. "Either that, or I'm guessing he's not going to be your husband anymore," I say with a smirk. Not when I tell him what I know. "But you don't want me to do that, do you, neighbour? You want to keep this perfect little life you think you have going here, so you'll allow it. You have no other choice." Tanya doesn't try and argue with that, but she does try and play another ace up her sleeve. "What about your husband? How would you explain this to him? Why wouldn't I just tell him what you've done?" "Tell him all you want if you can find him," I say with a laugh. "He doesn't live here anymore, not since I kicked him out for sleeping with my sister." That shuts Tanya up, for a moment at least. The shock on her face at my admission also lets me know that Joe mustn't have let slip about this to her since I told him about it over the garden fence last night. Wow, handsome and private. He just gets better and better in my eyes. But while I've just given Tanya an extremely juicy morsel of gossip that she would probably love nothing more than to spread around every home in this street, she has more pressing matters, like trying to stop her own husband sleeping with another woman. "What makes you think Joe would be interested in you?" she says, with emphasis on the last word in her sentence, to really drive home her assumption that I'm not up to Joe's standards. She thinks she has me there. She thinks that there's no way her man would ever go for someone like me. But that's my problem to deal with, and with the way I'm feeling now, fueled by a deep-seated desire to make my husband feel as less of a man as possible, I know I'm not going to fail. "You leave that for me to worry about," I say calmly. "All you need to concern yourself with is making sure you and your son are out of the house this evening, or else your little secret comes out. Got that?" I wait for Tanya to process my demand before she reluctantly nods her head, and with that I saunter away back to my house to get ready, because there's a lot to do tonight. I have 2 men to seduce this evening, though only one of them will actually be in luck. This could be a fortuitous night for Joe, and an extremely bad one for Spencer.
Chapter 22. Spencer. Considering I was thrown out of my home by my wife yesterday, there's a swagger about me as I make my way around the office, chit-chatting with a few colleagues as I head back to my desk after a productive meeting with my manager. None of the people I work with would guess that I'm on the verge of a divorce, apart from Marianne, obviously, but she's not going to be telling anybody because she doesn't want to spoil the good thing we've got going on. I can see my colleague sitting at her own desk as I pass, and I give her a cheeky wink as I go, a subtle one, that only she could see, and she offers me a restrained smile that only I detect before I saunter past and reach my workstation. Taking a seat, I plan on opening up my laptop and chipping away at the mountain of emails that are sitting in my inbox needing some attention. But before I do that, I check my phone because I'm thinking about Lily and what she might be up to on this sunny midweek day. Alas, there is no message from her. But while she told me she needed time a few hours ago, I feel like sending her a quick message just to let her know she is still very much on my mind. Hey, gorgeous. I hope you're okay. We'll get through this, I promise. X. I send the text just before I'm interrupted by somebody approaching. Is that your wife? I look up to see Marianne standing before me with her eyes on my phone. Oh, no, it's just a friend.
I thought she might have been bothering you, so I came over here to cheer you up, Marianne says, leaning in slightly, which causes me to nervously glance around the office to see if anyone else is watching us. I really don't want to start rumours of a workplace fling here, but that's what's going to occur if Marianne gets any closer. No, all good, don't worry, I say with a smile before putting my phone away and opening my laptop. I better get on with some work, I'm so behind. I'll leave you alone then, Marianne says with a grin, but I won't leave you alone when we get back to my place tonight.
It's her turn to wink at me now before she walks away, casting one very suggestive glance back in my direction as she goes. I let out a sigh, pleased Marianne has no idea I was actually messaging Lily because she might have told me to get out of her place then too. As it is, I'm still in the clear there, but I really wish Lily would just let me come to her so I could stop stringing my colleague along. The last thing I need is any awkwardness with someone I see in the office 5 days a week, so the sooner my dalliance with Marianne is over, the better. I finally focus on work and start typing out a few replies, but I haven't got far when I hear my phone vibrate in my desk drawer. Pulling it out quickly, I am disappointed to see that it is Clover who has got in touch, rather than her sister.
I've got the rest of your things together. Come and collect them this evening. 7 p.m. prompt.
The message is short, but it's certainly not sweet. Clover wants me to go and pick up the rest of my belongings, and then I guess she'll be done with me, barring whatever we have to do for our divorce. This feels very final, but considering what I've put my wife through, I can't cause her any more stress, so I reply to say that I'll be there at 7 o'clock to do as she asks. Before I put my phone down again, I wonder if this latest development might endear me a little more to Lily, so I send her a message to let her know what's going on. Clover has just told me to get the rest of my stuff from the house tonight. I guess it'll feel like walking into the lion's den. Wish me luck. X. I wonder if I'll garner any sympathy from Lily or any response at all, but she does reply quickly.
She must be so upset. She isn't answering any of my calls or messages. Let me know how she is when you see her.
It's sweet that Lily's so concerned about her sibling, though it's slightly irritating that she doesn't seem as worried about me and the fact that I've got to go and face a scorned woman this evening. I will. Don't worry. How are you? I ask, seizing my chance to correspond further now Lily is replying.
How do you think? I'm upset about everything. As should you be.
Ouch. I best not rile Lily up any more. I am. I'm sorry if it doesn't seem that way. I just miss you, that's all. I'm worried about you. That should do the trick.
Worry about yourself. You're the one who has to see Clover tonight.
Lily has a good point. But just before I feel I'm totally on my own here, she sends me another message.
Be careful.
It's only 2 words, but I am grinning ear to ear when I read them because it's proof that Lily still cares about me. and that's all I need. I will. I'll be fine. I miss you, X. I hope that will get me another response, but it doesn't. Though it's okay. We're chatting again now, albeit via text, and this feels like progress. It certainly is compared to yesterday. Feeling good, I quickly and efficiently complete all the work I need to, and the day flies by, although I'd be lying if I said there weren't a few butterflies starting to flutter in my stomach as the end of the working day approaches. It's going to be uncomfortable seeing Clover again tonight, particularly if she is still as angry as she was the last time I saw her. I almost chuckle when the idea crosses my mind to enter the house with a shield tonight, just in case any more things get thrown in my direction. But the smile quickly fades when I realize this is no joke. Clover hates me, and in a few short hours we'll be face to face again. I figure I'll just work late tonight, staying back at the office until almost 7 before I'll drive to see Clover. I am envious of my colleagues as they all log off from their computers and leave their desks at 5 p.m, and Marianne is amongst them, though she comes to see me before she goes.
"Are you finished?"
she asks, possibly eager to pick up where the pair of us left this morning if we can get back to her place pronto. Sadly not. I've got a bit more work to do, I say. Then I've got to go to Clover's afterwards to pick up the rest of my stuff.
"Oh, I see," Marianne replies. "Do you want me to come with you and help?"
What? No, definitely not. That'll just make things worse, I say, surprised I even have to point out such a thing to her. Does she really think me bringing another woman along to see my wife would look good?
"Okay, I'll be waiting at home for you," she says with a smile. "I'll make us some dinner. Open a bottle of wine. I'm guessing you'll need it."
That sounds perfect, I say, because it does. A delicious home-cooked meal is always welcome, and I'm sure I'll need a strong drink to wash it down with after seeing Clover.
"See you later,"
Marianne says, going to leave.
"You won't be too late, will you?"
No, not at all. I'll be in and out, I reply confidently, figuring that will be the case, and Marianne leaves. But once I'm alone in the office and the clock keeps ticking closer to 7, the butterflies in my stomach only grow stronger. This will be okay, won't it? I'm only picking some things up. Clover isn't going to be that bad, right? I wish I was as confident about this as I am about almost everything else in my life. But by the time it's 6:45 and I am leaving the office, those 2 simple words Lily sent to me earlier are playing over and over again in my head, as if some higher power is really trying to warn me about something that lies ahead in my future. Be careful.
Chapter 23. Clover. The music is on, the wine is open, and the lingerie that has spent most of its life in the wardrobe snugly fits my body. As I move around my house, each minute passing by bringing me closer to the arrival of my husband, I am buzzing with anticipation. But it's not for him. It's for my neighbour. Joe has no idea what could be in store for him this evening, but if I have my way, he's going to have quite the night to remember. Tanya has promised to make herself scarce, taking out her son for a meal, so her husband will be home alone. At least until I show up on his doorstep with only a slinky dressing gown covering my alluring attire and bare flesh. There's no guarantee that Joe will want to sleep with me, but I have a feeling I can tip the odds in my favour, and I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. First, I have my husband to deal with. It's almost 7, so Spencer should be here any minute, and when he is, the show will begin. I've never considered myself a great actress, but I'll be putting my thespian skills to the test shortly, and I have no choice but to be convincing if this is going to work. My entire revenge hinges on it. As another slow and seductive song begins to play, I pour myself a second glass of wine and take a long sip. A little Dutch courage will come in handy for everything that I want to do tonight, but by being tipsy, it will only convince Spencer of my desperation to sleep with him even more. No sooner have I removed the rim of the glass from my lips than I hear a car parking outside, and without skipping a beat, I saunter to the doorway and prepare to give an Oscar-worthy performance. Spencer is here to collect his possessions, and they're bundled up in a neat pile near the front door so he can see them when he walks in. But that's not all he's going to see. And after making one final check on my very revealing outfit in the hallway mirror, I stand by the doorway and wait for him to walk in. For a brief moment, I wonder if he's going to knock out of politeness. This is still technically his house as well as mine, but he has, effectively, been kicked out of here. So maybe he will be tentative and wait for me to open the door for him. But then this is my husband we're talking about, and of all the words I could use to describe him, tentative has never been one. He proves me right by opening the door and walking straight in, although his confident entry is stalled when he sees me standing by the bottom of the stairs, one hand on my hip, a glass of wine in the other, a devilish smile on my face, and very little covering my body.
Clover,
Spencer says, looking as flustered as I've ever seen him. Strangely, he looks even more flustered than he did when I told him I knew about his affair, which tells me it really must be a shock for him to see me like this. Come to collect your things? I purr before taking another sip of wine.
Yeah, I thought that's what you wanted,
Spencer says, doing a very good job of keeping his eyes on my face for all of 3 seconds before I catch him lowering to my torso and beyond. Oh, it is, I say slowly. But that's not all I want. Spencer does a great job of raising his eyeline again, so he's looking into my eyes before he concedes he's fighting a losing battle and lowers them again.
It's not,
is all he can say, as I shift my weight slightly, feeling empowered, not just by the alcohol I've consumed, but the current hold I seem to have over my husband. No, I want something else too, I say confidently. Something that I'm not going to let you leave this house until you've given me. I'm sure Spencer is smart enough to figure out what that might be, but he's either totally dumbfounded by the situation, or he's just playing it cool with his next question.
And what might that be?
He asks me, his gaze moving momentarily to the pile of his belongings nearby, before quickly returning to me, which I guess is a much more appealing sight. I want you, I say, spelling it out for him as the music continues to play in the background, adding to what I hope is the erotic ambience inside this house right now. Spencer is many things, but shy he is not, and right on cue he visibly relaxes and even shows a hint of a smile, as if he really does believe he can constantly fall into muddy puddles yet come up smelling of roses.
Oh, really?
He says, a hint of smugness in his voice.
I thought you hated me.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I hate you with a passion. I go on, licking my lips slightly after making that clear. But there's another passion burning inside me at the moment, and I need to do something about it. I'm angry. I'm frustrated. I'm confused. And I want to take it out on you, but in a much healthier way than I did last time. Spencer's smile just gets bigger and bigger, and it looks like he's falling right into the trap I'm setting for him. But I mustn't get complacent. Not yet. Not until I have him right where I want him.
So, what is it that you want to do exactly?
He asks me, finally closing the front door that was still ajar behind him, because I guess he's happy to stay longer than anticipated. What do you think? I say, before I turn away from him and slowly make my way up the staircase, well aware that his view of me from behind should be as enticing as it was when I was facing forward.
Are you serious?
He asks me, and I can't resist a wry smile to myself, though only because I know he can't see it with my back turned to him. There's a bottle of wine open in the kitchen, I say, glancing back over my shoulder suggestively. Bring it up. And don't worry about getting yourself a glass. We can just drink from the bottle. Spencer looks like a child on Christmas morning, although unlike those excited children after Santa has been, he won't be racing downstairs to see what treats are waiting for him. He'll be going upstairs to get his pleasure. By the time I've reached the top of the staircase, I can hear Spencer making his way to the kitchen, and I almost laugh to myself before maintaining my composure for a few minutes longer. The stupid idiot really thinks he's just going to fall into bed with me after what he's done. I guess I really did marry the world's biggest fool. I've made it into our bedroom just before I hear his footsteps on the stairs, ascending slowly, confidently, without any hint of hesitation. So much for him really liking my sister beyond any superficial veneer of looks. As I suspected, he doesn't have strong feelings for her. Rather, he will sleep with any woman who offers herself to him. And soon, Lily is going to learn that the hard way, just like I did. I sit down on the edge of the bed and cross my legs before taking another glug of wine, and the liquid is going down my throat as Spencer enters the room, the open bottle in his hand and that same stupid grin on his face. "So what is this? Once more for old times?" he asks me with a chuckle as he casts his eyes over me before swigging from the bottle as I told him he was welcome to do. "I need closure," I say, "and you're going to give it to me." I invite him towards me then, the index finger on my right hand beckoning him nearer, and he doesn't need much persuading to make a move. But just before he can put his hands on me, I stand up and move away. "What's wrong?" he asks me, slightly perturbed to be denied his touch just then. "Get on the bed," I tell him, making the effort to sound as stern as possible, but purely for sexual effect. "Are you sure this is what you want?" Spencer asks me, but I just wait for him to make his move, and he does, getting onto the bed and lying back, his head on the same pillow he used to lay down on every night. I don't waste any time in walking to the bedside table before opening a drawer and taking out the pair of handcuffs I picked up from a fancy dress store in town this afternoon, and when Spencer sees him, he looks a little skeptical. "Whoa, hang on," he says, but I just put a finger to his lips to shush him, and he is powerless as he lies there while I stand over his horizontal body. "This is your punishment," I purr, "so you can either whine like a little boy or lie back and take it like a man." I know that playing to his sense of masculinity will work, and it does, proved by him lifting his arms up so I'm able to cuff his wrists to the bed frame above his head. "What's got into you?" Spencer asks me as I restrain him, and I'm sure his question stems from the fact that we never did anything as kinky as this until now. "Do you want to make me feel better about what you did, or not?" I ask him as I check the cuffs are secure, which they are. "I guess so," Spencer says, smiling as he waits for what he expects will be his punishment. But it's not what he's thinking. And only now that he's tied up can I let him know that. "Let's get some air in here," I say as I open the bedroom window while Spencer squirms on the bed, anticipation getting the better of his usual coolness. But once I've made sure the window is ajar, there's nothing else for me to do in here but leave. "Have a fun evening," I say as I casually make my way to the door. "Wait, what? Where are you going?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I should have made myself clearer. This outfit isn't for you to enjoy. Oh, no. This is for Joe." "What? Our neighbour?" "That's right. I'm on my way to see him now, and we'll have the house to ourselves. I imagine we'll get up to a little mischief together, what with both our partners elsewhere. But don't worry. I've opened the window for you, so if I'm loud, and I'm sure I will be, you'll be able to hear everything." I smile at the pathetic trapped man on my bed as he looks utterly incredulous. "Are you crazy? Unfasten these handcuffs now. Let me go." "Not a chance," I say, as I pick up the bottle of wine Spencer carried up here. "I think I'll take this next door. I'm sure Jay will be as thirsty as you were a moment ago." "You can't do this," he tries, just before I leave, causing me to stop in the doorway momentarily. "You're in no position to tell a person what they can and can't do," I remind him. "You lost that right when you kissed my sister." I walk away before Spencer can say any more, and while he does keep calling out for me to come back, I ignore him, heading downstairs and putting on my dressing gown, before turning down the music so that my husband has an even better chance of hearing what will be happening next door. Then, I'm almost ready to leave the house and go and see Joe. But just before I do that, there is one last thing I need to take care of. I locate my phone in the kitchen and type out a text message to Lily, in which I tell her that I am finally ready to talk about what's happened, and ask her if she can come over this evening. I've barely made it to the door by the time she replies in the affirmative, telling me that she's glad I'm willing to listen to her and will be here as soon as she can. The front door is unlocked. Just come in, I text her, before I step outside and look towards Joe's place. I see a light on in there, but his wife's car is not on the drive. He's home alone. But not for much longer. Chapter 24. Clover. I walk quickly to the house next door, not just because I have nothing on my feet and the ground is hard, but because I want to keep going before I lose my nerve. I've already done what felt like the hard bit of this plan, which was tricking my husband enough to get him to the point where he's tied up in our bedroom. But maybe this part right here is actually going to be the hardest. I'm about to try and convince a married man to sleep with me. My bare feet pad across the asphalt driveway until I reach Joe's front door, and then I knock 3 times on it, loud enough for him to hear me from inside, but hopefully not loud enough to draw any attention from the various curtain twitchers on this street. No one likes nosy neighbours, but there's a few around here. Rosemary at number 10 being one very big example. And the last thing I need is for any of them to see me trying to get inside Joe's house wearing nothing but a dressing gown and some skimpy lingerie. That would set a few tongues wagging around here for sure, but I'll do my best to keep this business between my home and the one I'm trying to get inside. I hear the door unlocking before it's pulled open, and I see Joe standing before me, looking relaxed in a loose-fitting t-shirt and baggy sweatpants, the kind of attire a guy would wear if they were lounging on the sofa watching a movie or a game of football. But he doesn't look relaxed when he notices what I'm wearing. And as his jaw hangs open, it's a miracle he can get any words out. "Clover," is all he can say, as he notices my silk dressing gown that is only loosely tied, meaning he's getting a peek at what I'm wearing underneath it too. Or should I say what I'm barely wearing underneath it? "Good evening," I say with a sultry smile. "I was wondering if I could come in. There's something I need to tell you." "Come in?" Joe instantly looks back behind himself, as if he's trying to make me think that he's not here alone and I should leave quickly. But I know better. "Don't worry. I know Tanya is out, as is your son. It's just you. Well, you and me now." Joe still looks like he needs more than a little convincing, so I press on. "It's actually your wife that I'm here to talk about," I confess. "Please, if you can just let me in, you really need to hear this." Joe still appears flustered, but he eventually steps back and allows me to enter, perhaps only because he's terrified of a neighbour spotting me out on his doorstep while his wife is away. So he wants me inside and out of sight as quickly as possible. I want the same thing, so it's a relief once I'm standing in his hallway and the door closes behind me. I've breached the threshold. Now I just need to finish what I've started. "Care for a drink?" I offer, lifting up the open bottle of wine I'm still holding. Not really," Joe mutters. "Sorry. What was it you needed to tell me?" "I'll pour us a glass," I say, ignoring his answer and heading for where I presume his kitchen is, if his house is the same layout as mine. It does, so once I've placed the bottle down on the countertop, I begin opening a few cupboard doors until I find 2 wine glasses. "I'm sorry, I'm not sure what's going on here," Joe says, once he's followed me in and observed me making myself at home. "That's okay," I reply breezily. "I don't expect you to. Not yet, anyway. But trust me, you're going to want a drink in your hand when I tell you." I quickly pour us both a hearty measure of wine before I hold out Joe's glass for him to take. He stares at the drink as if I've laced it with poison, before eventually taking it. but he doesn't put it to his lips. No bother, I'm sure he will in a moment. So, once I've taken a refreshing glug of my own, I fix him firmly in the eyes. You remember how I told you about my husband cheating on me with my sister? I ask, and Joe nods slowly, his thought process still lagging behind my own, but he's about to be brought up to speed in quick time. Well, unfortunately, he's not the only one who's been having an extramarital affair, I say, and Joe thinks about that for a second before he frowns. What? You have too? Me? No, of course not, I say, surprised he would assume I am the second cheat I'm referring to. Well, who then? He asks, the wine in his glass still untouched. I'm really sorry to be the bearer of bad news, Joe, but Tanya is having an affair too, I say in the simplest fashion I can. But there's no real gentle way to tell a husband that his wife is having an affair without it landing brutally, and Joe instantly reacts as any husband would in this situation. He looks shocked before refusing to believe it. What? Tanya? No way. What are you talking about? She's not having an affair. I'm really sorry, I say as I step towards Joe and try to place a hand on his arm. But he steps back from me, clearly not ready for consolation yet, because he still doesn't believe this. Where have you got this from? Why do you think she's having an affair? He asks me, as I try to stay calm and not let the situation escalate to a point where I won't get what I want shortly. I heard her on the phone to someone, I say, over the garden fence. It was obvious she was having an affair by what she was saying, so I confronted her about it, and she admitted it. Joe is still as puzzled as before I offered that explanation, but I take another step towards him, and this time he doesn't move. Like I said, I'm really sorry, but I know how you're feeling because I'm going through exactly the same thing in my marriage. It's hard. You'll be angry and confused and shocked, but none of this is your fault. Just like none of what Spencer has done to me is mine. We're the innocent ones here. We're the ones who've done nothing wrong. I reach out again to touch Joe's arm, and he doesn't pull away, and as I make contact, I can almost feel a jolt of electricity pass between us, although maybe that was just in my imagination. But standing so close to and touching the man I have lusted over for a long time is exciting. Or maybe it's just exciting because this is the first time I've ever allowed my lust to actually lead somewhere dangerous. I told Tanya that I wasn't going to tell you, but that's not fair on you. So here I am, letting you know, so you're free to make an informed decision on what to do next. I say, as Joe looks from me to any one of the inanimate objects in his kitchen around me, almost as if he's not quite sure what to let his gaze fall on. But I want it on me, on what I'm wearing for him, and most of all, I want him to notice what I don't think he's quite grasped yet. I want to make him feel better about this. But he's not quite in that place yet. I don't understand. If she's having an affair, and you called her out on it, why wouldn't she tell me? Why would she leave it up to you to expose it? Joe asks validly. She doesn't know I planned on telling you, I admit. I promised her I'd keep it a secret if... If what? If she allowed me to come here tonight and try and sleep with you. My words hang heavy between the pair of us, but I take another small step nearer to Joe so our bodies are incredibly close now. My husband has broken my heart, and I'm guessing you've just had your own heart broken by your wife's actions, I say gently. But rather than let them win, how about we make ourselves feel a bit better about things? I'd love to lean in and give Joe a kiss at this exact moment in time, but he doesn't seem quite ready to reciprocate that. And sure enough, he pulls away from me. This is crazy. Are you insane? I need to call my wife and find out what's been going on, he says, as he takes his phone from his pocket. I just told you what's been going on, I tell him. Why do you think she suddenly decided to go out with Ethan tonight and leave you home alone? It's because I told her that's what she had to do, or I would tell you about her affair, and she didn't want that. But you've just told me. Yes, I have. I lied to Tanya, but I needed some way of getting you by yourself. But I don't care because she doesn't deserve you, just like Spencer doesn't deserve me. Neither of them are nice people. Surely you know that as well as me. We've lived next to each other for a while now. Our partners are very different to us, but we are alike. Plus...
Plus what?
Well, there's always been a certain spark between us, wouldn't you say? I throw out there, hoping Joe won't dispute it. Thankfully, he doesn't do that, but he's still confused and looks at his phone one more time. But before he can try and contact his wife, I reduce the gap between us again. Look, if you want me to leave, I'll go. But I thought I'd come here because there's a chance that you like me. If you do, we're both at a place where we can do whatever we want. So what do you want me to do? Leave or stay? I hold my breath as I wait for Joe's answer and maintain eye contact with him the whole time too. The moment builds and builds until it feels like this can't get much more intense. And then, possibly just to break that tension, Joe lets out a nervous laugh.
This is insane. I don't know what to think,
he admits. I can't tell you what to think, I say, getting even closer again. But I can tell you the truth. I would never be here now, offering myself to you like this if my marriage wasn't over. And I certainly wouldn't be here if I thought yours and Tanya's marriage was bulletproof. But I'm afraid it's not. Spencer and Tanya are liars and cheaters, and I'm here because you deserve to be happy. As do I. And right now, there's only one thing in the world that I can think of that would make me happy. I decide to bite the bullet then and lean in for that kiss, and because Joe doesn't recoil, my lips touch his, instantly making me feel more alive than I've felt in a long time. Joe does eventually pull back for a second, but then quickly resumes the kiss, and a moment later I feel his hands on me. I was right. This is just what I needed to make myself feel better about Spencer's cheating, and fortunately it looks like Joe needs this himself. Now, all I need to do is make sure I make enough noise for my husband to hear next door.
Chapter 25. Spencer. This has to be a joke, right? Surely this will be over in a second, won't it? Any moment now, Clover is going to return to this bedroom, tell me that she was only joking about sleeping with our next-door neighbour, and then uncuff me from this bed. She will do. She has to. So why hasn't she done it already? I don't know exactly how long it has been since I was handcuffed and left alone in here because I can't use my hands to check the time on my phone, but it feels like it's been too long for this to be acceptable. Okay, I get it. I broke my wife's heart, and she's decided to enact a little revenge by tying me up and teaching me a lesson, but this has been long enough now. She has to let me go. And all that nonsense about going next door to sleep with Joe and leaving the window open so I can hear them together. What a ludicrous idea. There's no way that can be true. She must think I'm stupid not to know that she was exaggerating there. She isn't next door sleeping with somebody else. She can't be. Although I did hear her leave the house shortly after she left this bedroom, the familiar sound of the clicking of the front door as it closed behind her telling me that she had gone out. But she can't have gone next door, can she? Not dressed like that. Not half naked. And certainly not to try and sleep with a married man. But the longer this goes on, the more confused I am getting about what Clover's real intentions are here. And then I suddenly recall what she told me before my affair with her sister came out. She told me that Tanya was having an affair of her own. What if Joe knows about his wife's affair now, and if so, does Clover think that will make him more susceptible to her charms? Plus, if she tells him what I have done, that gives her the green light to go and do whatever she wants now that our marriage is effectively null and void. Oh, God. Is Clover really going to try and sleep with Joe and let me eavesdrop on their moment of passion? No, surely not. Even if she tries, Joe will turn her down, won't he? Sadly, it only takes me thinking about how Clover looked in that lingerie to realise that it would take a very strong-willed man to turn down any woman who looks like that. What if Joe goes along with it? What if he puts his hands on my wife and the pair of them get into bed with each other? And what if I start to hear the very thing Clover opened this bedroom window for me to hear? I couldn't bear to hear her with another man, especially not the guy who lives next door. But she knows it, which is exactly why she must have planned this. This is her way of getting back at me, and if it works, she will have succeeded. Damn it! I need to get these handcuffs off and get out of here as quickly as I can. But I can't do that because I'm totally incapacitated. No matter how much I try to wriggle and shake, I'm stuck here, totally trapped. And I guess I'll stay this way until Clover comes back and unfastens me. When will that be? Tonight? Tomorrow morning? As long as it takes for her to seduce Joe and let me hear it. I feel sick. But most of all, I feel angry at myself for falling into this trap. I should have known Clover didn't want to sleep with me again. When has she ever worn lingerie like that for me, and when has she ever brought out handcuffs? It was so obviously a trick, but I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. And now there's nothing I can do about it but let her have this victory. I hate that I wasn't thinking with my head. I should have just picked up my belongings and carried them to my car and then driven back to Marianne's place. I could be lying in her bed now, and while I might end up tied to her bed frame, it would be fun because she'd be right there with me. Not like here, where I'm handcuffed in my marital bed while my wife does God knows what with the next-door neighbour. And then I hear it. Barely perceptible at first. But there it is again. And it's louder this time. It's a woman's moan. It's a woman who is having sex. It's Clover. No, this can't really be happening. I'm having to listen to another man make love to my wife. She actually did it. She actually achieved what she said she was going to do. She seduced Joe and left me here to listen to every single second of it. The moans of pleasure from next door only get louder, and I wish with all my might that I could get up and shut that damn window to drown them out. I also wish I could race next door and pull my neighbour off Clover and tell the pair of them that this thing has gone far enough. But I can't do a damn thing but lie here and listen to them, and there's no telling how long I'm going to have to do this for. Stop it! I cry out, as if that will do me any good. But even if Clover can hear me, which I doubt she can over the noise she is making, there's no way she'd stop. Not now the tables have turned, and it's me who's being walked all over in our marriage. It's obvious from the sounds my wife is making that she is putting on an act, exaggerating her pleasure for my benefit, increasing the volume so I can definitely hear it. But will Joe care that she's doing such a thing? Does he even know that I'm here listening to them? Or does he just think he's a great lover and giving Clover the kind of attention that I was too busy to give her myself? This has to stop. Somebody, please, make it stop. And then I hear the front door opening downstairs. I would presume it is Clover finally coming back to end this charade, but it surely can't be her, considering I can still hear her in the throes of passion next door. So, if it's not her, who the hell is it? Hello? I call out, just desperate for anybody to come in and rescue me from this situation. Although, when I hear the person speak, I wish I'd kept my mouth shut and not let them know I was here. Spencer, was that you? Oh no, it's Lily. What the hell is she doing here? I decide to stay quiet, as if I didn't just call out a moment ago. But it's no good, because Lily is definitely inside the house and here to stay. I know that because I can hear her moving around down there whilst calling out to her sister. "Clover, are you here? Where are you?" "Please don't come upstairs and find me like this, Lily. Please, I beg you, just get in your car and go home." I dread to think what Lily would say if she found me like this, handcuffed to the bed, because even if I tried to make up an excuse, there's simply no way I could have ended up here unless it was willingly. Clover is far too slight to manhandle me and move me into position, so she couldn't physically have got me onto the bed to restrain me. I had to have got here myself. And what other reason is there for a man to get onto a woman's bed than if he was planning on something happening there between them? Then I realize what must have happened. This is all a part of my wife's plan. She must have told Lily to come here, knowing full well that if she did, her sister would find me like this, and then figure out that I was potentially willing to sleep with my wife again, even though we are supposed to be over. I guess Clover wants to show Lily what kind of a man I am. I guess she wants to ensure that whatever happens, Lily and I do not end up together. But will it work? Or can I somehow avoid the terrible fate of never being with Lily again? For the briefest and most blissful of seconds, I think I might be hearing Lily heading back to the front door. But then I hear something that sends a shiver down my spine. It's the creak of the bottom step of the staircase. Oh God! She's coming up here. If ever there was a time to wriggle and writhe as if my life depended on it, it is now, and I'm having one last desperate go at breaking free of my handcuffs so I can scramble to my feet and make it look like I'm just up here doing anything else apart from waiting for sex with Clover. But I can't escape. And as Lily climbs the stairs, she calls out again. "Clover? Spencer? What are you doing?" "Lily, wait, I can explain." I decide to blurt out before she can walk in here and see me. "Please, you have to listen to me. Clover has gone crazy. She pushed me onto the bed and tied me up, and I can't get away. Help me." It doesn't take long for Lily to locate the source of my shouting, and as I see her appear in the bedroom doorway, I stop thrashing around and lie still, breathing heavily and surely looking utterly pathetic. But it's not what I think of myself right now that matters. It's what Lily thinks. "What's going on?" she asks me, as confused as I'd expect anybody to be at this scene. "Your crazy sister has handcuffed me to the bed," I cry. "Help me! Have a look around, see if you can find the key." Even though I'm pretty sure Clover would have taken the key with her, I am hoping Lily will start looking for me, and maybe we'll get lucky and she'll find it. But she doesn't move a muscle, choosing instead to remain in the doorway whilst also remaining skeptical. "How did you get there?" Lily asks me then, and as I feared, she is obviously assuming I willingly put myself in this position. "Clover tricked me. She said I had some things to collect in the bedroom, so I came up here, but then she pushed me on the bed and handcuffed me to this damn bed frame." "She pushed you? Really?" Lily's not buying my explanation. Probably because she's not a total idiot, unlike me. "Do you want to know how crazy she is? She's next door right now having sex with our neighbour," I say, figuring this revelation will make me seem like more of a victim. "See that window over there? She left it open so I could hear her, and I have heard her. She's deranged. She's playing some insane game. I need you to believe me.
I just want to get out of here with my things, and then I don't have to come back again."
Lily looks at the open window and back at me, but she isn't looking for any key.
"Why did you come here?" I ask Lily then. "Did Clover ask you to come over?"
Lily's lack of a response gives me the answer.
"There you go. She's done this on purpose. She wanted you to see me here because it looks bad for me, like I wanted to sleep with her again. But that's not the case. She just wants you to hate me. But I've done nothing wrong. At least, not to you anyway. I swear." "I don't know what the hell is going on here, but I came to see Clover," Lily says after I stop ranting at her. "If she isn't here, I'm leaving."
"What?"
"No, wait, you can't leave. You have to help me."
I'm expecting Lily to do the right thing and stay with me until Clover returns so the three of us can discuss all of this like adults. But she turns and walks away. She's really leaving me here.
"Lily, please come back. This isn't what it looks like. I care about you. Let's not throw away what we had together."
Is that desperate outburst going to work? It seems not, because Lily hasn't reappeared yet. But I also haven't heard her walking back down the stairs, so maybe there is a chance. Then I see her again in the doorway. She's still here, so I guess there's a chance for us after all. Or maybe it would have been better if she had just left.
Chapter 26. Clover. Some women might fantasize about a steamy encounter with their hunky neighbour, but I imagine very few actually make it happen in real life. But I am now one of those fortunate few who knows exactly what it is like to turn a dream into a reality. It's even better than I imagined. I'm lying in Joe's bed, him beside me, catching his breath, while I'm wondering if it's possible for my heart to beat any faster than it's already going. That was wild, unbridled passion, the pair of us using each other's bodies to take out our frustrations on our respective partners. Now it's over, there is a danger of reality setting in, and the two of us potentially regretting what we've done, and thinking we've only made our marriages worse. But before that can happen, I turn to Joe and smile. "I don't regret a thing," I say, making it clear that I'm not going to go down the pity path, so Joe doesn't feel like he has to either. He looks at me, and while he doesn't smile, he doesn't appear sad either. He simply looks like a man who is unsure what just happened, but he can't say he didn't enjoy it. "To getting back at our cheating partners," I say, holding up a hand for him to high-five. And while it might seem silly, I feel it's important that we definitively label what we just did so there can be no confusion in the future. This was purely a matter of revenge, as simple as that, and doesn't need to be made into anything more. There can be time for feeling sorry for ourselves later as our marriages dissolve, but for now, we just did what we had to do to feel better about things. Joe gives me the high five I was calling for, and with that, I guess things are good. Maybe they're better than good. Maybe there's the opportunity for round 2 in a moment's time. "Do you want me to leave?" I ask him quietly. "Or do you want me to go and get us another drink?" The ball is firmly in Joe's court, and whatever he chooses, I will happily oblige. This is his house, after all, and I wouldn't want to outstay my welcome. "I think you should get us another drink," he says, staring up at the ceiling, possibly thinking about his wife and what happens next with her, or possibly just thinking he needs more from me before he can feel like he is even with her. "Be right back," I say as I peel the duvet off my naked body and get up, making sure to collect my wineglass from the bedside table as I go, because there's a little left in there that I can finish on my way down. As I collect the glass, I also see the open bedroom window. It's the window that I asked Joe if he could open shortly before we got down to business. I neglected to tell him why I wanted him to do such a thing, though, so he must have presumed I just liked a little fresh air. But the reality is that I wanted it open so Spencer might have been able to hear how much noise I was making over here. With the volume I was getting up to, he surely did. Joe must think he's the greatest lover ever to make me scream like he did. But while he was fantastic, a lot of it was for dramatic effect. Every single sound that left my lips was surely a dagger to my husband's heart. My bare feet pad across the soft new carpet, and the red wine swills a little in my glass as I leave the bedroom and enter the upstairs hallway. As I go, I'm well aware that I'm not just leaving a bed behind. I'm leaving a naked man in bed behind. A gorgeous, toned man who I've just had my wicked way with. I assume he's feeling satisfied about what just happened, judging by the peaceful sigh he let out just after I told him I was on my way down to the kitchen to get more wine. I'm certainly satisfied, because that was everything I imagined it would be. And more. He was a great lover. Much better than my husband. As I move down the hallway, guided by the light coming from the bedroom on what is otherwise a very dark night, I pass the bathroom and catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror on the wall. What I see looking back is a dark-haired woman, wearing a lot of makeup and not much else. I did think about putting my dressing gown on before going downstairs, but there is something exhilarating about walking around a house naked, especially when it is somebody else's house. As I reach the top of the staircase, I see framed photos on the wall, but none of them feature me. Rather, they show the man I just slept with, and his wife. There she is, the terrific Tanya, with the locks of blonde hair and the satisfied smirk, standing beside her man and somehow managing to annoy me even in photographic form. Their teenage son is alongside them too. This family trio looking happy for the camera, but something tells me things won't be quite as happy for them anymore. I make my way down the stairs, passing more family pictures and being careful not to spill the last of my wine on this lovely carpet. And by the time I reach the bottom, I finish what is in my glass. It's time for top-up, and I locate the open bottle of wine where my lover left it before we lost ourselves in the throes of passion. It's on the kitchen countertop, the expensive marble one that I would love in my kitchen, but my husband says it's too expensive. Never mind. We've got bigger problems than deciding what to do with our kitchen now. I pour myself another glass, whilst making sure I leave enough in the bottle for my man upstairs. I don't want him to go without, and the extra alcohol we both take in will surely only fuel whatever mischief we get up to next. With my full glass in one hand and the bottle in the other, I prepare to head back to the bedroom. But just before I go, I glance out of the kitchen window at the light in the distance. It's the light coming from an upstairs room at the house next door. It's my house, and that light is on in my bedroom. I stare at it, knowing exactly why it is on and who is currently in there. I turned that light on, and I did so because my husband is in there. I wanted him to be able to see things while I was out, rather than be left in the dark, because I knew I'd be leaving him for a while. But he can't see me here, because his current vantage point doesn't afford him that view. Only my lover in this house is getting to see my true form tonight. Smiling as I seductively swagger out of the kitchen and back to the stairs, my thoughts run all the fun I'm about to have in the next half an hour. Maybe I'll suggest that my new man and I take things out of the bedroom and try another one of these rooms. We might as well make the most of having the house to ourselves. His wife won't be back for hours, and his son is with her, so the coast is clear for us to do whatever we want here. I don't have to be back at my house for a while either, so the night is ours to do whatever we want with it. Nothing can interrupt us. At least that's what I think, until I hear something that stops me in my tracks. It's the sound of a man crying for help. I freeze on the bottom step of the stairs and wonder if I really just heard correctly, or whether I just imagined it. But there it is again. It's definitely a man calling for help. But it's not the man upstairs in the bedroom. It's the man in the bedroom next door. It's my husband. I rush back into the kitchen and look out to see my bedroom window again, and when I do, I notice that the light has been turned off. The window is still open, which is how I was able to hear my husband's cries, but I can't see anything else. I can't see what just caused him to make such an excruciating noise. A noise that sounded like he was afraid for his life. My plans for the rest of this evening are suddenly thrown into disarray because I can't just go back upstairs now. I have to find out what happened next door. So I go into the hallway and find a coat hanging on a hook. It belongs to the wife of the man I've just slept with. But I need to put something on, so I cover most of my naked body with it before opening the front door and peering out. As always, my street is silent and nothing seems untoward out here. Until I see a dark shape running from my house. Hey! I call out, desperate to know who it is but unable to see their face because they don't turn back. They just keep running until they get into a car. It's a car I recognize. It's Lily's. But before I can call out to her, she's started the engine and then speeds away, disappearing into the darkness and potentially getting away with whatever she just did. But what did she do? I'll have to go back to my house to find out. I think about calling up to Joe and telling him that I need to leave, but decide against it at the last second because I don't want to worry him until I know there might be something worth worrying about. But is there? I rush towards my house to find out, the cold concrete cooling my feet as I go until I reach my front door, which is ajar. Lily didn't even bother to close the front door behind herself. I asked her to come here tonight, and I wanted her to see Spencer. But I didn't expect him to cry out in pain, nor for my sibling to run away from here as dramatically as she did. Those facts are causing me to feel increasingly nauseous as I enter my home and look around. Nothing seems out of place. But it's upstairs where my husband would be, so is everything normal up there too? Spencer? Are you okay? I call out, which seems almost laughable because I wasn't exactly concerned for his well-being when I left him handcuffed here not so long ago. But I am worried now because that sound he made was awful, and I still feel as though I can hear it ringing in my ears as I climb the stairs. Spencer? The lack of a reply is doing nothing to make me feel better, and as I reach the top of the stairs, I feel stone-cold sober, as if all the wine in my body has evaporated and I've been dragged out of my blissful state next door and dragged back into the real world at home. Spencer? I say, but this time much quieter, as I gently push on our bedroom door. I'm scared to see what might be waiting for me in the room. It's far worse than I could have imagined. Now I know why Spencer cried out for help a few moments ago. It's because somebody was hurting him. But I'm too late to give him that help he so desperately needed. I'm too late, because my husband is already dead. Chapter 27. Clover. My hands are covering my mouth as I try not to scream. But perhaps they'd be better covering my eyes so that I don't have to look at the awful sight on the bed. As it is, I can see it clearly. The blood, the lifeless expression on my husband's face, and the handcuffs that hold him, meaning he was utterly defenseless to prevent this awful attack. I guess he's been stabbed, though it's impossible to figure out where because there is blood all over the place. On his face, on his clothes, on the bedsheet his body lies on. I can't see where he was wounded or how many times. I just know that the injuries have proved fatal. I could try and check for a pulse, but it seems futile. He's obviously dead, and it's obvious not just from the sheer volume of blood that has leaked from his body, but the way his eyes are just staring up at the ceiling. Unlike when Joe was staring at his own bedroom ceiling a few minutes ago when I was in bed beside him, there is nothing going on behind his pupils. There's no light in there, no sign of brain activity, Not anything that suggests the eyes are going to move and fix themselves on me in a second or so. They're just cold, unmoving, totally blank. Almost as if they represent the lack of love between us shortly before this awful event. Spencer, I say, even quieter than the last time his name left my lips, and as tears fill my eyes, I nervously step towards the bed, though I stop well short of the blood. I tell myself again that I need to check for a pulse, or try and give him a nudge, or just do anything that might cause a miracle to happen and see him stir. But I'm still not there yet. I guess I'm in shock. But I need to pull myself together and do something fast, even if it is too late for Spencer. Gritting my teeth, I force myself to step forward again before reaching out a tentative hand and trying to get my fingers as close to where a pulse would be on his neck without touching any blood. But it's impossible, and I have to accept that with blood everywhere, I'm going to get some on me. I have my fingers on the side of his neck, but as I feared, there is no heartbeat to be felt. My next thought is to call for an ambulance, because maybe a pair of paramedics could work a miracle. But just before I go rushing downstairs for my phone, I think about the consequences of that. Once I place my emergency call, I'm sure a police car will be dispatched here too. How could it not be as soon as I describe the scene in my bedroom? But if the police come, what will they think? That I did this? If so, it won't just be my late husband in handcuffs. It'll be me as well, and I can't have that. I'm innocent. I'm not the killer. I know what I need to do, who I need to call first, before the paramedics and certainly before the police. I need to call my sister and find out if she was the one who did this. I rush from the bedroom with blood still on the hand that touched Spencer, but I don't think about washing it off yet. I am only thinking about getting through to Lily and finding out if she was truly capable of this heinous act. My sister. A murderer. Capable of gutting a man like a fish. Really? If so, I basically served her victim up for her on a platter. I find my phone in the kitchen and grab at it, smearing the screen slightly with crimson. But it's not enough to stop me from seeing what I'm doing, and I find Lily's number quickly. Pick up, I say desperately under my breath as it rings and rings, although if she does answer, I'm not sure what I would even say to her. Asking, "Did you kill my husband?" just seems so blunt. As it turns out, I don't get the chance to ask anything, because Lily doesn't answer. And as I lower my blood-stained phone, I wonder if her unwillingness to speak to me makes her seem even guiltier. Surely a killer wouldn't take a call and answer questions about their crime. So the fact I'm not speaking to her now might mean she really did do this. Or maybe she just didn't even notice me ringing because she's too busy fleeing the scene, hoping to get away with this, preparing herself for a lonely life on the run. I have no idea. But without Lily to speak to, I'm running out of options fast, and surely my next call has to be to the emergency services.
Clover? Are you okay?
I drop my phone and it clatters loudly on the tiled kitchen floor. It might have even broken, but that's not my biggest concern now. That would be the fact that someone else is in my house and therefore a part of this craziness. "Joe!" I cry as I see the man I just slept with standing in the kitchen doorway, his clothes back on, but a very concerned look on his face to go with them.
Is everything okay? I didn't know you had left until I went downstairs and saw the door wide open. What happened?
This poor man. Right now, he's probably just afraid that I had a sudden wave of regret and had to get away from him as quickly as possible. But that's not the case at all. And if he knew the truth, he really would be afraid. "I don't," is all I can say before my voice cracks and my dry throat prevents me from saying anything further. How can I tell Joe that Spencer is dead upstairs, and should I even tell him?
Was it something I did?
Joe asks, stepping nearer. But he freezes when he sees something at my waist height. When I look down, I realize what he has noticed. The blood on my hand.
"You're bleeding," he says. "Did you cut yourself? Here, let me get you something."
He looks around my kitchen before reaching for a cloth, but before he can hand it to me, I hold up my blooded hand and tell him to stop. "It's not my blood," I tell him, because that's honest and will get him to stop fussing over me. Unfortunately, it will also lead to an inevitable question.
"It's not?"
Joe says, frowning.
"Whose is it, then?"
This is it. The moment of truth. Either I tell him, or I ask him to leave. Which will it be? I quickly realize that I need to prioritize my own well-being ahead of anybody else's, and the fact is that if I'm to prove to any police officers who come here that I did not kill my husband, Joe is going to play a huge part in that. He is my alibi. "It's Spencer," I say, speaking louder to make sure I'm heard clearly, because I can't afford to have my voice break again.
"What about him?"
"He's... How do I say this? He's... Oh, God, I can't say it."
"Clover, what is going on?"
Joe urges me, and I finally feel able to blurt it out. "He's dead." In an instant, Joe goes from a man wanting to know what is wrong to a man who wishes he had never asked it in the first place. But he can't go back in time. None of us can. He's in this hell with me now.
"What? What do you mean he's dead? How?"
"I don't know. I just found him. He's covered in blood. Somebody killed him. This is his blood on my hand." Joe is now looking at me like I might be the one who did the killing. "I didn't do it, I swear. You know I didn't. I was with you when it happened."
"Whoa, what? With me? You've only just left my place. How could this have happened while you were there?"
Joe really doesn't understand the severity of this situation. "He's upstairs," I say meekly, "in the bedroom, handcuffed to the bed." I'm not sure I needed to add the last part, but I've said it anyway, although it only seems to have confused Joe further.
"Handcuffed to the bed? What game are you playing here?"
"It's not a game." "Okay, so maybe it was at first, but I'm deadly serious now. I only handcuffed Spencer to the bed so he could hear me sleeping with you, but I didn't know he was going to get hurt, I swear." Joe looks aghast.
"You wanted him to hear us," he repeats back. "I thought he wasn't here. I never would have done anything if I knew he was nearby."
"Joe, listen."
"No, this is out of control, and I can't be here,"
he says, which is very true. But the only thing he can achieve by leaving is making it worse. He's gone very pale, as if only now does he regret believing me when I turned up on his doorstep and said he could sleep with me to get back at his cheating wife.
"I need to go,"
Joe says, turning for the exit, but I rush after him before he can leave. "No, wait, you need to stay. Please, I have to call the police, and they're going to come here, and they're going to ask questions about Spencer. I need you to tell them the truth. Tell them I was with you, so I couldn't have hurt him. You'll do that, right?"
"I don't know what's going on, but keep me out of this,"
Joe tries, pulling away and rushing to the door. But I keep going, and in my desperation to stop him, I transfer some of the blood from my hand onto his t-shirt. When he sees it, he freaks out.
"Get away from me!"
he cries, but I rush past him so I'm between the door and him. "Somebody came here when I was sleeping with you, and they murdered Spencer," I say. "That's all I know, and it's all you need to know. But if we don't make sure we get across to the police what we were doing tonight, they will probably arrest us both for his murder. And without knowing who the real killer is, we might not be able to explain our innocence unless we stick together."
"I'm not being implicated in this, whatever this is,"
Joe says, and he pushes past me, looking less like the handsome man I once lusted after, and more like a frightened boy. "Joe, wait!" I cry, as he opens the door and rushes out. And while I go to chase after him, I freeze when I see what is coming down the street towards us. It's a police car. Somebody must have heard Spencer's cries for help. And now they've called the people I should have called 10 minutes ago. Chapter 28. Clover. It's funny, but if you'd asked me a couple of days ago what my worst nightmare was, I would have said finding out my husband was sleeping with my sister. But that's not true anymore. In fact, such a scenario seems almost pleasant compared to the one I find myself in now. That's because I have a new, worse nightmare and I'm very much living it. I'm being questioned by a detective on suspicion of murder, and so far the evidence is against me. But the journey to ending up in this windowless room in the bowels of my town's police station began when 2 police officers came to my door and told me there had been reports of a disturbance at my place. It had been at that point that I had no way of concealing the horrors inside my house and had to tell them everything. "My husband has been murdered," I blurted out, as Joe stood beside me and stared at the men in uniform, speechless, gormless, basically useless. The looks on the officers' faces told me they'd been expecting to come to the scene of a minor domestic dispute in which a couple might have been arguing, not where one of them had been killed. As one officer went inside to check, the other stayed with me and Joe and asked us for more details. "What happened?" he asked calmly, as if trying to make our discussion sound like a quiet chat would increase the odds of me admitting that I'd killed the man inside and they could arrest me quietly and without fuss. But I hadn't answered in a calm manner. "I was next door, at his house," I'd cried, pointing at Joe, who looked like he wished he could keep walking backwards until he disappeared into the hedge in my garden. "I heard my husband calling out for help, so I came running to check on him and found him covered in blood." Before any of us could say anything more, there was the sound of frantic chatter over the radio strapped to the officer's vest, and I realised the noise was coming from the policeman currently upstairs in my bedroom. He'd obviously seen the chaos inside. And now he was urgently calling for backup. When that second police officer came back downstairs, he immediately told us that we were to stay exactly where we were and not go anywhere or touch anything. The implication was clear. We were suspects. That is how it stayed as several more police cars arrived, along with an ambulance, out of which came 2 paramedics, though the fact they didn't rush into my house said everything about how they had already been told the person inside was deceased. Rushing would indicate hope, but walking slowly said that all hope was lost, and they were merely here to carry out a few formalities before the police could fully take over this investigation. While all that was happening, a man in a dark blue suit appeared, stepping out of a car with a briskness about him that told me he was going to be in charge from that point on. He sure was. Without any fuss, I was instructed to get in one police car while Joe was ordered into another, and we were told that we'd be questioned at the station. As I was led to one vehicle and Joe tried to dispute getting in another, I saw an officer chatting to Rosemary, one of my nosy neighbours, and figured it had been her who had heard Spencer's cries and called the police. For a second, I wondered if she'd also heard the noises I'd been making with Joe, and prayed she hadn't, because that might make things even worse for me and the man in the other car. I was driven to the station then, choosing to stay quiet because that's what seemed to be the best tactic whenever I saw this kind of thing happening on TV. I didn't want to make things worse for myself and needed to be ready for when the detectives' questions began. But I was under no illusions about the size of the task facing me. To an impartial investigator, it looked like one thing had happened. I'd been having an affair with my neighbour, and together we had decided to kill my husband. It was up to Joe and me to tell them the truth. The problem was I didn't know what the whole truth involved. But did my sister? "Start from the beginning," the man I now know as Detective Turnbull says to me after taking a sip from a cup containing a very black coffee. I wipe away a couple of tears, genuine ones, not the kind I was merely forcing myself to shed for the detective's benefit, and do just that. "I recently found out my husband was having an affair," I begin, which might not seem like the best thing to start with, but it really is the beginning. Turnbull instantly glances at the colleague sitting beside him at this table, and she makes a note, though it seems unnecessary with a tape recorder activated too. There's nobody on my side of the table to look at, though, because I'm sitting alone over here, having declined the option of a lawyer. Guilty people lawyer up. Innocent people simply tell the truth with nothing to fear. Or
or do only stupid people do that? Who was he having this affair with? Turnbull asks next. My sister. I have no choice but to say. Your sister? Wow, that must have been quite a shock. It's obvious what the detective is doing. He's trying to paint a picture of me being the vengeful wife who got so angry at my husband and sister that I killed him and potentially will look to frame her for it. Of course it was a shock. They've broken my heart, I say. How did you discover this affair? That's a very good question. And suddenly, as I think of the answer, I wonder if the person who sent me the photo of Spencer and Lily kissing in the car could be the same person who murdered him. Somebody sent me a photo of the two of them together. Who? I don't know. I've no idea. It just came through my letterbox. But do you think this person, whoever it is, might have been the one who murdered Spencer? They obviously hated him if they exposed his affair. You need to find this person. Turnbull's colleague is making notes as the detective raises his hand for me to calm down. We'll look into this. Do you still have the photo you were sent? Yes. It's in my house. Okay, good, Turnbull says, before shifting his focus away from the mystery photographer and back onto me. What happened when you discovered your husband's affair? What do you mean? Well, what did you do? Did you confront him, get angry, deny it? There was no denying it. The evidence was staring at me in the face every time I looked at that photo. So I told him our marriage was over and I kicked him out. I'm doing my best not to recreate any of the anger I felt the night I threw Spencer out, because I can't afford to come across as unhinged and full of rage. Forgive me, but if you threw your husband out, how was it that he came to be handcuffed to your bed? Turnbull asks as his colleague stops writing, clearly very interested in how I answered that particular teaser. This is where I hesitate. And, of course it is. It's because this is where things get weird. I'll admit that I wanted to get revenge on him for what he did, I say, as Turnbull raises his eyebrows, no doubt wondering if he's on the verge of hearing a murder confession. So I told him to come to the house to collect the rest of his belongings. When he was there, I pretended to seduce him, as if it was going to be one last time together. He fell for it, and I was able to handcuff him to the bed, but I had no intention of sleeping with him. What was your intention? Turnbull asks, the obvious question, but he's clearly not the kind of detective to beat around the point with any theatrics. I swallow hard before answering, as if I'm about to address the nation and have suddenly developed a dry throat. I was going next door to sleep with Joe, my neighbour, and I told Spencer that's what I was doing. I also left the window open so he might be able to hear us. The calm detective and his colleague with a pen both stopped moving and both stopped looking so smug, as if they thought this was an open and shut case, but now they realise there is more to the story than first met the eye. I know it sounds crazy, and it was, but that was how I wanted to get my revenge on Spencer. I wanted to hurt his pride, chip away at his manhood, and I wanted to sleep with Joe just to make myself feel better. So I did. Turnbull actually looks a little flustered, bless him, but I'm sure he's no prude. He just wasn't expecting to hear what came out of my mouth. I'm sorry. You're going to have to back up a little bit, he finally says after scratching his stubble. You handcuffed your husband to a bed, and then went next door to sleep with another man. That's right. How did you know for sure that Joe would sleep with you? Because his wife was having an affair too, I blurt out. Separate affair, totally unconnected to my husband or my sister. But she's been cheating on him. I heard her on the phone, over the garden fence. Over the garden fence, Turnbull repeats back under his breath, as if he can't believe how suburban this story really is, but I ignore him and carry on. So I figured two broken-hearted souls could cheer each other up, and that's exactly what we did, except... My voice trails off when I think of the awful cry I heard not long after sleeping with Joe. Except what? Turnbull says, leaning forward slightly. Except it all went wrong. Somebody went into my house while I was with Joe, and they murdered Spencer while he was handcuffed. So it's all my fault that he couldn't defend himself, and I feel so bad. But I didn't hurt him. I swear I didn't do this. Neither did Joe. Ask him. He will tell you I was with him while Spencer was killed. That has to be enough, but it's all I have. Well, almost all I have. I've not mentioned Lily yet, but I'll keep that card close to my chest for a little longer.
See, here's the problem with that,
Detective Turnbull says as he leans forward, even more, until his arms are resting on the table between us.
I spoke to Joe before coming in here to speak to you, and he told me that he can't say for sure that your husband hadn't already been harmed before you went to visit him.
What? Joe said that? No, that's not right. My husband was fine when I left him. He only cried out for help while I was next door with Joe. My neighbour, Rosemary, she heard him calling out, right? Spencer died before I went back home and checked on him, I swear. Turnbull finally leans back, crossing his arms across his chest and nibbling on his lips slightly, deep in thought, or perhaps just pretending to be. But what if he's already made up his mind? What if he thinks he has all he needs to press ahead and charge me with my husband's murder? I can't risk this getting any worse for me, not when I'm innocent. So I give up the one piece of information I was withholding. Lily, I say quietly, unsure where this will lead next, but doing it anyway to save myself.
Sorry, what?
Turnbull says, looking confused. That's my sister, the one who was having the affair with Spencer. You need to speak to her.
Why do we need to do that?
The detective ponders, seemingly nonplussed. But I'm about to change that. Because I messaged her just before I went to Joe's, I say sadly. And I told her to come to my house. So she was there while I was next door. She could have been the last person to see Spencer before he died. Chapter 29. Clover. I'm still being detained at the police station, although suspicions have moved swiftly away from me and are firmly focused on my younger sibling. So much for being a protective big sister. I've just dumped Lily right in it. As I stare at the wall in the claustrophobic interview room, this place where Detective Turnbull told me to wait while he speaks with my sister, I tell myself that I had no other choice. I didn't kill Spencer, so I couldn't risk losing my freedom as well as everything else I've lost recently. I also tell myself that I don't owe Lily anything, not after the way she treated me. Though, of course, I thought the extent of my punishment to her would be cutting her out of my life, not handing her over to the police for a crime she possibly did not commit. But maybe she did do it. And maybe she's telling the detective exactly how she did it at this precise moment in time. I don't know because I'm not privy to their conversation, but I'm sure I'll hear the gist of it the next time Turnbull comes to see me. I told him about how I messaged Lily and asked her to visit my home, and the fact that it was all part of a ploy to show her that my husband was a rotten man who would sleep with anybody. I wanted to hurt him and ensure he had no chance with Lily in future, but hurt her too, make her see that she wasn't actually as special as she thought she was, simply a pretty woman who had turned my man's head, no different to any other pretty woman in this world would have a chance of doing. Once I told the detective this, he immediately asked me for my sister's address, which I could easily provide, and then he left the room, presumably to dispatch several officers to her home to bring her in for questioning. Anybody who was at my house on the night Spencer died is a prime suspect now, and the text message on my phone telling Lily to come and visit me ensures she will have a hard time convincing any detective that she wasn't at the scene at some point. But it's only when Turnbull comes back to see me that I realise just how much of a hard time my sister has been having. The detective walks in with a sorrowful expression on his face, which initially makes me think that he didn't make any progress with Lily, and therefore knows he still has a lot of work to do to unravel this mystery. But after he sat down opposite me and made it clear this is just a conversation, not an interrogation, I realise why he looks so blue.
I'm afraid it's not looking too good for your sister,
Turnbull says solemnly. Oh my God, did Lily confess to him? I decide to say nothing,
in fear of making things worse, and wait to see what Turnbull offers up next. Not only is there the text message on her phone from you telling her to come to the house, but a neighbour saw her on the street shortly before Spencer was heard calling for help, the detective tells me. Lily was also seen running from your house and speeding away not long afterwards. I'm wondering if that came from Rosemary again, or another one of my neighbours, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. Lily was seen, proving she was there around the time Spencer died, and the fact she was running away is not a good look. Then there's the fact that she could have had a motive for harming Spencer. Turnbull goes on. It seems your plan to shock your sister and turn her against your husband did work. Lily admitted to being furious at him when she found him handcuffed to the bed. At the scene, furious, running away. It's all adding up to one thing. What did Lily say? I ask, figuring that's the most important part of all this. And that's when Turnbull lets out a sigh. She denies it. Says she was there, but she didn't hurt him. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. Or maybe I should have been, because my sister has always been stubborn, as well as more than a little selfish. So why would she make things easier for the police? Do you believe her? I ask, desperate to get an insight into the inner workings of the detective's mind. Honestly? No, I do not, he says with a sigh. I'm inclined to believe you, and Joe, for that matter. You were playing a dangerous game and a foolish one. But having done this job for a long time, I've a pretty good sense of when a person is innocent, and you strike me as so. The guiltiest person is often the most obvious one, and in this case, that would be the person who ran away from the scene. He thinks Lily did it. What about DNA evidence? I ask then, as if I'm some expert in murder investigations just because I've watched a few TV shows. That's all being looked into now. But we've taken all we need from you, so as of this moment, you're free to go. What? That's it? I just leave? Unless you have anything else to tell me, Turnbull says suggestively, but I do not. So with that, I stand up to go. But I hardly feel as if I'm walking out of here without any problems. Somewhere in this station, my sister languishes, while Spencer is dead, and I have no idea what I'm supposed to do next. You won't be able to go home for a while. Forensics are at your house, Turnbull tells me, as if reading my mind. Is there somewhere else you can stay? With family, perhaps? There is an obvious place. I could go to my parents' house, and I know they'd let me stay with them for as long as I needed to. But I dread the thought of seeing them, because that'll mean having to tell them everything that has happened. And what will that do to them? Hi, Mum. Hi, Dad. Nice to see you. Can I move in with you for a while? Why? Oh, good question. Do you remember Spencer, my husband? Yeah, well, he's dead now. He got stabbed to death while handcuffed to my bed. And you know Lily, right? Yes, your youngest daughter, that's right. Well, she's now the prime suspect in his murder, so she's currently at the police station, likely to go on trial at some point unless she admits to what she did. Apart from that, there's not really been much going on. Shall I put the kettle on? It all seems so ridiculous, not to mention unbelievable. But that's basically what I'm going to have to tell my parents. Just not in such a whimsical way. Unless they've already seen news reports and figured out something bad has happened on my street, in which case they're probably panicking already because they can't get hold of me or my sister on the phone to see what's going on. I need to go and see them, talk this through with them, somehow explain it all, just like I explained it to Turnbull. But there's a big difference between talking to a detective and talking to your parents. The former is simply doing their job and has no preconceived notions of me or expectations, but the latter do. My parents expect certain things from me, their eldest. They would expect me to conduct myself in a certain way, behave in a certain manner. So how do I tell them that I set a very stupid and ultimately fatal plan in motion that has resulted in a dead husband and an incarcerated sister, all so I could sleep with my next-door neighbour? Somehow, I think Mum and Dad are going to be very disappointed in me. Chapter 30. Clover. It should be a blessing to hear that your house is now ready for you to return to it. There's no place like home, as they say.
Yet as I get off the phone to the police officer, who has just informed me that the forensic searches of my property are complete and the address is no longer an active crime scene, I feel physically sick. How am I supposed to walk back into that house when Spencer died there? Sleep in that bedroom? Wake up in the mornings when my husband took his last breath there one terrible evening? Then again, it's either that or stay here at Mum and Dad's place, and that is hardly an appealing option for very different reasons. There's no memory of a dead body here, but there is an awful lot of disappointment, disapproval, and basically downright disgust. As I expected before I got here and told my parents what had happened, which was a week ago now, their reaction to what had occurred was not pleasant. My parents held me when I cried and sobbed out the story of Spencer being dead, before they recoiled in horror when I told them what my part had been in all of it. That was even before I mentioned Lily, where no sooner had her name left my lips than Dad was looking for his car keys to drive to the police station and try and get his daughter out of there. Bless him, he still thought she was innocent. At that point, he seemed to think she was more innocent than me anyway. But I told him there was a reason the police had held her while they let me go. All the signs pointed to her being the guilty one, not me. The past 7 days have dragged by in a blur of unenjoyable things. Mum crying, Dad talking to the police, Mum making cups of tea in the middle of the night because she couldn't sleep, Dad ignoring me whenever we passed in the hallway, Mum asking me what she did so wrong as a mother to end up with her 2 daughters in a situation like this, Dad progressively drinking more and more alcohol, Mum staring at photos of me and my sister as children, Dad contacting lawyers, Mum looking blankly at the wall with tears in her eyes, Dad spending more and more time sitting in the garden by himself. Until we are here, at the point where I have been told I can go home. After this last week, I should be celebrating. But what feels like the death of my entire family means I won't be celebrating, although it will be nice to walk out of here shortly and have a break from my parents. They can do all the crying, drinking, and blaming then, without me around to witness it. That was the police. They said I can go back to the house now. I tell Mum, after I've left the spare bedroom where I've been staying this week, the same one I grew up in, and a room I never thought I'd spend a night in again once in adulthood. Shall I come with you? Mum asks, clearly sensing my unease about returning there, but I shake my head. No, it's okay. I think I need to be by myself the first time. Just try and process everything on my own, if that makes sense. Sure, Mum says, sounding almost relieved that she won't actually have to go inside the place where her son-in-law died. Then Dad walks into the kitchen, and any relief that might have existed in the room instantly evaporates, because he has a face like thunder, moping around the place like he has been lately. Clover is going home, she tells him, but he merely nods his head before moving on to the kitchen, possibly to get his first beer of the day, or maybe on his way to the back door so he can go out into the garden and be alone again. It kills me to see how crushed my parents are about all of this. But it's not all my fault. Spencer never should have died, and because I didn't kill him, I hate feeling like I'm the only one to blame. Lily, the one who is taking the blame, at least as far as the police are concerned, has not been saved by any lawyers yet, and is still being treated as the prime suspect by the police, though she hasn't given a confession yet. That most likely means a trial will ensue, one in which I'll be expected to speak at, given how involved I was in the events that night when my husband died. So that's something to look forward to. Not even dark sarcasm can cheer me up now. Phone me and let me know how you're doing, Mum says as I make my way slowly to the door, wanting to leave, yet the heaviness in my legs is a sign my body knows there is nothing pleasant waiting for me at my next destination either. I will, I promise Mum. But it might be a false promise, because the truth is I have no idea how I'll feel when I get to my house. I might be okay, or I might have flashbacks and be rendered so upset that a phone call could be impossible. I guess we'll just have to see. Do you want me to drive you?
Dad suddenly chirps up, saying the most words I've heard him say for a while, and the shock of it makes me stop. I was going to drive back in my car, but maybe it'd be nice to sit with Dad in his. I also don't want to decline an invite from him when we've not exactly been close these last few days. If you don't mind. Thanks, I say, and Dad wearily makes his way to where he keeps his car keys, while Mum frowns. Shall I come too, then? She asks, obviously not wanting to be left out. No, it's okay, Mum. You've done enough. Have a rest. I'll call you later, I say, as I hear the jangle of Dad's keys telling me that he's ready. As I follow him to his car, I'm hoping this journey isn't going to be an awkward one, and it's still not too late for me to just get into my vehicle and get myself home. Don't worry. I'll pick you up tomorrow, and you can get your car then, Dad says, as if he thinks I'm worried about leaving it here. Or maybe the sun will be out and you can have a walk over. Might do you good to get some fresh air and exercise. Dad really doesn't want me to leave here by myself, so as I get into his passenger seat, I'm wondering if there is something he wants to say to me without Mum around. Sure enough, once we start driving, he starts talking. I'm sorry if I've been cold towards you this week, Dad says, which is an understatement, but I don't do anything to let him know that. It's okay. I understand. It's been a horrible week. I wouldn't expect you to know how to react. Nothing could have prepared you or Mum for this. That aside, I should have been better. You've lost your husband. Regardless of what he did to you before he died, it doesn't change the fact that you loved him for a long time before that. Dad looks genuinely cut up about things, so I reach out and touch one of his hands on the wheel. He's driving slowly, and we're on a long, straight road, so it's safe, and I imagine it will make him feel better. You don't need to apologise, I reply. Seriously, it must feel like you've lost a daughter this week. Lily having this hanging over her. I can't imagine what you and Mum are going through. She'll get out, Dad says confidently, or is it just delusion? You think she's innocent, don't you? I say almost sadly, because this is truly a sad conversation. Of course she is, Dad snaps, and his hands move from the wheel, forcing me to remove mine from his. But, I begin before thinking better of it, although Dad wants me to finish. But what? He asks. Well, it's just... She was there, at the house, while I was next door. She was seen running away too. I don't see who else could have been there. It's not as if I'm thrilled to be saying these things, but Dad shakes his head as if I must be. You honestly think your little sister is capable of murder? The one you used to play with in the garden and giggle with at the top of the stairs when you should have both been asleep? The one who you walked home from school with? Your best friend, really? She isn't my best friend anymore, I say quietly and for obvious reasons. Don't throw away your love for her over a stupid affair, Dad cries. Isn't that what you told me when I was thinking of leaving Mum? So stop being such a damn hypocrite. This is different, I begin, but Dad, or rather his temper, cuts me off. No, it's not. Your mother made a mistake. Lily made a mistake. You sure as hell made a mistake when you tied Spencer to your bed and went next door to stupidly sleep with your neighbour. I've made mistakes. Everyone in this whole world has made mistakes. That's what people do. That's why we're not robots. And we're not robots because we can forgive each other. Dad is very impassioned, so I give him a moment to cool off before I answer. Dad, of course I don't want to think Lily killed Spencer. And maybe I could have forgiven her for the affair one day if everything had turned out differently. But your version of a mistake and Lily's mistakes are hugely different. I'm guessing when you make a mistake, nobody ends up dead. She didn't do it, Dad stubbornly says as he takes us around a corner, and my house is getting near now. But the evidence is there, I tell him quietly, as if I need to. We'll get her out of this, is all Dad has to say to that, and as my house comes into view, I let out a deep sigh, as if I'm cleansing myself before entering that awful place. As Dad parks, I wonder if this was a mistake coming back here, but I'm almost too embarrassed to say anything. I also don't want to anger Dad, if he thinks he's just driven me here for nothing. But then he reaches out and touches my hand. I love you, he says as I look into his eyes, and when I do, I notice they're watering. And I love your sister too. That's a parent's curse. We'll love our kids whatever they do, and always think the best of them. You can understand why I'm struggling, can't you?
Of course, I say, feeling weepy myself, and I hug Dad tightly, surprised by how weak he feels as I squeeze him. He feels nothing like the strong man I grew up hugging, and that, more than anything else, is the thing that really makes my tears flow. It takes me a few minutes to compose myself, as it does Dad, who quickly wipes away any tears that are running down his cheeks, as if he can't let his little girl see him upset. But this is the Dad I know, the emotional, caring one, rather than the angry, bitter one. So it's nice to see this side of him again, though in the worst circumstances imaginable. I better get inside, I say, as I peer nervously at my house through the car window, almost relieved there is still a small barrier between me and it.
Shall I come in? Dad asks, but I shake my head.
No. Like I said to Mum, I need to be alone for a while. Dad understands and I go to leave, but just before I do, I remember something. A brief slice of life before everything unravelled so suddenly. Mum's not having another affair, I tell him, and he wasn't expecting that.
Sorry, what?
I know you've been worried about her going out more and buying new things, and I suppose you have a right to be because of what happened before. But she's not having an affair. I asked her, and she told me she wasn't, and I believe her. So you don't need to worry. Dad looked surprised that I would even bring up something like that at a time like this, but just in case that was one of the numerous worries on his mind, I've hopefully put it to rest. We hug one more time before I finally leave the car, and now there's nothing standing in the way of me and my house. Or so I thought. But just before I can take a step towards my front door, I notice something, or rather somebody, at a window. It's not a window of my house, but the house next door. It's Tanya. She's looking right at me, and she doesn't look happy. Welcome home. Chapter 31. Clover. It's only taken me a few days of being back in my house to realise one thing very clearly. I have to sell this place and move. If it's not enough that my husband died in the main bedroom upstairs, it's not helpful that whenever I go outside I'm at risk of seeing the neighbour I was sleeping with at the time, or his wife, who obviously hates me for breaking our agreement that started this whole thing. Tanya knows that I told Joe she was cheating on him. I got confirmation of that when I was taking the rubbish out the other day and she was coming out of her house. The lying bitch comment that was hurled my way was all I needed to know how she felt about me. Perhaps, wisely, I didn't say anything in response, and since then I've mostly kept away from Tanya, so she can't throw any more insults at me. But I can't avoid her forever, not when she's next door. Just like I can't avoid seeing Joe. It's awkward as hell seeing him. Suddenly, after so long lusting after him, I wish I'd never had to look at him again. It was simple when I just fantasized about him. That was all in my head, where things were safe. But once those fantasies entered the real world, it disrupted things for the both of us. And now the sight of him just makes me sick. I get it. I associate him with Spencer's death, which isn't his fault at all. But that doesn't change the fact that every time I see him, I hear my husband crying for help, and me not being there to save him. Yeah, I need to move. I need new neighbours, pronto. And I sure as hell need a new place to sleep. I've only been back in my bedroom once since I got home. 5 seconds of staring at the spot where Spencer died was as long as it took for me to start hyperventilating and rush out of the room, and I haven't been back in there since. I've been sleeping downstairs on the sofa, not even wanting to use one of the spare bedrooms because they feel too close to where the horrible crime happened. Anything upstairs does. Downstairs is a bit more bearable, but only just, and only if I don't have to stay here for much longer. I need to contact an estate agent and get this place on the market. But will anybody buy it? Who is desperate to spend a load of money on a house where somebody died?
People might think this place is haunted now, and I guess in some ways it is. But not by my late husband's ghost, necessarily. He's not haunting this place, or at least I haven't seen an apparition of him in the hallway yet, thankfully. The haunting, in this case, is the fact that any future inhabitants here will always know one thing. Whatever happens, and however many times they decorate, a guy died upstairs in that bedroom. I'm no property expert, but I'd have to guess that will knock a few £1,000s off the sale price. Selling would also mean I'd have to find a new place to live myself, and that's a headache I could do without. It may also mean I'd have to move back in with my parents in the interim period, another unappealing prospect. How has my life become this? But I guess it could be worse. My sister is facing years behind bars. Whatever house I end up moving to, it will surely be better than the prison cell she could be occupying. But I'm still not too sympathetic, not when I remember her laughing and dancing at the barbecue, all the while knowing she was cheating with Spencer behind my back. But my parents have not given up on her. Dad is adamant he has hired the best lawyer and he's going to get Lily out of this. We shall see. The trial will reveal all. People can play all sorts of games and make all sorts of mistakes, but nowhere are things more real than in a courtroom. Well, maybe there is one other place where things feel very real. It's the place I'm supposed to be going to tomorrow. The graveyard. Spencer gets buried in the morning. His body has finally served its purpose in terms of the police's investigation, and now it is free to rest in peace. I am going to do my best to be there to watch that happen, but it won't be easy for many reasons. It's my husband's funeral. Everybody in this town knows the circumstances in which he died. There'll be insensitive journalists hanging around trying to get photos and comments from the grieving parties. Spencer's loved ones will either be crying or giving me death stares. I have no idea how I will feel in the moment when I see his coffin being lowered into the ground. On top of all that, the weather forecast looks bad. It never rains, but it pours. For once, the weather forecasters were right. It is bad. The driving rain is making a din against the stained glass windows of the church hosting Spencer's funeral, and nobody inside here is looking forward to the prospect of going back outside to get soaked by the weather we got soaked by on the way in. I look at the closed umbrella at my feet, the soaking one beside my wet shoes, and with my head down, a drop of water runs from my hair and down my nose before falling and landing on the cold stone floor. I might as well have not brought the umbrella for all the good it did me. The rain is horizontal out there, and it felt like it was attacking me from every direction, as if it actually was my punishment for thinking I could come here and get through this morning easily. But if there's one good thing about the awful weather outside, it's that it has put off a lot of the journalists who would surely have been here if the sun was shining. I only spotted a couple of people with cameras lurking at the gates, rather than a whole mob, and thanks to my umbrella, I think I was able to shield my face from their lens as much as possible on my way in. I'm sure my photo will still be in the newspaper tomorrow, but it won't be a great one, and that feels like a minor victory against the mithering media. It's starting, Mum says quietly to me as she stands up, and Dad quickly joins her, as does everybody else sitting around us. I grit my teeth and force myself to my feet, and when I do, I turn back and see Spencer coming towards us. Well, at least the dark wooden casket he's inside, anyway. My late husband is being carried into this church by 6 men, including his father and best friends, and all of them look as devastated about this requirement as would be expected. What is also expected is that none of them make eye contact with me as they pass by, which fits in with what the rest of Spencer's family and friends have done since I got here. I'm clearly despised by every single one of them, no doubt because many of them blame me and my family for his death. That makes me, Mum and Dad, and Lily public enemy number 1 around here. Though at least for Lily's sake, she doesn't have to be here to experience this. I'm not sure where is worse, though, this cold, damp church or an interview room at a police station.
Neither me nor my sister are winning right now. A cool wind blows through the church as the doors at the back are closed while the coffin is placed down at the front. Then the proceedings begin, and we're invited to sing the first hymn of the service. Spencer was not particularly religious, but his family have opted for a quite traditional, if not old-fashioned, funeral, and I didn't oppose it. Not that I got to have any say in it. It almost feels like I'm lucky to be here at all, if lucky would be the right word, which it is most certainly not. Spencer's side of the family would clearly prefer if my side was not present, but I'm here, as are my parents, and as we have a right to be, and we're going to stay until it's over. Once the sombre hymn has been mumbled quietly and out of tune by all in attendance, a poem is read out by Spencer's mother. One of his childhood favourites, apparently, although it's the first I've heard of it. I guess it was always that way with him. I was the last to know everything. Another hymn, and then the milestones of Spencer's life are read out by his father, beginning from his birth to his first steps, and taking in his school achievements and career progression. But all I'm wondering is if his wedding to me is going to get a mention, or if I am to be omitted from his life, as if I never happened. Presumably, like any of the other bad things Spencer did in his time will be omitted too. That's the thing with funerals. People focus on the good stuff the deceased was involved in. But that never tells the full story. We need to hear the bad stuff too, if only to get a fully rounded tale. And then I hear my name. Spencer married Clover on a sunny day, and all who were in attendance knew that his heart was full of hope for a bright future full of happy memories, which included starting a family, although sadly that never came to pass. Spencer's dad quickly moves on to making a joke about Spencer's favourite football team, and I realise that's it. That is the extent to which my marriage is going to be discussed. It was just a fleeting reference, and a barbed one at that. Am I blamed for not providing Spencer with children? And what was that nonsense about Spencer's heart being full of hope for a bright future when we married? That makes him sound like the perfect husband, and everyone here knows he wasn't that. But nobody is saying it, and maybe that's because it's not the time or the place. It won't do any good for me or anyone else to remind people here of the fact that Spencer had his flaws. He's gone, and he isn't ever going to be able to make up for them. So what's the point? Another hymn begins, but I don't utter any of the words, and once it is over, the coffin is on the move again. I watch as it passes me by, carried on its way to the plot of land where it'll be lowered and then left for all of eternity, a simple headstone marking who lies there for anybody who passes by in years to come. As I watch the coffin leave the church, I think about a person wandering past Spencer's headstone 100 years from now. They'll never know the truth behind the man. They'll just know a guy lived in this town and then died, just like anybody else. It will seem so normal. But nothing about this is normal. I get another reminder of that as I leave the church and see the two journalists still lurking by the gates, sheltering under a tree, trying to keep dry, but also trying to get the best photo they can of the mourners as we finish paying our respects. No sooner have they spotted me, the widow wearing black, their cameras are pointed in my direction, and while I open up my umbrella to try and cover myself as much as possible, I'm sure it won't stop their fingers clicking the buttons. "You can wait in the car if you like," I say to my parents when I notice them nervously looking towards the graveyard where Spencer's closest loved ones are gathering for the final burial. "I'll just watch, and then I'll come join you." "We're not leaving you," Dad says, quickly interlinking his arm with mine, and together, under two umbrellas, the three of us make our way over to where the coffin is being prepared for its final resting place. Spencer's parents see us approach but say nothing, which says more than enough in reality. And together we watch the coffin get lowered. It's so quiet here that I can hear the pitter-patter of the raindrops as they hit the wood. Not exactly the final nail in the coffin, but almost. And before too long, Spencer is at rest. I don't need to stay to watch the dirt get thrown on top of him. I've done my duty as his wife. This is over now. but just before I can leave, I notice someone standing under a tree in the distance. But it's not a journalist, or at least I don't think it is because I don't see a camera. I don't even see an umbrella. It's just a solitary woman, and whoever she is not concerned about getting wet. She's just staring at me. I don't know who she is. Most disconcertingly, I don't know why she is here. Chapter 32. Clover. The funeral was 3 months ago, but put alongside what's happened since then, that rainy day at the church almost feels like a highlight. I put my house up for sale not long after, praying there'd be interest in it. But while there was, it was not of the buying kind. It became apparent after a few viewings that the people coming to see my property were doing so to gawk at the master bedroom and see where that man in the news died, rather than make me a serious offer to become the new owners. My house is a tawdry tourist attraction rather than a legitimate place for a new couple to move in and have kids. And while my estate agent has assured me a sale will happen, it's taking a long time. While I've been waiting for that to materialise, I've packed all my things and stored them at my mum and dad's, ensuring a swift exit if any serious buyers do manifest themselves. Although I have still been sleeping at my house on the sofa for the time being, to ensure I have my own space for as long as possible. I've got a few places in mind about where I could move to next, but it's hard to make concrete plans and impossible to actually make any financial commitment to them until I know how much money I'm getting for this house, if any. As well as the house trouble and my state of flux in terms of living arrangements, there is the fact I've still been seeing my neighbours regularly. Neither Joe or Tanya talk to me anymore, which is preferable to anything they might have to say, and only their son, Ethan, looks at me like I'm in any way a human being. I feel sorry for the kid, stuck in that house with 2 unhappy parents, both of them aware they no longer love each other, but either too stupid or too tired to do anything about it. I'd have assumed they would have separated by now, but apparently not. I wonder what will become of poor Ethan when he's older. Hopefully, whatever relationship he ends up in one day will be much healthier than the relationships of the adults he grew up around. But perhaps the worst part of the last 3 months has been the gradual progression towards Spencer's murder trial, and the knowledge that one day I would be called to take the stand and face the court while my sister stands in the dock. Waking up every morning knowing it was another date on the calendar nearer has been a tough way to start every morning, but now, finally and harrowingly, that day is here. Lily's trial has already progressed to the point where the prosecution have stated exactly what she's accused of and laid out all the facts, while the defence, the expensive one my father has paid for, have tried to poke holes in their version of events. Plenty of people have spoken, from the officers who attended my house on the night Spencer died, to Rosemary, my neighbour, who seemed to love the chance to get up and start spouting gossip in court. She had to be reminded at one point that only hard, concrete fact was accepted, not hearsay or speculation, which seemed to reduce what Rosemary had to say by about 90%, but she still said enough. She saw my sister frantically leaving the scene that night. That's what a lot of this case hinges on, and that's why, when Lily took the stand, she mainly cried, admitted she was there, but it was all a blur, and then failed to answer anything that might have helped her look less guilty in the eyes of the jury. Joe has also taken the stand, explaining where I was that night, and I barely made eye contact with him as he mumbled his way through his recollection of what we did together. That just leaves me to get up and speak, and given my closeness to the accused, it was agreed early on in the trial that rather than be questioned by both the prosecution and defence, I was just going to answer one set of questions from one lawyer, give my version of events, and then allow the case to continue without any further distraction. Now is my time to take the stand. The court is packed, as it has been on every other day of this trial. Every seat taken, from the people in the public gallery at the back to the judge all the way at the front. I feel nervous as I get into position, not because all eyes are on me, but because Lily is sitting so close,
And I just know what this is all about. I'm going to get asked if I believe my sister killed my husband. And as of yet, I don't know how I'm going to answer that one.
We've heard about what happened that evening, where you were, who you were with, and what you were doing,
the lawyer begins, rather kindly sweeping over all the indecent things that involves.
But we'd like to hear in your own words what you think happened to your husband while you were next door, and most specifically, who you think did it to him.
I realise my heart is pounding and my breathing is shallow. Not two good traits for a public speaker to possess. So I need to take a deep breath and calm down, otherwise this is going to be a disaster. But what is making this so much harder, even harder than having a judge and a jury and police officers around, is seeing my parents watching on. I just know what they're both thinking, and I know it because they also told me before this trial began. They told me one very simple thing. Don't say anything that will make this worse for your little sister. They think Lily is innocent, and they're worried that I, still hating her for the affair, am going to condemn my sibling to a lifetime in prison with one cutting statement that will shock the court and remove any lingering doubts there may be. Of course, that is entirely possible. Sure, my parents would probably then hate me forever, but the other people in here don't care about such things. They just want to find out what really happened that night. They're not the only ones. As has been made clear, I begin after clearing my throat. When I left my husband that night, he was alive and well. He was alive and handcuffed to the bed, so not exactly well, but he wasn't hurt. There was no blood. He wasn't in pain.
We understand that,
comes the interruption, saving me from rambling on for a few seconds longer. So I recompose and continue. All I know is that before I left Spencer alone, I messaged my sister and told her to come to the house. That's because I wanted her to see him lying there and figure out that he had been about to sleep with me, thus ending whatever romance they had. That's all I wanted to happen. I assumed Lily would leave then, and I would eventually return to untie Spencer, and that would be the end of it.
You didn't think she might untie Spencer? Help him get free? Or you didn't fear that she might take it really badly and act out violently?
No, none of those things, especially not the violence. Lily has never been a violent person. I realise then that what I've just said could help my sister, but I'm simply telling the truth. As far as I know, she never hurt anybody. At least, not physically anyway, I add, because she sure is capable of hurting people emotionally.
It's interesting that you say she isn't violent. If that's the case, going from a total lack of violence to outright murder seems a very big leap for a person to take, does it not?
It does, I admit.
So my question to you, Clover, is a simple one.
I brace myself for what I already knew was coming today.
Do you think your sister killed your husband?
This is it. My time to give the jury another thing to think about. Sure, it will just be an opinion, not hard evidence, but it's the opinion of a person who was intimately caught in the middle of the affair between her husband and her sister, so I am the best placed person to have a say on this. It'll be other things that ultimately condemn or free Lily, but this is still big. This still matters. I only have to look at the faces of my family members to know that. I think, is how I choose to begin, pausing, taking my time, basically because it's only now in this very moment that I'm finally deciding what I believe. That my sister did not kill Spencer. There are a few gasps in the courtroom, and I'm not sure who they came from. But I do see that Lily is visibly moved by my admission, as are my parents. But the problem with my answer is that it invites a very obvious question next.
Okay, so if you don't believe that your sister did this, who do you think did it?
As hard as the last question was, this one is even harder. I don't know, I admit, shaking my head sadly. I have absolutely no idea. Everybody in the court seems to take my answer as the truth, but is it? Or have I just withheld something? The truth is,
Ever since Spencer's funeral, I've not been able to stop thinking about that woman I saw there, the one in the distance, watching from amongst the trees. I still don't know who she was or why she was there, but there was something about her. It was the feeling that she had something to do with all of this. The problem is, I haven't seen her since. Chapter 33. Clover. It's the day of the verdict, and everyone has been dealing with their nervous energy differently. Mum called to let me know that Dad was hitting golf balls at the driving range at dawn, while she had spent a sleepless night buying things for Lily's homecoming party, which might not even be happening if she's found guilty. As for me, I watched the sun come up while sitting in my back garden, wrapped in my coat, sipping a hot coffee and thinking about those hot summer days when the air was full of barbecue smoke and the sound of lawn mowers. It's winter now, and those things seem a long way away. But time marches on, and next summer will be here before we all know it. But would I still be in this garden, or would I be enjoying it in another one? The answers are dependent on my house sale. And will Lily be getting as much sunlight as she desires, or have to make do with what little time the prison wardens allow her to get outside? Time will tell. It always does. I told my parents that I was going to make my own way to court today, but I quickly regret that when I see journalists outside my house, all of them ready to take my photo and ask me what I think the verdict will be. Fortunately, Mum and Dad have ignored my desire to travel alone, and when I see them parking outside my place, I run from my property and dive onto their back seat before we speed away from there and in the direction of the courthouse. "Damn journalists! Don't they have any shame?" Dad mutters as he glances at his rear-view mirror to see those media members shrinking behind us. They'll have to find somebody else to bother after today, because there'll be no story with us anymore, not when Lily is free, Mum replies, as confident of how this is going to go as she was when she was buying party things earlier. But I don't share any of her confidence, and instead I'm worrying about what this car journey will be like on the way home if Lily is found guilty. What state is Mum going to be in? How will Dad react? And what will I do if a jury has weighed up all the evidence and decided my sister absolutely did kill my husband? If there were several journalists outside my house, there must be at least 100 outside the court as we arrive. Dad sensibly parked around the corner so the car wasn't swamped while he was trying to drive nearer. But we're going to have to pass the media on foot, and that won't be much easier. Sure enough, as soon as we are seen arriving, cameras flash, our names are called, and questions are fired our way. Did she do it? What will you do if she's guilty? What if she's innocent? Is the real killer still out there? What will the verdict mean for your family? We push our way through the crushing crowd and their incessant questions until we're inside where it is much quieter. Lawyers' footsteps echo on the marble floors of this cavernous building, but we know exactly where to go. Courtroom B. That's where Lily will learn her fate, and that's where we might finally get a little closure. I thought the court had been packed during the trial, but it feels like there are even more people crammed into here today. Every single one of them with their eyes on the door, which Lily will soon appear through. I take my seat alongside my parents and notice they're both holding hands, clearly ready to support one another through whatever happens next, be it good or bad. It'd be sweet to see them like this if the stakes weren't so high. But for a second I try to forget about Lily and just enjoy the fact that despite everything in the past, my parents are now as strong as ever. The chatter in the room suddenly stops, and I realise it's because the door has opened, and Lily is now making her way into the courtroom. As she has done throughout the trial, she keeps her eyes low and moves slowly, guided by the burly men on either side of her, but she cannot help but steal a glance in our direction once she is in position. As always, I don't know what to do whenever she looks my way, so I remain poker-faced, reserving my final judgment until the jury have had theirs. Now it is their turn. "Have you reached a verdict?" the judge asks the head juror once everybody is ready, and they confirm that they have. Mum and Dad squeeze their hands even tighter as I feel like hiding behind mine, but I don't. I just keep watching Lily. She looks as anxious as the rest of us. For the murder of Spencer Jordan, we find the defendant not guilty. There's an audible gasp around the room, almost everyone present inhaling sharply at exactly the same time, as if sucking in air is the only logical thing to get us all through this dramatic development. Not guilty. That's it? Lily is free to go? It seems that way because the judge tells my sister as much, and as the burly men beside my sibling gesture for her to make her way out of the dock, it looks as if Lily is as disbelieving as everybody else in here. Well, everybody except Mum and Dad, because they are out of their seats, clapping their hands and brimming with happiness as they prepare to welcome their daughter back into the family fold. I watch as Lily tentatively approaches us, but our parents quickly end any awkwardness by taking her in a bear hug and squeezing her, leaving me standing beside the three of them quite awkwardly. People are leaving the courtroom all around us, but a few are hanging back, possibly to watch the potential reconciliation of me and my sisters and see how it goes. But I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. Should I hug my sister too? Or keep my distance? We were at war before this trial began. But what about now, after all this time, and especially given the fact that I stood in this court and told everybody in it that I didn't think my sister could be a killer? Lily's long hug with our parents ends, and now she's looking at me, clearly unsure how to proceed as well. But then she takes a step towards me, and as I don't move away, she takes that as sign to keep going. "Thank you," she tells me, "for what you said. I know you must still hate me, but thank you for believing in me." Do I still hate her? It feels more exhausting to keep that up than to let it go. We still don't know who killed Spencer, I remind Lily and my parents, and while this seems like a family celebration, the fact this murder case is still unsolved is problematic for a number of reasons. What if the police start looking at me again? Or what if this killer, whoever they are, strikes again? Should I go to the police and tell them about that woman I saw at the funeral? Or should I just leave it and hope they don't bother us anymore? I'm unclear on how to get justice for Spencer without attracting more attention myself. But before any further thoughts about that, we're approached by Lily's defense team, the ones Dad so expensively assembled, and he must be feeling that they are worth every penny now that they have ensured his daughter walks free. It all came down to the fact that despite Lily being there that night, there was no forensic evidence linking her to the murder. The lead lawyer tells us, as he explains exactly why the jury found my sister not guilty. Just being there doesn't prove a crime was committed, especially when there was not a drop of blood on Lily or any scratch marks on her skin, which there surely would have been if Spencer had been fighting her for his life. Of course, that is what we've said all along, and that's why we got the verdict we deserved. My father shakes the hands of every member of the defense team before my mother decides that's not enough and gives each of them a hug. As for Lily, she simply says thank you, which is more than enough, considering everything else that has been said during this case. And that just leaves me. What shall I do? A handshake? A hug? Or a verbal expression of gratitude? I decide to do nothing, and with that the lawyers leave. Then it's our turn to do the same because, with the trial over, we no longer have any business here. Soon another case will be heard within these four walls, and another verdict will be read out. There are always more crimes to be solved, and more people to potentially be punished for them. But not us. Not today. We are all free to go home. As we leave the courthouse and the cameras flash to record Lily's exit, a journalist asks me what happens next. Against my better judgment, I stop and answer that for her, giving a chance for the cameras around us to get in closer to record me when I speak. I don't know, I say with a weary shrug, but my late husband's killer remains at large, and I guess as long as that is the case, I can't rest until I know who did it. So whoever you are, if you're watching this now, it's not over. Not until you've been caught. With that, I leave with my family, rushing back to Dad's car before he speeds us away from the chaotic scene. As we go, Lily stares out of her window, a blank expression on her face. She doesn't look thrilled to be free or scared about the prospect of having to rebuild her life. She just looks so placid. It's actually unsettling. By the time we get back to our family home, I realise what it is about her serene appearance that makes me feel uneasy. Was I wrong about her? And more importantly, were the jury? Did my sister just get away with murder? Chapter 34. Clover. A very unexpected thing happened. Almost as unexpected as Lily being found not guilty. Someone put an offer in for my house. A good offer. So I accepted it quickly. Sold. I couldn't believe somebody wanted to live in the house where a man was brutally murdered, especially when the killer had not been caught. But a couple had deemed my property to be the one they wanted to start the next phase of their life in, and I'd have been a fool to delay them and ask for more money. I needed the money they were offering quickly so I could get on with purchasing my next place, and now the sale has gone through. That very sorry chapter of my life is over. I wish the new buyers all the best, and surely they'll have more luck in the house than I did. I also wish them good luck with the neighbours. Now I'm technically homeless. I'm living with Mum and Dad while I increase my efforts to find a new home, boosted by the funds I got, though half of them went to Spencer's family. It seemed right, as he owned 50% of that house with me, so I sent his parents the money, not that I got much in the way of thanks for that. They still hate me, probably always will, and I get it. They lost the most precious thing in the world to them. A big chunk of money isn't going to make up for a son. "Can you set the table in the dining room?" Mum asks me after I just wandered into the kitchen to get a drink. "Can't we just eat in here again?" I ask, gesturing to the kitchen table where Mum, Dad and I usually consume our evening meal. I'm not sure why Mum wants to use the dining room tonight. That seems unnecessarily formal. But then I find out why. "No, we're eating in the dining room, and you'll need to set out 4 places, not 3, Mum tells me. Why? Who else is coming? No sooner has the question left my lips. I feel stupid for asking it, because the answer is obvious. There's only one other person who could be joining us for a family meal. It's the one member of the family who has not dined with us all for a long time. No. No way, I say, not ready to share a meal with my sister, because I still have so many unresolved thoughts and feelings surrounding her. Yes, Lily is joining us tonight, and you're going to make the effort to talk with her so we can start to be a proper family again, Mum tells me firmly, as she turns the oven on, presumably beginning her process of cooking whatever the 4 of us will be eating later. But Mum, I begin, whining like a stroppy teenager and not the grown adult I am. But Mum starts pulling out all sorts of pots and pans, and the noise of them clattering against the countertops is enough to drown out my moans. You're living under my roof again, which means you will abide by my rules, Mum says, annoyingly from a position of power, because she knows I don't have my own house to go to at the moment. But that doesn't mean I can go to a hotel, and right now, a single room in a place in town seems very appealing. Anything but sitting with Lily and asking her politely to pass me the salt and pepper. But I don't want to argue with Mum, because she's doing me a favour by letting me stay here for free, as is Dad, who I assume is happy for Lily to come over too. So I take some cutlery and begin doing what I'm told. As I set the table, I'm trying to tell myself that this dinner is going to be fine and will not be awkward or unbearable or any other negative thing. But I won't know for sure until my sister is here and I'm sitting across from her, a plate of food in front of the pair of us and a glass of wine at hand. That'll be the test of whether I can really be in her company for any length of time, or whether I end up running from the room, or worse, throwing the wine over her before I go. The main reason for my unwillingness to be around Lily is not because she broke my heart and slept with Spencer. It's because I'm not entirely convinced that she shouldn't be serving a murder sentence now. I told the court I thought she was innocent, but that doesn't mean I'm right.
I could be as wrong as that jury. Lily might be incredibly dangerous, a woman capable of stabbing a person to death, and now we're supposed to share potatoes and vegetables with her. But Mum is probably right. We need to start to be a proper family again. I can't avoid my sister forever, or at least not while our parents are alive. There are always going to be things like this. Meals, birthdays, anniversaries. We'll keep crossing paths. I guess I just need to swallow this. Lily is coming, and I'm going to have the opportunity to see how she's doing after the trial, if she's coping. If she's bitter and angry now the dust has settled, or if she's still shaken from her time spent in custody. Most interestingly, I might get more of a clue as to whether she did get away with a terrible crime, or if she has any idea who actually did it. Maybe she knows the woman I saw at the funeral. If so, this dinner might not be such a bad idea after all. It's 7:30 when I hear Lily walk in, entering the house breezily, because when you've grown up in the place where you're going for dinner, that's how you enter. No need to knock and wait on the doorstep. Just walk right in and make yourself at home, because this is home. "Hi, love, you're looking well," Dad says when he sees his youngest daughter. And annoyingly, I'd have to agree with him there. Lily does look good, wearing a pretty blouse and tight jeans and sporting a healthy glow that makes me think she might have visited a tanning salon in the past 24 hours. Potential skin damage looks the least of her concerns, though, as she hugs Dad, before Mum comes rushing in to welcome her too. "Lovely to see you, darling. And you brought wine. You shouldn't have. You know your father has got plenty here. But thank you. I'll pour us all a glass right now." Mum hugs Lily before taking the bottle from her, and that just leaves me as the only one who hasn't greeted the new arrival. "Hi," Lily says quietly with a nervous smile on her face. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay," I reply, which is basically true, though my baseline for happiness has been lowered somewhat compared to what it used to be. "I heard you sold the house. Mum said you got a good price. Congratulations." "Thanks." I'm hardly helping the conversation along, but this is me trying my absolute best to keep things civil. "Have you found a new place yet?" Lily asks, trying harder than me here, as she should. "Not yet. Still looking. I'm sure I'll find something soon," I reply, slightly chattier but still not much. "There's a place on Churchill Crescent that's just come on the market. I could find the link for you online if you like. It looks great," Lily says, taking out her phone, ready to try and help me. But basic conversation is where I'll draw the line. "It's okay, don't worry," I say, and I go to leave the room then, before Lily can show me the house on her phone, which might seem a little rude, but I have to take this slowly. But before I can leave, Lily speaks again. "I just wanted to say thank you," she says, which stops me at the doorway. "Sorry?" "For what you said in court. Telling everyone that you didn't think I did it. I really appreciated that." "It was nothing. I don't think it really mattered anyway. It wasn't exactly evidence," I reply, downplaying what I did so it seems less like I helped her. "It did matter. It mattered to me, so thank you," Lily repeats, and she smiles at me, a warmer one this time, suggesting she's relaxing in my company again. But I'm still very much uncomfortable, so I stick to my original plan and leave the room. I walk into the kitchen to find Mum pouring a few glasses of wine, and I take a full one before I'm even offered it, gulping down a large enough amount to settle my nerves after that brief interaction with my sibling. "Thanks for doing this," Mum says, after she's watched me guzzling. "I know it's not easy, but we need to work through it." The only thing I'm intent on working through is the rest of the wine bottle. But Mum carries it into the dining room then, calling out that dinner will be served in just a moment, so I have to make do with following her in and taking my seat at the table. Nobody is stupid enough to think that I would want to sit directly next to my sister. So, as we all sit down and prepare to tuck into the food, I have Mum to my immediate left, Dad opposite me, and Lily is next to him, so she's at my 10 o'clock, as it were. This seems the best seating arrangement possible, although I'm still within passing distance of a hot dish away from her. "This looks lovely. Thanks, Mum," Lily says as she eyes up the offerings, whilst Dad is not shy in helping himself, grabbing one of the spoons and starting to shovel some carrots onto his plate. "Yeah, thanks, Mum,"
I say, appreciative of the food, if not the company. No need to thank me. It's just nice to have us all back around the same table again, Mum replies, clearly enjoying the chance to cater for her loved ones once more. I've missed this. Nobody at the table needs to mention why it's been such a long time since we last had a family meal, so we just fill our plates and start eating, although I'm spending more time lifting my wine glass than my knife and fork. As Mum and Dad make small talk to break any awkward silence, I keep looking at Lily as she eats, studying her movements, as if there would be anything in the way she consumes her food that will tell me if she really is a killer or not. But then she suddenly catches me staring, and I wonder if she's going to call me out on it. But she doesn't. She does say something weird, though. Have any of you seen anyone unusual lately? She asks. Like, around here? Outside? Dad frowns as he finishes chewing a potato. Unusual? How do you mean? He asks. I just mean, like, have you noticed anybody hanging around outside the house? Or watching you when you've been in town? Lily goes on. No, can't say I have, Dad replies. And Mum shakes her head too. No, why do you ask? I was just wondering, she says, before going back to eating. And while Mum and Dad don't seem to have any idea what she might be talking about, I do. I have, I say, surprising everyone, including the person who asked the question. You have? Lily says, and I nod. At Spencer's funeral, there was a woman there. I didn't recognise her, but she was watching me. It was weird. In the church? Mum asks, but I shake my head. No, outside. When I was at the grave, she was over by the trees, just standing there. Lily looks like she knows what I'm talking about, even if Mum and Dad don't. Why? I ask my sister. Have you seen her too? What? No, I was just wondering, Lily says, rather unconvincingly. It's a pretty strange thing to ask, I point out. There must be a reason why you said it, so what is it? Just forget it, Lily tries, but there's no chance of that. No, tell us why you asked. You know who that woman is, don't you? Who is she? What's going on? Nothing, Lily replies, squirming in her seat and reaching for her wine, but I'm not letting her off the hook. Just leave it, Mum tries. No. Answer me, I say firmly. Why did you ask us if we've seen anyone watching us? What do you know? Does that woman have something to do with what happened to Spencer? Lily has gone pale now, almost as pale as she looked when she was in court, so I'm guessing I've just touched on something close to the truth. But still she refuses to tell me what is going on, and Mum keeps trying to get me to drop it, no doubt because she's terrified of her children arguing again. But I'm not leaving it, because Lily clearly knows something we don't. Maybe something the police don't. This is your one chance, I say to my sister, deciding enough is enough. You want me to forgive you for what you did with Spencer. This is it. This is the one opportunity you get. You tell me what is going on, or I walk out of here, and I will never speak to you again. Clover, Dad says, looking dismayed at my ultimatum, and Mum doesn't look happy either. But I've given Lily an opportunity, so she's the only one whose response I care about. But then she says something I was not anticipating. I can't, she replies sadly, turning down the chance for us to reconcile properly, and the tears she has in her eyes tell me she seems cut up about this. I'm sorry, but I can't. Lily's answer is disturbing for two reasons. One, because it seems this secret is worth losing her sister over. Two, she seems less scared of losing me, and more scared of what might happen if she gives up the truth. It must be bad. So what is it? Chapter 35. Clover. You tell me, or we're done, I say to Lily, reiterating my earlier sentiment. But my sister is still not giving me what I want, which means I cannot give her or my parents what they want. Okay, we're done, I say, putting down my cutlery and getting up to demonstrate that I'm not just finished with my meal, but with this family as a unit of 4. Clover, please, Mum tries.
But I'm not listening to anybody else try and tell me what I have to do. No, Mum, I'm trying with her. God knows I am. But can't you see? She's still keeping secrets from us. First her affair, and now whatever else is going on. When are you going to wake up and see what she really is? She is a liar and a manipulator, and I'm done with it. Clover, just calm down, Dad says, taking his turn to try and pacify my anger. But I don't get why I'm being treated like the one in the wrong here. No, I'm gone, I say, throwing my hands in the air and turning for the door. But before I can get there, Lily speaks up. No, stop, she says. And I turn around, hoping she's finally going to explain what this is about. I'll go, she adds, getting up from the table and looking to leave herself. She'd rather walk away from her family than tell me what this secret is. Both of you, just stop this, Mum cries, desperate to keep her family intact. But the cracks run deep, and as Lily passes me on the way to the door, Mum is not the only one crying. Lily is shedding tears too. She looks genuinely upset. But what about having to leave us? Or something else? Something worse. Lily, I try, reaching out for her and taking her hand. And she freezes, looking up and into my eyes, and for the first time in a long time, I don't see a cold, calculating liar or cheat or somebody who acts selfishly. I see my frightened little sister, one who looks as scared as she did when we were younger and she thought there were monsters under our beds. Let's all take a seat and finish this meal that your mother has made for us, Dad attempts. But that just snaps Lily and I out of the momentary trance we were in, and she pulls away from me and carries on her way to the front door. Mum and Dad go after her, but I stay where I am, unsettled by how afraid my sibling appeared. I hear Lily leaving and feel a rush of cold air enter the home, and while Mum and Dad call for her to come back, she's gone, rushing home, getting away from us. As if it would be worse to stay. But I can't let her go, not like this. So I run from the dining room and squeeze past my parents at the door, and now I'm outside too, scanning the darkness for any sign of my sister. I see her behind the wheel of her car at the top of the driveway, so I rush towards her vehicle and try to get her attention as she starts the engine. Wait! I cry, knocking on the driver's side window, and Lily turns to look at me, the same frightened expression on her face as last time. Then I signal to her to put her window down so she can hear me properly, and while she could just drive off because the engine is running, she doesn't. Sis, I don't care about the affair anymore, but I do care about how Spencer died. Do you know who did it? Is that what you're afraid to tell us? Because you don't need to be afraid. Yes, I do, Lily says, looking very afraid, before she suddenly hits the accelerator and speeds away, leaving me standing by the roadside watching her go. What the hell is going on? Dad asks as he reaches me, a little out of breath from running up the driveway. But I don't know how to answer that, because Lily hasn't told me. I stare at her rapidly shrinking tail lights in the distance before she turns the corner and is gone. And now there's nothing left to do but go back inside the house. I trudge back to the front door, passing my upset mother on the way in before I retrieve my wine glass from the dining room and then go to take it upstairs. But before I can, I'm stopped. We need to sit down and discuss what just happened because that was not good, Dad says, one of his arms around Mum as she wipes her tears. This was supposed to be a lovely family evening and you've ruined it. I've ruined it, I cry, aghast. Yes, with your silly ultimatums to your sister. Can't you see she's upset about this like we all are? But we need to move past it. Past it? How can we move past it when we still don't know who killed Spencer? But you're blaming your sister, and she's innocent, so stop it, Dad goes on. But I've heard enough of this. My parents can't see what I can, which is that Lily knows something about Spencer's death, but is too scared to tell anybody. So much so that not only is she willing to lose me over it, but she was also willing to risk going to prison. It's crazy, but all Mum and Dad seem to care about is having us look like one big happy family, probably so they can tell their friends everything is perfect again, so the judgments and gossiping can stop. Just leave me alone, I say as I go up the stairs, the wine swilling in my glass as I ascend, and thankfully, nobody follows me up. I feel like a frustrated teenager again, trapped in my parents' house, stomping around upstairs after an argument, and with nowhere else to go but my bedroom. But I'm an adult, and I have money, so I could just leave now. Check into that hotel I was thinking about earlier. Anywhere has to be better than here. I decide that me being here is not healthy, so I start packing my things, finishing off my wine as I do, because I don't want to leave that behind either. I throw all my clothes into a suitcase before grabbing my toiletry essentials from the bathroom. I can't take everything, there's too much here since my house move, and half of my possessions are in storage, but I've got enough to last me a while. What I don't have is my phone charger because it's not plugged into the wall behind my bed. I let out a deep sigh as I look around, trying to find where it could be, but it doesn't seem to be in here. Have one of my parents moved it or got it mixed up with their charger? It wouldn't be the first time they've interfered with my things, either in childhood or adulthood. I leave my old bedroom and enter the hallway, and when I do, I see my charger plugged into the wall with a phone connected to it. Somebody's been using it, and when I check the phone, I see that it's Mum's. She always has the same screensaver of the four of us as a family, an image captured in a restaurant a few years ago for her birthday. I disconnect her phone because it's already fully charged, and I'm just about to put it down and take my charger to pack when I have a thought. I know Mum said she wasn't having an affair, but it can't hurt for me to double-check, can it? I could take a quick peek at her messages and emails just to make sure there's nothing untoward in there. Why not? I trust her, but she did do it once, didn't she? There's a 4-digit code that has been used throughout my family for years, from the house alarm to the passwords on electronic devices, so I try that, and as expected, it unlocks my mum's phone, giving me access to anything I want to look at. I can hear my parents downstairs talking, and the scrape of cutlery on plates tells me they must be finishing the meal that was just so rudely interrupted. That gives me a little time, but I don't waste it, going straight to the messages to see if anything stands out to me there. The most recent message I see is one from Lily, and I roll my eyes because of course Mum and my sister have been texting lots. She's the golden child, and not even an affair and a murder arrest can change that. I wonder if they've been talking about me. So even though this wasn't why I decided to snoop in the first place, I open the text chain with Lily to see. But that's when I frown. Lily's most recent message says, "Thanks, Dad." It takes me a couple of seconds to realise my mistake. This isn't my mother's phone, but my father's. He must have altered his screensaver to the same family photo Mum uses on her phone. But I feel even worse for snooping now because I have nothing to doubt my dad over. So I backtrack out of his message with Lily and am about to leave the message app altogether when I see something strange. There's a message here from a few days ago that Dad sent, although the recipient, someone saved as T, has not responded. His last message to them was, "I miss you." I open the text exchange and scroll back, reading the previous messages, and as I do, everything I ever thought I knew about my father changes. Dad, I know it was wrong, but it felt so good at the same time. T, I know, but we have to stop. It's too risky. Let's just quit while we're ahead. Dad, okay, if that's what you want. T, it is. That was back in August. Here's an older exchange from June. My wife is out tomorrow morning. She thinks I'll be golfing, but I'll be in. Visit. Kiss. A reply from T. I'll be there. It's been a while, hasn't it? Kiss. Too long. Kiss, kiss. What the hell? Dad invited someone around here while Mum was out, while he was supposed to be playing golf. A mistress? He's been having an affair himself? I keep looking back, and the more I do, the more these messages are a history of Dad's deception. He definitely has been having an affair, although it's only when I get back to the earliest messages that the true horror of this really comes to light. There's a message here from back in April, written by Dad and sent to T, and when I read it, I feel sick. I'm visiting Clover later, about 7 p.m. Will you be home? My wife will be with me, so we can't do anything, but I'd love to get a peek of you if you're in. Maybe stand at the window so I can see you. Kiss.
What is this? Dad's mistress lives on my street. He could see her when he visited me? I see the response from T, which says, I will be in. I'll do my best to put on a secret show for you. I'll be up at my bedroom window. Look up and you'll see me in my new dressing gown. Kiss. But it's Dad's reply to that one which really tells me what was going on here. Not just right under Mum's nose, but under mine too. That's my girl. I don't call you terrific Tanya for nothing. Kiss. I'd drop the phone if I wasn't worried about it making a loud noise and causing Dad to come up to check. I'd drop it because I'm so disgusted by what I have just discovered on it. That summer's day, when I heard my neighbour over the garden fence telling somebody that their affair had to stop, the one that put so much of the recent craziness into motion, was even closer to home than it seemed at the time. That's because Tanya wasn't just talking to some random guy that day. She was talking to my father. Chapter 36. Clover. I went to bed after discovering the sordid text messages, without feeling like I was able to face my father and confront him over his affair. But as I wake up the following morning, there is one person I am ready to confront. It's time to go and see Tanya again. Good morning, love. Did you sleep well? Dad asks me as I enter the kitchen, and I almost laugh at his question due to how little sleep I did achieve, thanks to my grim discovery last night. It was okay, I mumble back to him as I start making myself a coffee, noticing that Dad already has one for himself, and he sips it as he watches me work. But just being in his presence is making me feel sick, much like how I felt in the early days after Mum's affair came to light, and, of course, exactly the same way I felt when Spencer and Lily's fling was exposed. I'm in a family of cheats. Your mother is having a lie-in, Dad says, as the kettle boils louder than my raging temper, which for now merely simmers beneath the surface. She's still upset about what happened last night. She made a lot of effort with that meal, and she hoped it would go better. We both did. I'm really not in the mood to have Dad lecture me about how I could have done things differently during the meal with Lily, not when there's plenty I could say to him about what he could have done differently in his own life. So I choose to say nothing. I just wish Dad would do the same thing. Sit down when you made your coffee and let's talk about you and your sister, Dad says calmly, as if the relationship of his daughters is his only care in the world. I could make him see how stupid that thought is if only I had the nerve to turn around, look him in the eye and say the word Tanya, but I can't bring myself to do it. I can face her and find out what has been going on, but not him. Not yet. He's my father, a man I spent most of my life looking up to and admiring, so I'm crushed by this discovery. But I've always hated Tanya, so getting angry at her will not be a problem at all. I'm going out, I say the second my coffee is made, pouring it into a flask rather than a cup, and heading for the door. What? So early? It's not even 8. Where are you going? Work, I say, which could sound plausible if I didn't work entirely remotely, and Dad knows that. But I leave him before he has chance to slow me down further, and it's a relief to get out of his house, away from him and his lies, as well as Mum and her disappointment in me. As I drive back towards the street where I used to live, I shake my head at how it always seems that I'm the one who is disappointing my family members and making them want to change my ways, when to me, it seems like I'm the least trouble out of all of us. But trouble seems to follow me around, and as my former street comes into view, I feel a tension gripping my body. I never thought I'd be back here again. I certainly never thought I'd be knocking on Tanya and Joe's door again. As I turn slowly onto the street, I pass Rosemary's house and wonder if she is at the window, snooping as usual, seeking out more neighbourly gossip. But her curtains are drawn, so she might still be asleep. If only she knew the drama she was about to miss. After passing a couple more houses, all with familiar cars parked on the driveway, I see my old property, as well as the new vehicles that now sit outside it. It's weird to see it occupied by somebody else,
see a strange car where mine once was, and know that there are other people moving around in the bedroom, bathroom and kitchen, getting ready for the day, walking over the same pieces of carpet that I walked on for years, unless the carpet is already up and they've laid a new one. The buyers might have already begun redecorating, putting their stamp on the house and little by little erasing the past from it. Well, as much as they can, anyway. No amount of painting and decorating will ever change what happened in the bedroom. But I'm not here to linger around outside my old house like a sad ghost longing for a former time. I'm here to see my ex-neighbours, the closest ones to my old house, and with 2 cars on the driveway, I know that they're home. I park up and make my way to their front door, ignoring the voice in my head that tells me this is a terrible idea, and I knock before it gets too loud to ignore. As I wait for it to be opened, it's impossible to not recall the last time I stood here and knocked on this door. It was the night I came here to seduce Joe. Back then, Spencer was still alive, albeit very encumbered, and I thought the worst that would happen was that Joe would decline my advances and leave me to return to my house without having had a little fun. Oh, the naivety. I hear a key turning in the lock, and as the door opens, I prepare to launch into a vicious tirade of abuse aimed at the woman who has been sleeping with my father behind both her husband's back and my mother's. But I catch my breath when I see a schoolboy in uniform staring back at me. "Oh, Ethan, hi," I say, surprised that he has answered the door and not his mother. Ethan frowns, as he should do, because he will know as well as anyone on this street does by now that I moved and left here. So what am I doing back? "Hi, Clover," he mumbles, with all the awkwardness of a teenager who is either still developing social skills or is far too lazy to use them. I'm here to see his mother, but the sight of the slightly forlorn youngster makes me ask something before I inquire about her. "Are you okay?" Ethan seems surprised that I'd even bother to check, making me wonder if his parents have asked him that same question recently, or if it's the first time he's heard it in a while. I hope it's not the latter, but I'm well aware, based on recent events, that this can't be a happy household, so it'd be no shock if Ethan has been struggling living here. "Yeah, fine," he mumbles back, about as chatty as anyone his age gets, so I decide to leave it at that. "Can I speak to your mother, please?" I say then. But before Ethan answers, I see someone coming down the stairs behind him. It's Joe. Cue awkwardness. Just like his son, when he answered the door, Joe's face drops, clearly having not been expecting me. But unlike his son, he doesn't seem capable of getting any words out at all. We stare at each other for several seconds, so much going unspoken between us. But what is there really to say? Then someone else appears who never had a problem when it came for something to say. "What is she doing here?" Tanya's voice is dripping with disdain, and the fact she referred to me in the third person rather than address me directly speaks volumes. But I'd have expected nothing less. "We need to talk," I say, refusing to let this woman intimidate me. "Privately. Just me and you." "What on earth could you have to say to me?" Tanya goes on, still disgusted at my appearance. "I thought this street had seen the back of you, and it was good riddance as far as I'm concerned." This is hardly the healthiest conversation to be having in the presence of her son, and I wish she would recognize that as a mother and allow Ethan to avoid hearing this. "Please, I just want to speak to you privately. Would you step outside for a moment so we can talk?" I try, doing my best to sound reasonably friendly. Tanya is still scowling, but she eventually comes towards me, her curiosity possibly getting the better of her, and as she reaches me, she tells Ethan, and the lingering Joe, to go elsewhere in the house. Both males do just that, neither of them exactly reluctant to leave the presence of the warring females, and as Tanya steps outside her house and mostly closes the front door behind her, we are free to talk openly, so I get right to it. "You've been sleeping with my father," I blurt out, as if that combination of words are in danger of burning my tongue if I leave them in my mouth for too long. "What?" "Don't even try to deny it. I've seen the messages on his phone. I know all about what you two have been doing, and it's disgusting." Is Tanya going to try and deny it? If so, I wish I'd taken some screenshots of those messages to show her as evidence. "He was supposed to have deleted them," she suddenly says, seeming more annoyed at him than me. So it did happen. You slept with my father. Keep your voice down, Tanya snaps at me in hushed tones, glancing nervously back over her shoulder. But the door is practically shut, so her family probably aren't hearing this, mercifully. Tell me what happened, I demand, respecting her wish to keep my voice low, but only if she starts explaining. It was stupid, and it's over. How the hell did it start? I don't know. I mean, your father was obviously around here a lot, visiting you. We saw each other a few times. Always smiled at one another. I got the impression he fancied me from the way his eyes lit up when he saw me. And he's handsome, right? Even at his age. I guess I enjoyed the way he looked at me. It's not exactly pleasant to hear about my father looking at another woman in a suggestive way, but it is what it is. And Tanya goes on. I never thought anything would happen, but he turned up here one night, by himself. My dad came here, I reply, stunned he'd do such a brazen thing, considering I was only next door. Yeah, I was in by myself. He told me he wanted to take me out, dinner somewhere, not near here. Somewhere no one would recognize us. I mean, I was surprised, but he was very charming, and to be honest, I was enjoying the attention. Me and Joe hadn't been great for a long time, so it was nice to be asked out in a such polite manner. Handsome, charming, polite, these are all positive words and words I would have used to describe my father myself. But in this context, it just dirties them. So you went for dinner? Yes. Well, lunch, actually. I got a taxi to the restaurant while Joe was at work. Your father met me there and said his wife was busy. Apparently, she was out a lot. Hence why he was a little lonely. Anyway, we had some food, shared some wine, and at the end of the meal, we kissed. It would all sound so romantic if not for the fact that both parties were married. Then what? You started sleeping together? Dare I even ask where? We'd usually get a hotel, Tanya tells me, and now I'm starting to wonder if she's actually getting a kick out of running me through this sordid affair, possibly seeing it as a way that she has got a victory over me. Sleeping with my father is a pretty good way to defeat me, to be fair. Usually, I say, because that doesn't sound very definitive. Well, sometimes I go to your father's place, when your mother was out, of course. Yep, I have to hand it to Tanya. She definitely has me beat here. I can't believe this, I say, shaking my head, though it's hard to say who I'm more disgusted with. I guess I could expect such an act from this woman who has irritated me for years. But my father, for him to have another woman in the house while Mum was out, that's unbelievable. Look, I tried to end it several times, and it is over now, Tanya tells me, taking a little pity on me for once. Your father was very persistent, though. He didn't want it to end, but I told him it had to stop, and it has. It's much easier now you've moved. He has no reason to come back to this street anymore. As horrible as Tanya is, I can tell she's being honest. I also know it for a fact because I heard her on the phone that fateful day telling the other person that the affair had to stop. She did her best to end it. It's my dad who prolonged it, so as far as she's concerned, I've directed enough anger at her. I'm just about to leave when the door behind Tanya suddenly opens and Ethan walks out, his school blazer on and rucksack hanging over his shoulder, though his bag is half unzipped, as if he got ready in a hurry, which most school kids do. I'm going, he mutters to his mother, as he passes her and then me, striding away from the house, clearly not in the mood to hang around here. Are you sure you don't want me to drive you? Tanya calls after him, but he ignores her and carries on, and now it's just the two of us again. What do you want to do? Tanya asks me then. Tell Joe about who I was sleeping with? Would that make you feel better? It really wouldn't, and the truth is I'm exhausted just being back here, dealing with more drama on this street, so I think this is the perfect time to leave. Don't worry, you'll never see me again, I confirmed Tanya quite happily. Just stay away from me and my family. You do the same, Tanya says after me as I walk back to my car, and as I reach my vehicle, she's closed the door, seemingly ending any relationship between us and marking the point where we both try and move on with our lives. But just before I get in my car, I notice something lying on the road nearby. It's a piece of paper, fluttering in the morning breeze slightly, and when I pick it up, I see it looks like some sort of handwritten essay. I quickly see who it belongs to, thanks to the fact that the owner's name is written in the top left-hand corner of the page. Ethan Rodwell. He must have dropped this just now. It must have fallen from his half-open school bag. Maybe if I run, I can catch up to him and give it back. It might be homework, and he could get in trouble if he doesn't have it with him when he gets to school. But just before I go after him, I take a few seconds to read the work, and as my eyes process the scrawl of handwriting and the ways the letters are joined together, I realize something. I've seen this writing before. It's the same handwriting as on the note that accompanied the photo of Spencer kissing my sister. The words, "I thought you should know about this," were written in the exact same fashion. That can only mean one thing. Ethan is the one who sent me the letter exposing my husband's affair. Chapter 37. Clover. I'm back in my car, but I'm not expecting a long journey. That's because I'm hoping that I'll be catching up to Ethan, and when I spot the school uniform and rucksack on the street ahead, I get my wish. "Ethan!" I cry out with my window lowered as I pull up alongside the teen, and he startles a little at the sound of my voice. Then he sees me and looks confused that I would drive alongside him to get his attention. "What?" he asks, and at least he has stopped walking so I don't have to curb crawl to keep our conversation going. "I need to talk to you," I say. "Just wait there." I park up properly so I'm not blocking any of the morning traffic behind me, then rush around to join Ethan on the pavement. When I reach him, I hand him the homework he dropped. "I found this, on the street outside your house. It must have fallen from your bag," I say as he takes the paper. "Oh, thanks." He goes to leave then, but I stop him. "Ethan, wait. I know it was you. I recognize your writing. You're the one who told me about Spencer and Lily's affair, aren't you?" Ethan looks like he's been caught and wants to run, so I need to let him know he's not in any trouble. "It's okay. I just wanted to say thank you." "Thank you?" "Yes, for letting me know what was going on. I would never have found out about the affair if you hadn't told me. So thank you." I genuinely mean it, but Ethan is perplexed. "But Spencer died," he says, "all because of what I started." "No. What happened to Spencer is not your fault. Don't ever think that." I feel terrible for Ethan because he does look upset, and it would be awful if he had spent the whole time since Spencer's death feeling like he was to blame for it. "Does my mum know?" he asks me, and I shake my head. "No, I haven't told her, and I don't have to. It's none of her business." Ethan is relieved about that. "What were you doing that night?" I ask him then, "when you saw them?" "I've been out on my bike," Ethan tells me as morning commuters drive past us by the roadside. "I usually go out at night, just to get out of the house." The implication there is clear in his facial expression. Home is not a happy place for him. "I was in the woods and I saw a car park up, so I went to have a look. I recognised Spencer immediately and saw he was with a woman, so I assumed it was you. But then I realised it was your sister. That's when I saw them kissing." I can only imagine how stunned Ethan was to witness such a thing. "So you took a photo and then decided to tell me?" I ask, and he nods his head. "That's fine. I'm glad you did. I needed to know. It's better for me that it came out." "But not better for everyone else. Spencer's dead." "What happened to him is not connected to you. Whoever hurt him is guilty, but not you and not me. We did nothing wrong, okay?" I expect Ethan to nod his head, but he looks sheepish. So is he holding something back? "What is it?" I ask him, almost afraid if there is something more he has to tell me.
"It doesn't matter."
He tries, and he turns away, ready to carry on to school, but I stop him, because we're clearly not done here. "Ethan, what is it? If there's something else you know about Spencer, you have to tell me. Is there? Do you know who hurt him?" Ethan has gone very quiet now, even quieter than he usually is, and that can't be a good sign. "Ethan, talk to me!" I cry, not wishing to get angry at him, but this topic is far too important to not get answers on. I don't know who hurt Spencer, he finally says, but I do know your sister wasn't the only person who's having an affair with. That revelation means I'm now the one being quiet. I'm speechless. Spencer was sleeping with someone else other than Lily? There was another woman, he goes on. I don't know who she is, but I saw him with her, in a park near my school. He was sitting with her, having lunch. They looked like they were flirting. She tried to hold his hand, but he stopped her, although he... Ethan's story trails off. He what? He slapped her on the bum when they were leaving, when he thought no one was looking, but I saw him. This is incredible. Ethan knows more about the man I married than me. You don't know who she is? I ask, but he repeats what he said the first time. No. Which park was this? Greenacres. I know exactly where that is, which means I also know what else is near that park. Spencer's office was there, I say, piecing it together. It could have been someone he worked with. Suddenly, that's it. The woman I saw at the funeral, that must have been her, the other woman he is cheating on me with. She was at the funeral because she was sad he was gone, but she kept her distance because nobody was supposed to know about her. But Ethan knew. Now I know. I need to get to school, Ethan says, making me realize that I've tied this poor boy up with my problems for long enough. Of course, I'm sorry. You go. And thank you. Ethan gets on his way, surely relieved to finally be free of me and my questions. But I'm not free. I'm tormented. I now know about another affair. What am I going to do about it? Chapter 38. Clover. It's a chilly day, but a clear one, and the blue sky is making slight progress in lifting my mood. But only slight, because I'm still thinking about what Ethan told me this morning. I've been thinking about it so much that I found it impossible to do anything else but come here, to the one place I might have a chance of seeing her. I'm in Greenacres Park, the place where Ethan told me he saw Spencer with this mystery woman. It's lunchtime, too, so I'm hoping there's a chance that she might be here, sitting on a bench, having her lunch. And if she is here, and she is the same woman from the funeral, I will recognize her. So far, I haven't done that. There are plenty of people in this park, some walking dogs, others clutching coffees and talking into their phones as they move at a brisk pace. And there are a few people sitting on benches and eating sandwiches. But I don't recognize any of them. That doesn't mean I won't keep looking, though. As I walk slowly through the park, paying attention to every woman I spot, I think about how my husband was here before. His office is only a 5-minute walk away, and I can actually see the top of his building between the trees in the distance around the edge of the park. It's a nice place to escape the office for a lunch break, and in my husband's case, it was a nice place to come and spend some time with another woman he was closer to than he should have been. I shake my head, more at my own stupidity for marrying that man than for his extramarital activities. But it doesn't make me feel any better. When the sun goes behind a cloud, casting a shadow over this park, I feel even worse, and I'm starting to regret coming here. But I can't leave, and not just because I'm trying to find that woman from the funeral. It's because I'm meeting somebody else. And she's just arrived. I see Lily walking towards me, just ahead of an elderly woman holding a poodle, and when my sibling spots me, she doesn't smile. She's nervous, as she should be, because the last time we were together, she ran away. That was last night, after the meal at our parents' place, but I messaged her today and said I wanted to reconcile. I told her to meet me in this park at lunchtime so we could talk, and I prayed that she would come. She has, which is good, because it means that if I do spot this other mystery woman, I can point her out to my sister and tell her that Spencer was sleeping with her too. If I do that, she might be more likely to divulge whatever secret Lily seems to be hiding from me, given how I would have just shared some news with her. Hi, I say as Lily and I meet, and we stop walking as everyone else around us stays on the move. Hi, she replies quietly. Thanks for coming. Lily shrugs as if she had no other choice, but she did. She could have avoided me forever, just like I could have avoided her. But we're sisters, so we have to do the right thing. We have to be together. Let's walk, I say, and we set off, moving slowly along the path, the anxious Lily beside me as she waits for me to talk. But I'm not just thinking of what to say. I'm still looking for that woman. No sign of her yet. A lot has happened between us, I begin, as the sun briefly comes back out again before quickly disappearing once more. But it's all in the past. I don't want to go through all of that stuff again. Your affair, Spencer's death, the trial, what happened at the meal last night. I don't care about any of that. We need to move past it. I agree, Lily says quickly and gratefully. But what made you change your mind? Last night you said I only had one chance, but I left, so why are you giving me another one? Because I've realised something, I reply. How everything bad that has happened, both to you and to me, was because of him. We were just collateral damage in Spencer's life. He didn't care for you any more than he cared for me. He only cared about himself. Now he's gone and it's not worth throwing away our relationship over. Lily takes that on board but doesn't say anything, so I continue. There is one thing, though. You asked at the meal if any of us had seen anybody hanging around, and I mentioned the woman I saw at the funeral. Lily noticeably stiffens at that. The thing is, I think I know who that woman is now. I carry on. I think she was a woman Spencer was sleeping with. I also think he came here with her on their lunch break. Don't ask me how I know this, I just do. So that's why I wanted you to meet me here today. I want to see if I can spot that woman again. I also want to know if you had any idea Spencer was having another affair besides his own with you. Lily looks mortified, and she stops walking. I expect her to deny knowing anything, or maybe she'll get upset when she realises Spencer had more women than us. But she doesn't do any of that. She just seems to be getting afraid. We need to leave, she says suddenly. What? We need to go now, she repeats. Come on. I don't know what has got into my sister, but she takes my hand, and it's as if she wants to drag me out of the park as quickly as possible. But why? What have I just said that has her wanting to run? I mentioned that woman from the funeral. I'm just about to ask her again what is going on when I see her, about 20 yards away, taking a seat on a vacant bench and unwrapping a sandwich she has just taken from her handbag. It's her, the woman I saw at the funeral. She's here. Clover, let go of me, Lily cries, still desperate to get out of this park. She's there, I say, pointing the woman on the bench out. That's the woman I saw at the funeral. That's who Spencer must have been having an affair with too. Do you know who she is? I watch Lily as she looks in the direction of where I'm pointing, and she visibly freezes when she spots her. My sister definitely knows this woman. Why are you so afraid of her? What is it? I ask, desperate to know what has my sibling so afraid. That woman over there has not seen us yet, but she will if we get any closer, which is what I initially planned to happen, but now I'm not so sure. Lily makes me feel like approaching that woman would be a very bad idea, but she still won't tell me why, so I have no choice but to test her. Fine. You leave this park then, but I'm going to go and talk to her, I say, as I let go of my sister and start towards the woman on the bench. But before I can get away, Lily grabs me this time. Don't, she pleads, her voice hushed but desperate. Why? Because, Lily starts before breaking off, so I break away from her and turn again, which finally prompts Lily to tell me what this is all about. That's the woman who killed Spencer, she tells me, which means it's now my turn to freeze. Chapter 39. Clover. My sister has had a recent penchant for shocking me, but that past has not prepared me for what she just said. What? Is all I can muster up in response to the terrifying statement my sibling just made. Please, we need to just go before she sees us, Lily says, begging. but I don't move. You said that woman killed Spencer. How do you know that?
Clover, please!
How do you know?
Because I was there when she killed him.
If anybody else in this park with us could have just heard what my sister said, they would surely be calling the police, or at least trying to get away from us because we seemed dangerous. But no one else has heard, meaning it's just me who is in on this shocking secret. You were there? What happened? I don't understand, I say, as Lily looks like she's just gone back in time, transported from the present day, where she is a grown adult, and back to the old times when she was a worried child, smaller and less sure about things than me.
She was at the house with me that night,
Lily explains, having abandoned all hope of getting out of this park without having to confide in me, and now spilling out her secrets like Spencer's blood was spilled on that bed.
I arrived expecting to see you, but when I went upstairs, I saw him handcuffed to the bed. I got angry, realizing how he must have got there, so I went to leave him.
Lily is now sobbing as she speaks.
But I couldn't.
I look back to that woman on the bench, the one nibbling her sandwich, looking almost meek and mild-mannered, as if she wouldn't hurt a fly.
She was in the house, coming up the stairs. I didn't know who she was, so I asked her.
Lily continues.
That's when she told me she was the woman Spencer was currently sleeping with.
It's unfathomable that my sister would not only experience such a thing on that night, but not tell anybody else about it until now. Not me, and especially not the police, who spent such a long time trying to convict her. But then I find out why.
She walked past me and saw Spencer in the bedroom, which did not make her happy. I didn't know what was going on. It was crazy. So I just said I wanted to leave. But she stopped me,
Lily says, her breathing shallow as she tries to get out the words.
She asked me who I was, so I told her. I said I was Spencer's sister-in-law, that I'd come here because you had messaged me, that's it.
Then what?
She wanted to know where Spencer's wife was, why he was handcuffed to the bed, why I was there too. I don't know why, but I just told her everything. That you had told me to be there because we were supposed to be talking about the affair, the one I had with Spencer. But I'd arrived to find him handcuffed, so I assumed he was about to sleep with you again.
What did she say to all that? I ask, imagining that was a lot of information for that woman to process in a short space of time.
She seemed weird,
Lily tells me. Weird? In what way?
I don't know. It was like she got this look in her eyes. Like she was angry, but she wasn't moving. She was so still. Then she asked me if I had the key to the handcuffs. I didn't, so she told me she would go and look for it. And then when Spencer was free, we could all talk about this and figure out what was going on. We looked around for the key in the bedroom while Spencer told us to hurry up, but she snapped at him, told him to shut up. I could tell she was a little strange, but I had no idea how much. Then she said she would go and look for the key downstairs, so I waited upstairs with Spencer, but I wish I'd barricaded us in the bedroom.
Why? I ask, feeling as terrified as Lily looks.
Because she wasn't going to look for a key,
Lily tells me.
She was going to get a knife from the kitchen.
Poor Lily looks as ominous as the dark cloud that I can see approaching on the horizon as she goes on.
I saw it and asked her what she was doing. And do you know what she said? She said that Spencer was clearly a scumbag who would sleep with anyone, and she was done with scumbags making her look like a fool, so she'd had enough.
She stabbed him, I guess, filling in the rest, and Lily nods.
Why didn't you try and stop her?
I ask, though it's a stupid question once I hear the obvious answer.
Because I didn't want her to hurt me,
Lily says, with tears running down her cheeks.
Oh, Clover, it was awful. He was crying out for help, and I just stood there, frozen. I was so scared. I should have tried to save him, but I couldn't do anything. Then I went to run, but just as I did, she called after me. She said that if I told anyone what happened, she would hurt me and my family.
I think about how Lily would have bolted from the house with that warning ringing in her ears, sprinting down the stairs to escape that hellish scene, terrified, but not because she was trying to get away. She was running to save herself. But it wouldn't have looked that way to anybody else, not to Rosemary, who witnessed Lily running away, getting into her car and speeding off, or to me. To us, once the police came and found Spencer's body, it would have looked like Lily was fleeing the scene of a crime, but my sister was innocent. She always has been innocent. The jury were right in their decision. She is not guilty. But that woman over there is. I don't understand. Why didn't you tell anybody what had really happened once you got to safety? I asked Lily. Why did you let it get so far? You almost went to prison for murder. Because I was scared. She told me not to tell anyone or she would hurt you all. I couldn't risk it. What if she got to you or to Mum and Dad? Plus I didn't even know her name, so how could I give the police anything? But she knew where you lived, so I figured she knew all of us. That's why I decided to stay quiet, so she would leave us alone, and she has. But we need to leave here before she sees us. You honestly risked spending the rest of your life in prison for her, I cry, my voice getting a little too loud now, but I'm so aghast at what my sister has done. Not for her, Lily says, tears in her eyes now. For you. My sister really did this. She took a huge risk just to keep her family safe. That's a hell of a sacrifice. Is it one I would have made? Maybe she was motivated by what she'd done with Spencer. Breaking my heart. She wanted to make it up to me, keep me safe, keep me out of the danger that this other woman posed. And she did it. Mostly. Until today. I love you, I say to Lily, and I take her in a hug, squeezing her tightly to let her know that whatever happens from here, I have forgiven her for what she did with my husband. But as we separate, I don't know exactly how things will go next. I only know it's my turn to protect my sister. You can go now, I say to her. Go home. Are you coming too? No. I'm going to go and talk to her, I say, looking back at that woman who has just finished her sandwich and is now opening a bag of crisps. Are you crazy? Stay away from her. She's left us alone like she said she would. Don't risk it, Lily pleads. Just go home, I repeat to her. Don't worry about me. Clover! Lily grabs me as a male dog walker passing by frowns, clearly perturbed by the pair of us. But I ignore him and just lower my voice as I address my sister. That woman killed my husband. If you think I'm just going to leave this park without talking to her, you are mistaken. My voice is firm, and Lily knows she can't persuade me otherwise, so she does as I ask. She relents, takes a step back, tells me she loves me. Then she leaves. I wait for my sister to be totally out of sight before I start walking towards the bench, keeping my head down so the woman might not notice me coming until it's too late. It works, because as I reach the bench, the woman hasn't the slightest clue that her lunch is about to be interrupted. That is until I sit down beside her. Good afternoon, I say calmly, and the woman I saw at my husband's funeral looks up before every muscle in her body goes still. Yep, she recognizes me too. Now, I'm face to face with my husband's killer. Chapter 40. Clover. What's your name? I ask the woman on the bench beside me, staying very still and doing my best not to spook this woman, because if she runs, that really will cause a scene. Excuse me? I said, what's your name? I presume you know mine already, just like you know my husband's. But I don't know yours. So what is it? The woman stares at me, but I just keep staring right back, not blinking, demonstrating that I'm calm and composed, so there's no reason for her not to be either. Marianne, she says quietly, as she puts her crisp packet down on the bench in between us, appearing to have lost her appetite now, which is no surprise. Okay, Marianne, thanks for answering that question. What I want to know next is, why did you kill my husband? It's a very bizarre thing to talk about such serious matters in such a restrained way, but we're in public, so this is how it has to be.
But Marianne doesn't have to answer my questions, and she clearly realises that's an option available to her. I have no idea what you're talking about, she tries, and she reaches down to pick up her handbag, preparing to leave this bench. You know exactly what I'm talking about, I say simply. I know it was you who stabbed him. You were in my bedroom that night he died. I don't know why you were there, but I guess it has something to do with the fact you were having an affair with him before he died. So, what happened? Did he upset you? Did you not like the fact that he had gone back home to me? Did you follow him there? Start talking to me, or I'll start talking to the police. I can't make myself much clearer than that, and I'm expecting Marianne to do as I say because that's what any sane person would do. But I should remember anybody who can kill a man is not sane. So your sister broke her promise to me, Marianne says with a shake of the head. This is not what we agreed. But I have an answer for that, one I thought up while I was walking over to this bench and my sister was leaving. My sister? What has she got to do with this? I caught you all by myself. Marianne frowns, clearly not following. I told the police I hadn't seen anybody that night. But I lied, I say, hoping Marianne buys the lie I'm selling her right now. I saw you, and while I didn't know who you were, I figured you had something to do with what happened to my husband. You saw me. Why wouldn't you tell the police? One, I had no idea what your name was, so I doubted they would ever find you. And two, I was still angry at my sister at the time, so the chance of her taking the fall for his murder was tempting. It's all nonsense, but I'm saying what I can to protect Lily. I don't want Marianne going after her or my parents. So, how did you find me if you didn't know my name? She asks me then, which is a good question, so it will require another lie. I figured my husband had been involved with you, so I tried to figure out where he could have met you. But seeing as he spent most of his time at work, I decided to try his old office. I've waited outside there for a while now, and when I saw you come out one day, I realised that must be it. You two were co-workers and started sleeping together. But something went wrong. You were angry at him, right? So you hurt him. Marianne looks less surprised than she did when I sat down with her, and more impressed with my powers of deduction. I'm impressed too because I've managed to feed her a story that keeps Lily, and indeed Ethan, out of this entirely. So you saw me taking my lunch here every day, and decided to come and what? Confront me? Have me arrested? Marianne asks. I don't see any police officers around, so what's your motive to come and talk to me today? I want to know why you did it, I reply calmly. That's all. I think we've talked enough, Marianne says, clearly not comfortable confessing when she can't trust me, so I better change that. My husband was not a good man. I know that better than anyone, I say to her. He hurt me, he hurt my sister, and I'm guessing he hurt you. Maybe there are other women he hurt too, who knows. But you're the one who stopped him. So I want to know why. What made you do what you did? Did he promise to be with you? Did it break your heart when you followed him to my house and saw him handcuffed there, like he was about to sleep with me? Is that it? Marianne relaxes back onto the bench, not going anywhere now, so I think I'm in control of this situation again. But then she proves that I am not. That's a cute story about you seeing me that night. I don't believe you, she says, looking me in the eyes. I think your sister told you what happened, and you're just trying to protect her because you know that I threatened her. But do you know everything that happened between us? Or she just told you the parts that make her look less guilty? I don't know what that means, but I'm about to find out because Marianne goes on. I got to your house because I followed Spencer, like you guessed. I followed him because not only had we been sleeping together, but he was actually staying with me at the time of his death. So you could say we were close. That is a newsflash, but I stayed quiet so Marianne can tell me more. I wanted to make sure he was okay when he went to collect his things from yours, so I followed. I parked my car around the corner from your street and crept up to the house where I peered through the windows and watched the pair of you inside. I can't believe Marianne was spying on us, but she carries on before I can ask anything. I saw what you're doing, seducing him in the hallway, or at least that's what it looked like. You were in lingerie and looked very suggestive. To my dismay, he didn't seem to mind it. Then I saw the two of you go upstairs, him carrying a bottle of wine, and I figured I knew what you were doing. So I was mad, and I was planning on confronting Spencer when he left. But he didn't leave. Only you did. You went next door and you went inside that other house, leaving Spencer alone. So I was just about to sneak into your house to find out what was going on with him. But just before I could do that, another woman turned up. Your sister. She went inside first. I waited to see what would happen next, but when she didn't come out, I decided to enter too. This is incredible. Marianne really is crazy. I'm starting to wish I had left the park with my sister when she invited me to, but it's too late for that now. I found her upstairs with him, and he's obviously handcuffed to the bed, she continues. Of course, I wanted to know what was going on, who she was and what he was doing on the bed. Spencer started spouting off some nonsense about being tricked by you, but I wasn't falling for it. He was a bad liar. I'm sure you know that now, and I saw through him. I knew he'd been willing to sleep with you if he'd ended up tied to the bed. It's not as if you could have overpowered him against his will. I guess it was the way I felt in that moment. So stupid for thinking me and him might go somewhere. More than that, stupid for believing the last half a dozen men who have lied to me too. So I decided enough was enough. Poor Spencer was the straw that broke the camel's back. I was done with men, and I wanted one of them to pay. So he did. I then listened to Marianne tell me how she went and got a knife from my kitchen before returning to the bedroom. Your sister asked me what I was doing, so I told her, Marianne explains, with all the creepy calmness of a cold-blooded killer. She didn't try and stop me. She let me do it. She was terrified, I interject. You scared the life out of her. Is that what she told you? Did she not tell you that, rather than beg me to stop, she actually started to goad me on? I suspect not. She could have saved him, but you know what she did? She told me to get it over with quickly. I processed that for several seconds, trying not to believe it, telling myself that this woman is just trying to make herself seem less culpable. But is she? Or is she telling me the truth? Did Lily omit the final part of the story when she told it to me? The part where she wasn't just some frightened witness, but actually a willing participant in it? I don't know what to say, I reply honestly, except that you're asking me to believe your word over the word of my sister, and I've only just met you. I didn't say you have to believe me, Marianne replies with a shrug. I'm just telling you what happened. I'm guilty. There's no denying that. I took the knife and I stabbed your husband. Your lying, cheating husband, I might add, but I wasn't the only one who wanted him dead. Once he was gone, Lily went to run, so I called after her and told her not to tell a soul about what had happened. And bless her, she stuck to that. But not because I'd scared the life out of her. No, it was because she took pleasure in Spencer's death too. That's why your sister was so afraid to speak out about me. You must think it's crazy that she didn't mention me during her defence, choosing instead to risk the trial, which could have gone either way. She did so because she knew what would happen if she told the police about me. I would have been arrested, and then I would have just told the police that she was right there cheering me on to commit the crime, which of course would be condemning us both to a life behind bars. This is horrendous. Awful. The worst thing I've ever heard, but Marianne is merely giving me her version of events. So it comes down to who I believe more. Her? Or my sister? Epilogue. Clover. A new house is like a blank canvas. It's just waiting for something, any hint of colour, of personality, a sign for the owner to start leaving their unique mark. This new house is no different. This is my place now, the home I purchased on my own and the home I'm hosting my first ever dinner in. My dining room is sparse, but it has what it needs to get me through this event. There's the table, the same one as in my previous house, and it has plates and cutlery laid on top of it, as well as wine glasses and bowls, more old items that I owned before. The chairs are new, though, the 4 wooden ones that sit around this table, having been picked up at a charity shop last week because I felt like a change from the ones that used to accompany this table. These new chairs are filled, one by me, the others by my parents and sister. Mum, Dad and Lily are here as part of this housewarming dinner, and so far the evening is going well. We all enjoyed a salmon starter, followed by a lasagna main course, cooked by me and washed down with generous amounts of red wine from the bottles I picked up earlier at the supermarket. I've enjoyed the evening, and the best might just be yet to come if the chocolate fondant I have made for dessert turns out to be a hit. I have a feeling they will. As I sit here surrounded by my family members, it's almost hard to believe that it wasn't so long ago that I was sitting on a park bench next to the woman who killed my husband. It's been 3 months since I spoke to Marianne, and a lot has happened in that time, besides me finding and purchasing this house, of course. I've had to do a lot of thinking, or soul-searching to give it its correct name, and it hasn't been easy to come to the conclusion that I have. But I have reached it, and now that I have, I'm going to stick to it. There can be no room for doubt, no second-guessing my decision, no sudden changes of heart. If I want a normal life, or as close to normal as can be, given my past, it has to be this way. I have to let both Marianne and Lily get away with whatever it was they did. More wine? Dad asks as he picks up the bottle from the centre of the table, and I nod my head before he refills my glass. He offers the same to Mum, who also accepts. And then lastly, Lily, who initially refuses, but then quickly changes her mind and takes a measure too. That's my sis. Unpredictable as ever. To new beginnings, Dad says as he raises his own glass, and we all join him in making his toast, clinking our glasses together before drinking. I watch my parents as they share a look, seemingly happy, as if there isn't a single problem in their marriage. Maybe that's true now. They've both done whatever they needed to do with other people and are now back to focusing on each other. I haven't told anybody about my discovery of my father's affair with Tanya. What good would it do? At best, it'll cause chaos in our family for a few weeks, and at worst, it'll be the final nail in the coffin of my parents' relationship, and they'll divorce, which is not what I want. I'll leave Dad to think his secret never got out, and in exchange, it might just be the thing that keeps this family together. Well, that and the secret about my sister potentially having stabbed Spencer on the night he died. After Marianne had told me her version of events, a version that went well beyond what Lily told me, I had a choice. I could have left that bench and gone to the police, telling them what I knew and letting them investigate to potentially fill in any grey areas that needed clearing up, or I could walk away and get on with my life. An option that appealed the more I'd thought about it. I don't want any more drama, I told Marianne after she'd asked me what I was going to do, and she got it. That one simple statement was my cue to her to move on with her life too. No need for more police, for Marianne to potentially get violent again, for Lily to be dragged back into custody, or for me to explain all the ways I'd been able to get to that point right there. I wanted it to be over. And I knew I had the power to make it so, which was appealing. Mainly because it felt like it was the first time in this whole thing when I actually had some control over what happened next. Ever since I left Spencer handcuffed to the bed and went next door to see Joe, I'd been reading from the following events. Trying to find out who killed my husband, doubting Lily, discovering my father's affair, confronting a dangerous and disturbed woman like Marianne, and all while dealing with the loss of my marriage, my home, and for the most part, my dignity. But now I have my new house. One day I'll have a new man, and best of all, I have my freedom. No need to dredge up Detective Turnbull or any of his colleagues and put all that at risk. Not for Marianne and Lily anyway. Not when they had the courage to do the thing I should have done myself. When I discovered Spencer's affair, I should have had the guts to act more decisively. Why leave it to others to hurt him when I could have done it myself?
I took a half measure, handcuffing him and trying to torment him, when in reality the only way to deal with a problem like him was to eliminate it entirely. I didn't ever feel like I had it in myself to kill a man, but after hearing about what Marianne did, and potentially my sister too, I almost feel envious. They took proper revenge on him. I did not. Now all I am left with is the thought that I could have got into the bedroom just before Lily and Marianne left it, so that I could have stood alongside them both and watched as my cheating partner took his last breaths. Scorned women united, 3 of the female figures whom my husband walked all over in his life, now taking it away from him. Alas, it was not to be. Only Marianne and Lily got to see him in his last moments, no doubt regretting every move he had ever made. "You okay, sis?" Lily asks me, snapping me out of my daydream. "You've been a bit quiet tonight." "Just tired from the big move," I say casually. "I'm glad I've got my new bed installed because I'm more than ready to crawl into it later." "We can leave early if you want to go to sleep," Mum suggests, but I dismiss that idea quickly. "You're not going anywhere until you've had dessert," I say as I get up from the table and collect the empty main course plates before leaving the room. I hear Mum and Dad chattering quietly as I go, something about what they're doing in the morning, and I'm pleased to hear they have plans together. But as I put the plates into the sink, I realise Lily has followed me out, and when I turn around, she quickly pulls me in for a hug. "Are you okay?" I ask her, surprised by her sudden show of affection. "I love you," she replies, not really answering me, but I get the message loud and clear, both in her words and the way she is still squeezing me. As we separate, I see Lily wiping a tear away from her right eye, but she doesn't look too upset, just a little emotional, in a good way. "Thanks for being the best big sis," she says. "You know what I mean." I nod, because I do know. She is thanking me for dealing with the Marianne problem in a grown-up, responsible way. After speaking with that woman on the park bench, I called Lily to tell her that Marianne had confirmed my sister's version of events, but would be leaving us alone. Lily was relieved to hear that, no longer needing to worry about possible repercussions. But in order to maintain her peace of mind, I neglected to mention to her what Marianne had told me about her being involved in the stabbing too. Whatever happened in that bedroom that night, whether it was Marianne who killed Spencer, or if Lily helped too, this is over. And to think it all began with me hearing my neighbour on the phone over the garden fence. "Do you need some help with dessert?" Lily asks me, as I scrape a few leftovers into the bin, before realising that the bag is full. "No, I'm okay. You go and take a seat, and I'll bring the food in shortly," I say with a smile, and as Lily goes, I decide to quickly empty the rubbish now rather than leave it until the morning. I exit via the back door and carry the heavy bag to the bin, wondering as I go if bin collection day is the same at my new address as it was at my old one. But just before I can figure that one out, I hear a voice. It's coming from the other side of the fence, and it must be one of my new neighbours. It's a male voice, and while I've missed the first part of his sentence, I hear the second part of it. "As long as we stay quiet, no one will ever know where we buried that body." I instantly freeze, shocked at what I just heard and wondering what to do about it. Then I make my mind up. I take the bin bag back inside my house so that nobody hears me disposing of it, put it down in the kitchen and wash my hands. Then I quickly serve up the chocolate fondant and deliver it to my family members in the dining room. All that is left for me to do then is pick up my wine glass and take a thirsty sip. That's because I figure that if I drink enough of this stuff tonight, I'll completely forget about what I just heard in the back garden a moment ago. If only I'd done that when I'd heard about my neighbour's affair. You've been listening to My Neighbour's Affair by Daniel Hurst, narrated by Penny Scott Andrews and Andy Creswell, published by Quest Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This recording is copyrighted by W.F. Howes Limited.